Okay. Good evening, Little Rock, and good evening, my fellow board directors. Today is March 18th, and this is our monthly Little Rock School District Board of Directors business meeting. So we are starting our meeting at 5:31 p.m., and we will open it up with the pledge. And I shall call on, I'm sorry. Oh, I have a lot of new faces. Sorry. Then I will call on Mr. Director Jeff Woods.
All right, everyone, stand up if you're able to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Wood, for that. As you guys know, we have been here in business for about 92 days now. And every month we have a word of the month or a statement. And this month is collective work and responsibility. So I will call on Director Wilson to share any collective work or responsibility you have done that have helped a community or your family moving forward.
Well, collective work, I think for the saying about that it takes a village to raise a child is completely true. And so I know the collective work at our school, I'm going to shout out to Forest Heights. They definitely have put in the work for my own child as well as other children. And I know that happens every day in our district. And it's not just like individual classroom teachers, but the building and everyone that works in the building that lift our kids up and help them get the education they need.
Thank you. And lastly, for moment of inspiration, and I'm going to add mindfulness to it. I will call on Director Adams, right? Since our community just love watching you rock in the chair, and members of the community have shared how soothing your voice is. So you can open us up with that.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I'd like to take this word, this opportunity, I think, to talk about, just to make a comment about the young people who I think are inspirational to many of us. Here in the past several weeks, there's been a lot of talk in the public sphere and in the state legislature about trans youth, and we have some of those in our district, and would want to give a message of validation to them and appreciation that they're a part of our district, and let them know that their leadership is going to do whatever we can do to be supportive of them in their education and their health. And we are proud of them.
Director Adams, thank you so much for uplifting our trans youth and our youth that identify with the LGBTQ plus community, because we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that they are safe and that they feel included. So that's a conversation that actually I've started with the district about that, just because of everything that is going on. So with that, you all, I appreciate you guys helping me open up the meeting. And we will move forward with our agenda and go to the district celebrations. Superintendent Pork.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. And if you don't mind, I'm going to take privilege and just ask us all to take a moment. And Ms. Hatter in particular has been an individual that has been a part of trying to support a family that really went through a very horrific loss of a young lady this weekend. That I know it's just mind-boggling for any of us to think about losing a child, let alone if it was our own child. And Jalea Hughes left us at the age of 9. Was a student at Otter Creek Elementary for all of her elementary years. A student that just literally bounded out of the car each and every day to go bring life to that school. She was bright, an honor student. She was a young lady that brought other kids together, and she was a glue even for the staff. So if we can, I know this is very close for so many of you, of your awareness of this as well as your heartfelt sympathy, but let's just take a minute, if you don't mind, in thought and prayer and all the strength that we can give this family as they go through this loss. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I know that's a tough one, but it is our community and it is our reality right now. So I appreciate everyone. And I want to also just end with gratefulness of the community. Ms. Hatter was so excited to share that within less than 12 hours, there was a GoFundMe account that met its financial target to help and support the family. Now they've exceeded that, and they're still probably in need of other resources, so that's still possible. I'm very proud of our staff, district staff, counseling group, and mental health support that was at the school on Monday for students and for staff. And we opened it up really for our entire district for anyone that needed it. And so I thank Dr. Fields, Lisa Williams, and Laquita Grayson for their efforts. I want to thank Darian Smith for his leadership as he supports all the elementary schools. But most importantly, I want to thank the Otter Creek staff for their strength this week and trying to help students deal with this tragic loss. Miss Wendy Miner has been, like she always is, an amazing leader. So thank you. And we will now move to some of our celebrations and really getting the opportunity to honor some of our prized partners. And the partners that we're really focusing on today deal with Chico Elementary. Ms. Blaylock, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Poore. It's my privilege to introduce to you and the members of the Little Rock School Board, the district's newest partners in education. And tonight we'll be highlighting 2 partnerships actively supporting Chico Elementary, one of the district's recently established community schools. First up is First Assembly Little Rock, and I believe some of them are joining us tonight. If I can't scroll through, but if you are with First Assembly, please unmute. These folks are not new to the Little Rock School District. They have been working with schools prior to Chico. I'm thrilled that they have formalized their partnership with Chico as they help them navigate their food pantry. Who's here from First Assembly?
Greg Ferguson is.
Greg, we're glad you're here. Thank you. And Larry, aren't you from First Assembly as well?
Yes, I am.
He mentioned to me earlier that he may be late because he was working in the food pantry tonight. So that's spoken like a true volunteer, isn't it? So thank you, Larry. Gentlemen, would you like to say a few words about your school?
Yeah, I would just like to say that we are excited. My name is Greg Ferguson. I'm the pastor at First Little Rock. We are excited about our partnership with one of our schools that is 0.5 miles away from us. Excited to partner with them. It's been just a great fit as we talk about how we can continue to meet the needs and the resources in our community. So on behalf of First Assembly Little Rock, we are excited to begin this partnership, and we're excited what God is going to do because of it.
We certainly appreciate y'all, and thank you so much for supporting our schools as you do. Our second partnership is Full Circle Farm Corps, and they're also supporting the battle that so many face through food insecurities. And due to a recent grant, Full Circle is able to help make a huge impact on Chico and the Southwest Little Rock community. And I know several of them are with us tonight. I see you, Rachel. Who else? Please unmute and introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'll get us started here. My name is A.B. Stewart. I use they, them pronouns. I am the program director of Full Circle Farm Corps. We are an AmeriCorps state program facilitated in part by Engage AR, and we're operated under the nonprofit Arkansas Resource Conservation and Development Council, RCND for short. We follow in the footsteps of Arkansas Garden Corps, if any of you were familiar with that program. And I myself have some experience, maybe some of you do too as well, with the Love Your School program that operated with Little Rock for quite some time. We also have a partnership with Farm to School under the Arkansas Department of Agriculture, and we highly prize that, especially as we're in the context of the Little Rock School District tonight. As you mentioned, the mission of Full Circle Farm Corps is to confront food insecurity and strengthen communities through farming, outreach, and teaching. We do currently have 9 sites in the central region, which is Pulaski County, 1 out in Fort Smith. And we're very honored to be supporting the Little Rock School District, the City of Little Rock, and the Community School Initiative, of which, of course, Chico Elementary is a large part. And I'd like to turn it over to Nicole Chandler, who is the Community School Site Coordinator there.
Hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you all for highlighting our 2 partners. They've both been a great asset to our school by supporting our students and our families in the neighborhood. The students have been really excited about the work that Farm Corps will be doing. And also First Little Rock has been a great supporter in helping our teachers by recognizing their contributions during the holidays. And they were actually outside serving boxes of food and hot meals to our students in the neighborhood. So they're literally in action all the time whenever we ask them to come out. So we're just grateful for both of our partnerships and the work that they contribute to our school and our greater community.
And I believe Principal Gina, are you on? Yeah.
I am. Thank you, Ms. Blaylock. I just echo everything that Ms. Chandler said. We are so thankful for First Assembly Little Rock, as well as Full Circle Farm Corps for partnering with us. There are some great things in store that both of these organizations have planned. It was nice to meet Pastor Greg and his whole family tonight. I've interacted with Pastor Greg and Larry before, but Pastor Greg brought his entire family out to help serve. And I think that just speaks to the type of partnership that they want to have with our school. And then Sarah and Ray are on tonight, and they've been working with us and our staff on our plans for a garden that will benefit not just our students, but our community and just the surrounding area. And so we thank them for all their hard work and can't wait to see the fruits of their labor, literally. So thank you.
Principal Curry. Yeah, we are really excited about this too. I'm Ray. I am a team leader with Full Circle Farm Corps over 3 of the sites in the central region and also the 1 site that's out in the western region in Fort Smith. So I have the City of Little Rock site, which is actually multiple sites, and then the Urban Food Loop and the Arkansas Food Bank. So at JA Fair, we are revitalizing some of the gardens there and getting to use the really awesome greenhouse that they have there. We're going to be getting into some planning phases with Watson shortly after spring break. And then at Chico, we are, in the next couple of weeks here, going to be breaking ground, but not actually going into the ground, building some raised bed gardens at Chico and an outdoor classroom area and a couple of other projects. And I'm just really excited about this year. It's my second year with Farm Corps, and getting to serve with this community school initiative was what kind of convinced me actually to come back to Farm Corps for a second term. So I'm really grateful to get to participate in this and to make something lasting for the school and for the kids and for the whole community. And one thing I try to keep saying to myself and everyone else over and over again is just that it's not our garden. We're just here to kind of push it along. So I can't wait to see what we do with it. And Sarah is going to tell you just a little bit about what else we're working on.
Yeah, like she said, my name is Sarah. I'm an AmeriCorps member, and I serve with Full Circle Farm Corps at Chico with Rachel. I just moved down here from Northwest Arkansas, and it's been incredible to see the impact of the direct service already. Like she said, we're in the process of building our garden, and we can't wait to use it not only to harvest food and give that food directly to students, staff, and their families, but also to use it as an educational and inspirational tool for the students. So we're going to be using some curriculum through Growing My Plate to teach nutritional classes about the garden, teach them how to literally take food from the garden that we're giving them, use it to nourish their bodies, and how to cook it. We're also partnering with an Eagle Scout, and he's going to kind of bring his creative vision in and help us build some aspects of the garden as well.
Thank you to all of our partner members, and thank you for joining us. We love seeing your smiling face, and it's a privilege to get to introduce you to our school board as well as our community members. And I appreciate you having the opportunity to review your partnership with all of our viewers. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, First Assembly and Full Circle. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, and I want to just interject real quick, one last tribute to Chico. I know, board members, you saw the email, but today at about 10 till 7, we found out that power lines were down, no electricity at the school, and I just want to share the responsiveness of the Chico staff, Principal Curry, Principal Donna Hall, and then our security team led by Ron Self, Kevin Yarberry, Energy, Little Rock Police Department. You couldn't even use the bus lanes or the parent drop-off lanes to get kids into school. And if you've been down in Chico, it's one of our most congested areas for people coming into the school. Yet somehow we got every kid in, and we had power back up by a little bit after 9. But understand, there was no electricity in the building, but we managed to get breakfast, we managed to get lunch ready, we managed to have school, and it's just a great power of us type moment. And I just wanted to call out, especially Ms. Curry, Ms. Hall, and their staff for their efforts to make today work. So thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to the other celebrations. And guess what? We get to start with one of our board members. And how cool is that? So I know that our board members were very excited to be able to share about Ms. Lee Ann Wilson. And Ms. Wilson was recognized by the University of Arkansas Medical Center for a tribute that is called the 2020 Chris Hackler Award for Excellence in Medical Excellence. Ms. Wilson, besides being a board member for the Little Rock School District, she's also a social worker. And along with Ms. Montgomery, they have a passion and work effort to impact patients that have to suffer with sickle cell. And so it is really an amazing thing to have one of our board members get recognized for their efforts. I appreciate Ms. Noland being the first person to share this with me on a text. And we did celebrate you, Ms. Wilson, in our retreat, but we wanted to do it publicly in front of everybody tonight. The whole world, tens of thousands of people that are watching the Little Rock board meeting tonight. So congratulations, Ms. Wilson. The next item is, during the whole thing of what happens with, this terrible storm that we had, and then trying to recover, our own Little Rock team did amazing work. Kevin Yarberry, Ron Self, Kelsey Bailey, and everyone in facilities really stepped up and worked incredibly long hours. But I'm telling you, the partners that you're seeing up on the screen, they stepped up over and over and above and beyond and prioritized the Little Rock School District so that really we had, remember those 5 schools that were out for a week and Pulaski Heights that's out for a longer period of time. But these partners that you're seeing in front of you, they stepped up and prioritized the district and made tremendous amounts of things happen very quickly, sometimes within less than 24 hours notice, to correct issues and problems, work with our own district team. I called every one of those CEOs, I guess it was 2 weeks ago. And so here's CEOs, 2 of them actually got teary-eyed being called. It just tells sometimes how people need the positive. And, these guys stepped up for our district. I know many of you will know individuals within these companies, and it could be the CEO or it could just be an employee within that organization. I hope that everyone that's watching tonight and board members, you will find a way to reach out to these organizations or their employees and thank them for their help and support to get our schools up and running. We also found really good news, in fact, just this week, that Cloverdale, Man, and Mableville, this was a grant that began in 2019 tied to Verizon. And we found out that we now have an additional 2 years of having devices, data plans, professional development, and so much more. Great tribute to our principals at those 3 schools, but also to the Verizon coaches, which are Chantel Miller, Adam Fleetwood, and Melanie Battles, because they did a lot of work to make this application possible so that we could have it. So this really was one of those things that was our first one-on-one type initiative for middle schools. And now that grant has been extended. Also want to thank our district technology staff of John Ruffins and Margaret Anderson for their help. And then finally, Miss Linda Young, who does kind of the big grants, and she was instrumental in helping us get the extension. Sticking with, we mentioned Cloverdale. I want to go one more. Here's Crystal Braswell, one of our assistant principals, a rock star assistant principal. She is now presenting on the national stage. And I think that if all of you as board members, but probably Ms. Wilson and Mr. Adams are especially going to love this, she is a co-author of what's titled The School Wellness Wheel. And what it is, it's about a book about raising student achievement through healing and resiliency-centered education. And just to give a little description, because she is also a co-author of this book, The School Wellness Wheel provides research and direction for how schools can shift their culture and structure of their organizations away from being traditional curriculum-focused centers to organizations that facilitate healing and building resilience so that all children can ultimately learn to their highest potential. Evolving education into the future with a more relevant, innovative, and effective model of schooling forms the foundation of this work. Schools are the bedrocks of our community. They are social institutions that have powerful capacity to touch every citizen, and schools can also have the immense potential to enhance the process of cognitive, social, and emotional growth, buffer the negative effects of stress and trauma, promote resilience in the learners that they serve on a daily basis. The great challenge is to balance the push for academic success and excellence with a safe and supportive environment. And Ms. Braswell is front and center, even on a national level. And again, she is an assistant principal at Cloverdale Middle School. Next, we're so very proud, and Dr. Roberts, I know, is on today to be a part of our presentation later, but I bet he is busting at the seams because this is a big, big scholarship. Jose Centillion is a senior at Hall, and he recently was named a Dell Scholar. A Dell Scholar, it brings $20,000 in scholarship money. It brings fees for books and technology. And so congratulations to this young man. We're so excited and can't wait to see what his future will bring. Another Hall student that was recently recognized, this time with the McClarty Drives Scholarship, is Maria Avalos. And Maria is also a senior. You can see that she got $2,500. And she plans to use that resource to go towards her passion and her career choice of being a nurse. And so we're very excited for Ms. Avalos. Finally, our last one tonight is a young man by the name of Bryson Warren. Bryson is just a sophomore, and unbelievable. But as a sophomore, I think it was Tuesday night, he was named the KATV Full Court Player of the Year, which is basically the best player in the state. That's what that's really saying to you all. Doesn't matter what classification, here's a sophomore that won it. Now, the thing that is most exciting about it is, I agree, he's a heck of a basketball player. He's fun to watch. But what's even more important is what he represents in the classroom and away from the campus. He is a gentleman. He's a scholar. He's just a good young man that we can also be very proud of. Today, the Tigers did lose in the championship game against North Little Rock, and was a battle, but North Little Rock did come out ahead, and just wasn't our night tonight. But we took second in the state. Parkview ended up in the top 4 in the state as well. So we congratulate Mr. Warren and both of our basketball teams. And Ms. Hatter, it concludes our district celebrations.
Excuse me. Well, thank you. And thank you to all of our partners and community partners for partnering with our schools and our districts. And a huge congratulations to our students on their achievement, both in the classroom and out of the classroom. Excuse me. And then our next thing on the item, we're going to move into public comment.
Thank you. And board members, we actually have 3 sections of public comments tonight. One is written comments that were provided to the district that I will read. We then have 2 individuals that have asked to speak publicly. And then finally, we will have, I believe, 3 individuals that will have asked to speak during the public hearing when we get to the topic of West School of Innovation and Hall High School. So I will start with the printed comments, if you don't mind. The first one comes from Ms. Jamie Alverson. Ms. Alverson is a parent within the district and also a registered nurse. Her comments: it is the position of the National Association of School Nurses that school staff and communities should institute affirming policies that support lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, LGBTQ youth. These concerns, including bullying, health risk behaviors, and rejection from family and friends. Professional school nurses are uniquely positioned to help LGBTQ youth by creating affirming spaces, guiding youth towards resources, and advocating for school-wide protections, and assuring youth that their identities and feelings are normal and appropriate. I'm writing to request that the board make a statement in support of our transgender and gender diverse children within the district. The American Academy of Pediatric and National Association of School Nurses believe that it is necessary at this time and have also made such statements. We are in the middle of a pandemic that has led to staggering rises in mental health concerns among children and teens. Transgender children had statistically higher rates of depression and suicidal ideation before the pandemic. Around half of the transgender youth consider suicide, and a third attempted. An example statement for your review, and board members, we will have these in your minutes for you to look at. Her statement for a possible look at is: we, the Little Rock School District Board, go on record in support of our transgender and gender diverse students. You are welcomed, included, and loved in your schools. As the current student handbook states on page 51, quote, the commitment of the Little Rock School District to the most fundamental principles of academic freedom and equality of opportunity and human dignity requires that decisions involving students and employees be based on individual merit and be free from discrimination in all forms. And again, board members, we will share these comments, and community members, these comments will be made available on our website. We'll load those things up tomorrow. The next comment that came in for a written form was from individual by the name of Shavonda Jackson. Ms. Jackson is a parent, and here's her concern. She said, "Hello, I am a concerned mother about my daughter's usage of her school tablet. My daughter is 11 and does not have a personal phone or tablet. So she uses her school tablet to text and video chat with her friends. Due to the lack of restrictions on the tablet, she is failing several classes, but she is choosing to talk with her friends instead of doing her work. It is hard for her to keep on task. When I went to school, there was a way to restrict certain things on the computers. I'm asking, is there not another way to restrict or monitor more closely what the children are doing on those tablets? Before this, my child was an A or B student. Now she's barely passing with a D in over half her classes. What can we do about this?" And board members, we've told you in the past that we don't respond in public on public comments, but we will follow up on this. And again, we will post this into our meeting. Next, we do have two individuals that have asked to speak to you in person tonight. Ms. Hatter, I think, I don't know whether you're the timekeeper or someone else, but the two individuals, the first person will be Ms. Debbie West. And Ms. West, if you would introduce yourself when you get to start. And the second person will be Ms. Teresa Knapp Gordon. Ms. West?
And the time limit, do you want to remind them of the 3-minute time? Is this public comment we're talking about? Okay.
It is. Thank you, Ms. Hatter. It is a 3-minute time limit. And Ms. West, you're up.
Superintendent Poore, Ms. West did not log in, or she has not logged in yet.
Okay. Thank you. I think we go then to Ms. Knapp Gordon.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Poore. I am Teresa Knapp Gordon, President of the Little Rock Education Association. I come to you tonight to talk to you about a couple of things. First of all, though, I want to say Central had a tough loss today, but to us in Little Rock School District, they are still champions, and we love each and every one of them. With all the celebrations, great things are happening every day in Little Rock School District. As a parent of my fourth child going through Little Rock School District, I'm well aware that there is no better place to get a great education than Little Rock School District schools. We have spring break coming up next week. Everybody's excited about that. And I want to say thank you to Greg Adams for his statement about our transgender youth. Just know that LRSD educators will never be cruel to our students, even if the cruelty is legislated. And we know that it is our job, first and foremost, to protect our students. The voucher bill in the legislature, HB 1371, apparently is going to resurface probably after spring break. So I encourage everyone to reach out to their legislators and let them know that we don't need a big voucher scheme in our state. We have public schools that are very efficient and effective at educating our students. I want to encourage you, because I know you're going to consider the whole Forest Heights STEM combination tonight. Please, please, please don't turn over that staff again. Forest Heights staff had to, if you recall, when they joined Forest Heights, they had to have specialized training. They had to sign agreements saying that they would receive that specialized training in order to even work at Forest Heights. And Hall just was turned over last year. So please don't do that to those people again. And finally, I want to talk just a minute about some of the things that are going on in our city, the violence that is happening. And I would encourage all of us, those listening and our board members, to think about ways that we can join with our city, the mayor and his group, and try to figure out how we can work to address the violence that is happening amongst the youth in our city. Because when we have children being shot and killed, it impacts all of us. And we all have to do our part to bring an end to that. We cannot let our city dissolve into violence again, as it did in the 80s when we went through all of that before. So thank you. Good night. I hope you guys have a great week next week. I know that the educators and students are going to. And hopefully we are towards the end of this COVID pandemic with everybody getting vaccinated. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other people in the queue to comment on public during the public comment session? Okay. Well, we will move into our district reports. And first, we will have the Certified Personnel Policy Committee report. Superintendent, can you go ahead and introduce that? I don't have the name.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Austin serves as the president of the Little Rock PPC for certified employees. And Ms. Austin, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board and Superintendent Board. Can you all hear me good? Okay, thank you. We did meet, certified PPC met earlier this month. And in order to get out of state control, we did have to make some changes to the personnel policy manual, which you all have a copy of. And so it will be presented to you all tonight. And the first 3 sections have come to you all. We've worked with the administration. We did some very good collaboration on the document. And so the certified PPC will ask for your support on those 3 sections. Also, I just kind of noticed the agenda today, but the PPC, we did call this document the Personnel Policy Manual for Certified Staff. And so I just kind of wanted to make, just to make that note. But again, we were working on the second half of it in a collaboration today. And so that's pretty much my report, is that bringing forward those first 3 sections of the Personnel Policy Manual for the certified staff. So I hope that you all are pleased with it. We were pleased with it as well. And it was good working with the administration to get the job done.
Thank you, Ms. Austin.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is from the Classified Personnel Policy Committee, and their lead on that is Ms. Jordan Eason.
Good evening. Excuse me. Thank you. I did notice in the chat that it looks like one public comment person was waiting in the waiting room and has not been able to speak. Would you like me to yield for that person?
No, we've addressed it, and it's an individual that will speak during the hall section of the board meeting.
Okay. Good evening again, everyone. Our classified PPC want you all to know that they are very excited about the potential of a bonus that may be a possibility coming up that is very attractive to the classified PPC. We are hopeful as a classified PPC that the funding source will come through to make that a reality for all LRSD employees. The classified representatives also are hopeful that if a bonus is able to come through, that the bonus is the same amount for all Little Rock School District employees. So the next topic, our classified PPC has, my voice is not working tonight, has recently been working with the administration, LRSD administration, and also the certified PPC on 3 separate policies. One is a sick leave bank policy. The second is an attendance incentive policy. And the third, we are exploring options regarding a possible sick leave buyout policy. So we're excited about that as well. And one very important announcement, the classified PPC, we have had two representative groups, positions that have been vacated, the child nutrition group and also the transportation group. We have identified representatives to fill both of those vacated spots. So we are excited to welcome those two employees at our next classified PPC meeting. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Eason. And Ms. Hatter, our final district report comes from Dr. Owa, who will give a very quick overview of our Ready for Learn task force. They've been very busy, but we do want to keep you up to date.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Poore, President Hatter, Board of Directors. Real quick, Ready for Learning task force. The task force has met a couple of times and also in smaller groups based on the 5 focus areas that's outlined in the ESSER funding guidelines. And at this point, all committee members have provided input. You will see that we have students, parents, administrators, teachers, community members, even a medical provider, so that we can have all voices from all aspects of the community represented on our committee. Of course, the task was to discuss possible recommendations for the ESSER 2 funding and the ESSER 3 funding that will be coming to the district. These are the 5 focus areas: food security, the learning loss, technology, systemic procedures, and facility concerns. The committee will administer a survey to a larger community so that we could obtain additional recommendations. And then once we have those additional recommendations, we will compile the list and present those to Superintendent Poore, who will present, or I will present on his behalf to you all. So we will have input on how to expend those funds. These are the community survey, staff survey. They were sent out today. At this point, we have a little over 150 staff surveys and a little over 100 community surveys that have been returned. And so we'll keep those throughout spring break to give our community and our staff members more time to respond to those. Virtual Fridays, we, based on the fact that our students we still have students who are in the virtual learning environment. We have teachers who are providing instruction both in person and in the virtual learning environment. We believe that it's important for us to stay the course with Virtual Fridays and to continue to provide that opportunity for all of our students to receive additional support, as well as allowing our students, providing the time for our teachers to plan effectively, meet with smaller groups of students, and also provide interventions, so forth. And you will also see the several enrichment opportunities that have been provided on Virtual Fridays, such as the Gifted and Talented virtual field trips, One Rock, One Book lessons that have been sent out, partnering with the Innovation Hub with Dr. Jones and providing virtual STEM field trips, as well as reading sessions for our students via the academic hotline. And of course, we want to continue the academic support as well. And that concludes my report for you all tonight. Are there any questions?
Board, do you have any questions for Dr. Owa? Okay, seeing that there are none, thank you, Dr. Owa, for your report.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving to the next agenda item, we are getting into our consent items. Those items, we do have some action items in there. So we will move into the personnel changes as well as the donation of property and minutes. Superintendent Poor.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter, and do appreciate want our public to know that we do discuss these items sometimes, especially the minutes. Board members do contribute, and we modify those. We appreciate Ms. Nolan's help for helping with Mr. Hutchinson and Dr. Owa as they get those minutes all put together, and then appreciate everyone else's review. Typically, you have in the past anyway, made a motion to approve this as a package. And once a motion's made, there can be discussion if necessary, but that might be the next step, is to have a motion.
Are there any questions on the, excuse me, are there any questions on the consent items?
I do. I don't know if we need to make the motion first, but it's just a very quick comment. I've already raised this.
Ms. Nolan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you do. You need to make the motion first. It needs to be second. And then, of course, Madam President, you need to recite it, and then you can call for the question.
Mm-hmm. Well, to the other way was we can have a discussion and move into motion as well. And I was going to do it that way. Just to answer that question, but do we have a motion on the floor for a discussion to have Director Nolan's statement heard? Can someone make a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion. Can I get a second?
You have to recite. You have to recite the motion.
Yeah. I'll make the motion.
Please.
I'll move that I move that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Wait.
No.
Are there any questions? Are there any questions?
Yeah, I just have one comment real quick. Yeah. The minutes, and I have raised this with the district. I just want to put it on the record now, and we can address it going forward. Did not include the agenda meeting where we did actually take a vote. And so we are going to have to document that because we took a vote in that agenda meeting. So I think we can go ahead and approve these minutes as they are now. But next month when we approve the minutes, we need to make sure that that agenda meeting was included so that we don't miss that part. So I don't think that prevents us from moving forward on this consent package, but I just want to make sure that we do address that.
Director Nolan, are you able to repeat the first half of what you said? I missed it on this end. I couldn't hear you.
Sure. I just said the minutes that we have here, I think they're great. They're accurate. It's wonderful. But they do not include the agenda meeting in which we did take a vote. We took the personnel vote for those two positions. And so we just need to make sure that we include, for next month, we have to make sure that we include that so we don't lose that piece of the record. And that's all I was saying.
Correct. Okay.
All right. Got it. So are we ready to vote?
We are ready. 1 second. I'm so sorry. I'm going to try and fix my Wi-Fi on this end because it's really choppy. So I'm not sure how all this is coming across on your end, but on mine, I'm catching probably every other few words. So let me try and get a better connection or something. Vice President Wilson, are you able to hear me?
Yes, President Hatter, I can hear you.
Can you put a thumbs up? I can't make out what you're saying.
You
Or
can't
a
hear
thumbs
me?
down. Okay. If you can hear me and I'm coming across clear, can you please take over the meeting as I get this worked out? Do you have the agenda and everything in front of you?
I can get it. Are you able to participate in the vote?
I'm going to log off and log back in.
Okay. Mr. Poor, do we need Vicki here to vote, or we have enough board members we can move forward?
You are able to move forward because you have a quorum still.
Perfect. All right. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent packet as a packet. Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none, then who is in favor of approving the consent packet as approved?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any nays? Hearing none, that is approved. And the next thing on our agenda is going to be our educational services. So, Mr.
Thank you, Ms.
Poor.
Wilson. I appreciate jumping in to help with the life jacket for Ms. Hatter. So we have 3 reports tonight to kind of help keep you informed of progress that we're making on items that we think are pretty important. The first 2 items are, I should say the first 2 items are kind of updates, and the third item is one Ms. Hatter asked to put on the agenda for discussion of charter school. But the first thing we want to discuss tonight is the Little Rock School District Digital Learning Academy. I'm going to let Dr. Owa set the stage, and then I know he has a team ready to present.
Thank you, Superintendent Poor. Good evening again, Board of Directors. Tonight, we would like to share with you the work, the hard work that our 2 Digital Learning Academy committees have done over the past several weeks. And so we'll have Mrs. Stephanie Franklin, one of our elementary principals, and then Mrs. Karen Heatherly, one of our secondary principals, to present on behalf of the 2 committees on the way we see and they have seen to present a virtual learning, a digital learning environment for our scholars for next year. We know that some of our parents, some of our students have indicated the request to have a virtual option next year. And so we wanted to make sure we provide that, and to also continue to provide the opportunity for our students to have this learning option as we move the district forward. So I will now turn it over to Principal Franklin and Principal Heatherly.
Thank you, Dr. Owa. This is I'm Karen Heatherly, and I'm the principal at Little Rock West High School of Innovation. And first, we want to say, both the committees want to say thank you to the board and Mr. Poor, Dr. Owa, the rest of the Little Rock School District leadership team for giving us the opportunity to work with the stakeholders in the district and put together a proposal for a Little Rock School District Virtual Academy and present it to you tonight. And I would like to take a moment to introduce my members of the Secondary Digital Learning Academy, the committee, and that would be Ms. Takesha Campbell, and she's the principal at Pinnacle View Middle School, Dr. Marcus Johnson, and he's the principal at Horace Mann Middle School, and Mr. Marvin Burton, the principal at Southwest High School. And I just want to give you a little bit of background. In February, the district leadership did charge us 2 committees, one for secondary, which is grades 7 through 12, and one for elementary, which is grades K through 6, to research from surrounding districts within Arkansas, out of Arkansas, but to do some research and to write a plan for a digital learning academy for Little Rock School District. Both committees worked together, input from stakeholders. We did lots of revisions, came up with 2 plans that you have been presented with and that you've seen and had an opportunity to look over, and we're going to present those to you tonight. So I'm going to, at this time, turn it over to Ms. Stephanie Franklin and let her get started with the presentation and introduce her committee.
Good evening, board members and other district leaders that are joining us tonight. My name is Stephanie Franklin, and I am the proud principal at Terry Tigers. I did chair the elementary committee, and I want to introduce very quickly the committee members that helped with the work in the planning for the K-6 elementary plan. And those people are my colleagues, Ms. Shakira Jackson, principal at Fulbright, who's on with us tonight. Clifton Woodley, principal at Carver, who's on with us tonight. And Ms. Gina Curry, who you spoke to earlier, principal at Chico this evening. So thank you, committee members, for being on with us tonight from both committees. I chose to use Nearpod, which as our presentation tool. I know you're accustomed to seeing PowerPoints, but I chose to use Nearpod as a model because Nearpod is one of the applications that the district invested in for all of our virtual learners and to help support the virtual teaching that occurred this year while we are in the middle of the pandemic. And so it's a great model as a way to present the information, but for you also to see a tool that our students and teachers have access to. So let's get started. I do have a fictitious student out there in the community who will join us in some of the actions. So the goal of the Digital Learning Academy and the planning committees are as follows. By the end of April, the goal is to offer a Digital Academy option for K-12 grade students for the 21-22 school year. The first year goal of the Academy is to provide a virtual option for students in a manner that will help bridge the 1-year gap, given that there may be a continuation of the effect of the pandemic into the fall. The long-range goal is to provide a permanent K-12 Digital Academy school option for students in LRSD. The Digital Academy, both elementary and secondary, will meet the unique needs of all students and families in the district, either through synchronous or asynchronous learning paths. And we're going to talk about what those mean in just a little bit, asynchronous and synchronous. So the question becomes, why does Little Rock School District need a Digital Academy option? And the committee work felt that it boiled down to these 5 main points. 1, the flexibility. We know that the pandemic was the catalyst that thrust us into having to learn how to deliver quality lessons and quality content virtually last spring. That continued on into this school year. So flexibility, being able to provide an option for students that may have a need to attend school virtually. A second is competitiveness. Little Rock School District is the only school district out of all the other larger districts in our state that currently does not have a digital option, school choice option. It's personalized. It provides students and parents of school choice with a personalized learning path. It's empowering. It empowers students who are self-driven and are motivated by learning at their own pace. And then innovative, of course, in that when done correctly with a quality program, it will provide a district model for best practices of digital instruction. And I'm a former instructional technology specialist, and my hope for what we have learned through living through this pandemic is that as a district, teachers will never go back to teaching the same way, even when we are all back in person in brick and mortar schools, or most of us are, because there are lots of great ways to integrate technology, even for in-person students. So that innovation model could be that a quality program provides a model where best practices are demonstrated to provide professional growth for other teachers and leaders in the district. Ms. Heatherly already went over a brief overview of the committee work, but we felt that it was important to note the main steps. And what we would like to emphasize is that because we are hoping to provide a K-12 digital option that's consistent, regardless of whether the student is in elementary, middle school, or high school. The committees, while they did the work independently of each other, Ms. Heatherly and I, as committee chairs, conversed regularly about our work, the path of our work, and making sure that we mirrored one another in seeking input from district leaders, from district department directors of special services, from parent input groups, as well as all of the administrators at elementary, middle, and high school, and their guiding coalitions. And so we mirrored the work from one another. So at this point, we're going to watch a couple of video clips. They're very short and very brief. If I could just get a thumbs up, Ms. Heatherly, when I start to play, to make sure the sound quality is good. So what is digital learning?
We need to create a common language about what digital learning really means and how it is delivered. To put it simply, it is teaching and learning that relies on digital methods and digital tools to provide students some element of control over time, place, task, and pace.
Okay, so I have a student that is in their own home, in their own place. And as a teacher, this is an example of an interactive activity that Nearpod can be embedded. So understanding the definition is quite important. And so I am going to ask my student to go ahead and answer this question. And if she's not capable, I will. And so digital learning, for review, is teaching and learning that relies on digital methods and tools to provide students with some element of control over time, place, path, and or pace. Okay, and on the student side, they would get the response that they were correct. Okay, so in the goal, we talked about an asynchronous and asynchronous learning path option for students at all levels. So what does that mean? Synchronous means that you are creating an online presence and a cooperative learning community. So that means the teacher is interacting daily with students through live video conferencing at targeted times on a somewhat of a set schedule. While there are sometimes the students work independently with applications and or collaboration projects, the teacher has the daily interaction in real time during the day. Asynchronous is primarily content delivery. So students are still getting the same curriculum materials and the same quality instruction, but the lessons are pre-recorded by the teacher and posted so that the students can complete the work and attend school, so to speak, at a flexible time or a flexible location. How they overlap is that active learning tasks are provided. So we're going to watch two more very quick clips that kind of flesh out a little bit deeper and give you time to process asynchronous and synchronous learning.
Ms. Chin, a teacher at Future Bright Middle School, teaches asynchronously to only virtual students remotely during the school day. Learning is no longer restricted to the school day or year. Ms. Chin creates weekly videos and personalizes lesson plans, in which she exhibits enthusiasm and uses props and music to engage students. Students access the curriculum purchased by their school from a content provider using a learning management system. Ms. Chin uses various communication tools to correspond with students, some within the learning management system and some without. Some of these tools include discussion boards, chat, and email. Utilizing the learning management system, students have access to digital resources that allow them to have flexibility in pace and time in which they access content. Ms. Chin appreciates real-time data access and communication tools in the learning management system.
Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing, but this time the focus will be on synchronous learning.
Mr. Jones teaches at Future Bright Virtual Academy. All of his students are virtual students, and his class is taught remotely. This particular class meets synchronously during the school day. Students and instructors are online at the same time in a synchronous setting. The students use video communication and interact in real time. Students can communicate with the teacher and each other collectively when they learn in a synchronous setting. They can also work collaboratively as a whole group or in small groups using breakout rooms and other tools available in their video conferencing platform. With this class design, students can learn together as a group and actively engage with their teacher and peers, all while working remotely.
So another activity is a quiz. And so I'm going to switch to the student view in Nearpod. This will take just a second. And that way, hopefully, you can see the questions and what that would look like for a student using Nearpod. So as a review, digital learning is teaching and learning that relies on digital methods and tools to provide students with some element of control of which of the following, with the options being time or schedule, place, path, pace, or one or more of the above. And of course, the answer is one or more of the above. So that's an example of a question set that a student would see. At this point, I'm going to give Ms. Heatherly the podium because she'll be presenting the remainder of the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Franklin. You know, as she said, the committees did work separately, although we did communicate with one another because we really think it's important that, as Dr. Owa said, you know, this first year of the Digital Learning Academy is going to be a way to kind of bridge that gap between this year and next year, understanding that families who want to take advantage of a virtual option still have that. But the overarching goal is for the district is to create a quality digital learning option across K-12. And so we would like for it to be a seamless continuation. So like I said, we did compare plans. We did discuss about how they can match up together. And so we have a few features that are common between elementary and secondary. I'm not going to read them all to you because I know you have seen this or you're seeing this now. You know, one thing that's very, very important though to us, and this is important to the district because we had a lot of discussions with Dr. Owa and the leadership team because one question that came across from families when we met with families was, you know, would if they chose to enroll their student in the digital academy, would they still remain enrolled at their assigned brick and mortar school? And that will be true for both secondary and elementary. So we want to make sure we stress that and pointed this out to all of you because, like I said, that was a big question among families, and we want to make sure that everyone understands that they still have a seat at their home school. So, Ms. Franklin, we move on to the next slide. There are a few other common features regarding services for special education, 504 or ELL learners, reading interventions in GT. One thing is true across, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, what type of public school you go to, but the required state and district testing has to be at face-to-face. All right, and so I'll let you read those because, like I said, I don't want to read them word for word. Okay, Ms. Franklin. But there are unique features to the different academies, and because they are, the secondary and elementary do have to differ for different reasons. I'm going to point out, there are just some highlights, and I'm going to point these out to you because I think these are very, very important. In the elementary academy, the K through 5 students should be prepared to make a semester commitment, while the 6th grade would need to be prepared to make a 1-year commitment. And in grades 7 through 12, they should be prepared to make a 1-year commitment. And that does have to do with the fact that, especially when you get to the high school level, we are talking about credits for graduation, and to be able to move back and forth would really it would mess up, for lack of a better term, and maybe put students back and not be able to earn the full credit that they needed to for a required course. Both will have the opportunity to participate in athletics and extracurriculars. And both will have the opportunity to attend and take those elective courses that are going to be required by state or for graduation. Okay, Ms. Franklin.
Okay, so I know you're going to have questions. So those are the main points or highlights, and this is the epitome of what a virtual parking lot, when you're in meetings and we say, oh, put that on the virtual parking lot. This is a real virtual parking lot and built in Nearpod as a feature. So I'm going to turn it back to the teacher view while you are pondering your questions, because my student that's out there is going to post a question in a minute so you can see how that works. But thank you for listening, and we are now here to answer questions.
I have a question. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's just 2 questions. One is, y'all talked about providing the flexibility and the bridge for next year. And I believe at one point you even said something about students who want to continue to have that virtual option. And I don't think I'm completely clear. Is the virtual option that schools have had this year across the state not going to continue next year? Is this really the way that we are planning to meet that? Or is there also going to be, the virtual option that we're seeing right now, where individual classroom teachers are addressing that with their students? So what's the interplay between the virtual the digital academy that we're looking at here and any continuation of what we've been calling the virtual option?
Ms. Heatherly, do you mind if I answer that one?
Go ahead.
Okay. Director Nolan, the answer to that question is that we know teachers this year have balanced the responsibility, but it also is a burden. I'm gonna share, because it's overwhelming to teach both in-person and virtual learners at the same time. So this 1-year bridge gap plan is to help relieve the burden from classroom teachers for in-person learners, while still providing quality instruction by certified teachers that are dedicated to teach our virtual learners in the virtual academy who choose either the asynchronous or the synchronous learning path.
Okay. So Dr. Owa, someone was speaking up.
Yes, Mrs. Nolan, I was just going to mention that we will still continue to use Schoology, both for our in-person students, but as well as in the Digital Learning Academy. And the goal is really to continue to build a more sustainable model of having a digital learning option even past the pandemic. And so we know that next year, implementation of the Digital Learning Academy is going to look completely different from the year after. And so we want to continue to revise and make sure that we provide the very best digital learning experience as well. But like Ms. Franklin stated, having our teachers to do dual, that's one of the most important lessons that we learned this year, is that it is not sustainable having them to teach both in person and virtual. And it's not sustainable for our students either to have their teachers doing both as well.
Well, and I completely agree. I want to be very clear for me and for the public that the dual forms of education that our teachers are having to do right now, that will end, and that this would be potentially the way that we carry on offering digital or virtual learning.
Yes, ma'am.
So the other question I had was, and I think I wrote it down word for word, but it said regarding asynchronous learning, it said access curriculum purchased by their schools utilizing a learning management system. I will tell you that from back in last spring, when we suddenly had to come back home and do virtual learning, and then as we moved into this year, one of the most consistent forms of feedback that I heard was that that families wanted content provided by their LRSD teachers and not canned or packaged content that was purchased. And so I just wondered if you could speak to that, because ultimately, whether we deliver it digitally or we deliver it in person, we are signing off on the quality and the level of education that we are providing. And so I have concerns about purchased content. So I just want to ask you to speak on that.
Dr. Owa, may I?
Yes, Ms. Wayne.
Okay. So, Director Nolan, unfortunately, the video is not one that I could edit and add that it would be a balance. We are not planning on purchasing prepackaged content and pushing that out. The plan is to dedicate both synchronous and asynchronous district certified teachers who will use some supplemental supports like Lexia, like perhaps, and this is a perhaps, the InSync, which is a digital offering that Wit and Wisdom offers to provide support for virtual learning, not by itself, but as a supplemental instructional resource that teachers will design lessons, create, and video record of themselves and provide for our asynchronous learners. So hopefully that answered your question, and I'm sure Dr. Owa will add to if additional detail is needed.
Mrs. Franklin, you hit it right on, spot on. We want to make sure we have resources for our teachers only to use if needed. But our teachers will, just like our in-person teachers, will actually be doing lesson plans, using multiple sources of instructional resources so that they can address all learning styles within even the virtual learning environment.
And I said I had to have more. I'll be very quick. I'm so sorry. But are people already able to enroll in this? And if not, because it's a presentation, I believe, that is asking for our approval and vote on, what is the plan? Since we're talking about this for next year, and students may not have been able to choose this option yet. So how are we going to make sure that's available?
So, Mrs. Nolan, the process would be, and it's not available now because, of course, you all, our board will need to approve this instructional delivery next month, and hopefully early in the month, but that's at your disposal. But so it would be subject to your approval, and so the students who would like to, or the parents who would like to opt in to the Digital Learning Academy for their students, they now are assigned to their home schools, and then they will be able to, in April, once approved, be able to choose the Digital Learning Academy, and then they will, Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Franklin will provide the next steps with those parents for the Digital Learning Academy for next year.
Sorry, before we continue the discussion, I just want to make everyone aware that President Hatter is back on, and so I'm passing the meeting back to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. I totally appreciate you for stepping in while I was having difficulties. I do have a question. well, let me look at the board really quick to see if there's anybody that's in the queue so I don't jump the queue. Director Mason, then I see Director Callaway, Director Adams, and then Director Wood, and then I'll follow in behind Director Wood.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions regarding, it was mentioned that there were several other school districts that were involved in the Digital Learning Academy. What are those school districts? And give me, I know teachers doing dual digital learning and in-class learning is a hard thing for the teachers. Can I get a pros and cons on the Digital Learning Academy for the students?
Sure, I can say, if you don't mind, Ms. Franklin, I'll step in. And Director Mason, thank you for that question. As far as now, I will not speak for Ms. Franklin and their committee, but for the secondary committee, I mean, we did look at Pulaski counties. We looked at Springdale has a very it's a robust program that's been in place for a while. Bryant has a program in place now that they've looked at and approved. And I believe we looked at Rogers as well, school district. And like I said, all of those have plans that are already in place and approved. So those are the districts we looked at. And as far as if you the pros and cons of the digital learning, and I'll kind of go back to where you had brought up teachers doing dual. And we know there's pros and cons to that. But you know, I can say as speak from the teacher side, and I'll speak a little bit from the student side as well. From the teacher side, obviously it's hard. It's very hard to try to manage both at the same time, because you know you want to be able to deliver your lesson in a certain style to your students in person, and make those connections. But you're also trying to connect to these students that are somewhere else. And it's hard to, it's so hard to do both because you can't make the same connections. And obviously, it's hard to offer the same type of lesson. Now, I will say, hearing from teachers that, when we have our strictly virtual days, they'll say, gosh, it's so much easier to make connections with those students when that's all I have to think about. If I can concentrate on how to teach digitally, I can do that so much better than if I've tried to concentrate on how to do both. And I can see, I've heard from families and students who would say, who will say the same thing from the virtual side. I'm on and I'm listening to my teacher. I really need her attention, but I know she's helping someone else on the other side of the room. So there's a big benefit to being able to hone your skills and really focus on one area. So if you can focus on just being a teacher of virtual students and really learn how to do that well, which is part of our plan as well, is to make sure that when we post and we hire these quality teachers, that we look for those teachers who can do it well, who know how to make those connections with those students, because we can't lose that personal commitment and connection with those students. So I hope that helps.
And Director Mason, I will also add that we will create a list of the pros and cons and share it with the entire board so that you all will have it prior to the next board meeting when we come up for approval.
Sorry, just so everyone remembers, it's Director Callaway, then it will be Director Adams, Director Wood, and then I'll follow behind him. Director Callaway, go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Simple question. Will the students be able to change from virtual to regular school if virtual doesn't end up working out for them? Is there an option for that?
Yes, ma'am. Director Callaway, there is an option. Now, it's different for elementary and different for secondary. At elementary, we're asking parents and students to make a semester commitment so that we could ensure skills are being taught. There's an obvious transition between the virtual environment as well as the in-person environment. Now, if there's an extenuating circumstance, then just like what we've done this year, we'll address that extenuating circumstance and make that transition happen. Now, on the secondary level, because we're dealing with credits, we're asking parents and students to make a year-long commitment because we want to make sure that that students are receiving their credits that they're currently enrolled in. And when you move, because classes may be different, their schedules may be different in the digital learning academy versus in-person learning option. And so we want to make sure there's a clear transition between the two. And so we're asking parents and students to make that year-long commitment. Now, just like with elementary students and parents, if there's an extenuating circumstance, then the principals will meet with the parents and address that moving forward. So it is possible, but we're definitely asking parents and students to make those commitments because it has a lot to do with assignments, teacher assignments, available resources. And so when we have a lot of movement between the two, then that causes a ripple effect with personnel and then supports and resources that are being provided in both learning options.
Thank you. That's what you did answer my question.
Thank you.
May I add one additional comment, Dr. Owa, for the elementary students?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Director Calloway, it's good to see you again. I don't know if you remember that I taught your son in elementary school. But to further answer your question. Grandson, thank you. But to further answer your question, I would like to add that at the elementary level, there is a plan. In the plan, it details providing support should a student start struggling academically, because we know that a semester is a long period of time of learning for any student, but especially foundational skills in elementary. And so if a student is demonstrating that they are not successful in their learning path option, asynchronous or synchronous, then there are provisions in place to provide intense support for those students prior to just an automatic decision to switch them back.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Director Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. So is there any sense of an estimate of how much interest there is, like what kind of numbers you would anticipate for this coming year, and where you see this might go if we have a really successful program in the next few years?
At this time, Mr. Adams, it's hard to tell exactly the number or the level of interest because we have not provided students or parents. We've received some qualitative data, parents who are saying that they would like to have this option, but it's not, we don't have the quantitative data because we have not pushed out an application process yet. We were waiting before we wanted to wait for the approval before we make it seem as if to our parents and students that we were providing that. We didn't want to put that ahead of this approval that you all would have to make.
So Dr. Owa, and I appreciate that it's brand new, so it's really hard to know. But so we could be looking at in the first year or so dozens or hundreds or anywhere in between. Would that be fair?
That would be fair, and hence the reason why the committees are ready to get rolling as soon as they receive approval, just because we want to make sure that we staff accordingly, and as we continue to move forward and progress through the school year, we want to make sure we have and be fair to our staff and make sure that they know if they're teaching in person or with the Digital Learning Academy. And so as soon as we can move forward, we'll make sure we post those job descriptions for the Digital Learning Academy, provide the option for parents to select that option so that we can have those numbers. And so hopefully May June, we can have some numbers for you all if we're allowed to move forward with this process.
Thank you. And of course, thank you to the committees for the hard work on this. One other question. So I'm trying to understand the kind of the administrative structure for this. If you could speak perhaps some to that. I'm guessing from what it's described that you could have students who could be from several, like in the third grade, you could have a group of third grade students who would be from multiple elementary schools, and they might have one student teacher, or there may be more than one teacher, depending on how many. And so if that teacher, if that parent had a concern or something about how it was going, would they go to their homeschool principal and to deal with that? And I'm thinking too about the teacher's perspective. Does that mean that teacher would have, 6 bosses, 6 people to be accountable to answer to, or how would that work in a practical way?
Mrs. Heatherly or Mrs. Franklin, do you all want to?
Sure.
Or do you want me? Okay.
Sure, absolutely. So where the discussion has been centered around is that as far that the teachers, of course, will be on different. The secondary is on a different campus than the elementary, but all the secondary teachers would be housed at one campus, and one principal would oversee those teachers. Now, the students are still tied back to their home school, but if a student is struggling or having issues, the first place to go would be, like you said, to that teacher, and then the one principal that's over all the virtual school teachers, let's say for secondary. Really where the principals or where the admin come into play at the individual schools will be to help organize maybe some elective options or the extracurricular options. That's kind of where the principals at the outlying schools come into play, if that makes sense. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. And so how about with the counselors also? Would you have a counselor for that secondary virtual students, or would the counselors come from each of the different schools depending on their home, school zones?
Right. And we've had 2 different discussions. I believe in our plan right now, it's written as that the counseling supports come from their home school, their brick and mortar school. But we have had a discussion about providing a counselor potentially at each virtual campus. But I think right now the counseling services come from their home brick and mortar school.
And I'll add to that, at the elementary level, there would be a counselor dedicated to servicing all of the virtual students that choose virtual paths in the elementary setting.
And Mr. Adams, I would like to just remind you and our other board of directors that this presentation tonight is to gather your feedback. So if something comes out that you all would like for us to research or to think about to bring forward next month, then please share that, and so that we can go back to the committees and discuss those items.
Thank you. Just first impression, it makes more sense to me, like the way you all have presented it, that you have an administrator, to do that. And if it gets enough numbers, the same principle seems to make sense to me for the counselor too. Maybe move in that direction. I mean, that seems to make sense to me. Thank you very much.
Director Wood.
Thank you, Madam President. So Director Adams took the topic that I was going to focus on, the administration of pulling this off. But I will ask this: Will this virtual academy, essentially digital academy, will it have its own LEA number assigned by the state?
No, sir, it will not. Okay. And that's the reason why the students will be tied back to their home schools so that they could participate in their extracurricular activities, both at the elementary level and then, of course, our AAA extracurricular activities at the secondary level.
Yeah. I can imagine, a little bit of friction to figure out how accountability might work if you have students being taught by people in one building and the the accountability in that building being one chain of command, but credit being given or accountability being held in another building under an LEA number. I can imagine where a principal over there might want a little bit of control over what the delivery looks like for students that are, under their accountability tree. But, obviously this is the beginning stages, and so I hope y'all will work on, fleshing that out well. I would offer this suggestion, the use of the words synchronous and asynchronous, that's hard for even me to understand first blush as I read that. So I would encourage you to come up with some words to describe those pathways that might be a little more easy to consume among the public. And then I would say this to my fellow board members regarding other school districts that are currently doing this. I know that we have some competition in this. Pulaski County School District is a step ahead of us on setting this type of a delivery up, and their vision is to even take this to offer a digital academy to homeschoolers throughout Arkansas, to have them plugged into Robinson High School. And so it's a real recruiting tool for them to expand their reaches far beyond Little Rock. And I'm not saying that by any means that we should do that next year or the year after that, but as you look to the growth of a platform like this and where it can go far beyond Little Rock, and it can make us really competitive if we, have our ducks in a row and make it a competitive product. It has a real chance to set us apart and maybe win some families out in the far reaches of Arkansas. So anyway, thought y'all might like that perspective on that. That's all I have, Madam President. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My comments will be pretty short because my fellow directors have touched on administration and growth of the program. I was going to talk a little bit about Driven, which is over in Pulaski County, but you did that, and you already touched a little bit on Bryant by mentioning their name. So I'm going to dial my question and comments down to students signing up. I want to appreciate and commend you guys, Mrs. Franklin and Mrs. Heatherly, for and the committee, for putting this together. This is a very good plan, initial plan that you all have brought to the board. My question is about student enrollment. I do appreciate the thought that have gone into this, particularly challenging families to look at their student and what type of student do they have, because to be a independent learner, which is what this is, and a self-starter, you have to be disciplined enough to carry through being a distance learner. My question, two questions. One is with staffing, which I know we will get into that later, but will the current teacher pool that we have, will they have first dibs on the positions, and then right when they come available?
Yes, ma'am. We will open up the job postings for the Digital Learning Academy to our teachers. So it would be in-house postings based on the job descriptions of the Digital Learning Academy.
Okay, and my other question is, we will still be in the land and world of COVID. And for those families that are still not comfortable with sending their children maybe back in the building, and the virtual option isn't because, hey, my child's a self-starter, they really don't want to deal with all the extra, just give them the work. It's more of a safety issue. How will we handle those things?
President Hatter, I think Mrs. Franklin started talking about it. She did mention it, and Mrs. Heatherly about the supports. And so we know that we have students with multiple learning styles. And so for those students that you just spoke of who may not be successful right out with the Digital Learning Academy, we will make sure, and that's another reason, a positive or pro, to have dedicated staff for our students in a Digital Learning Academy, because one, the professional development for them will be completely different. It will be geared toward teaching and learning in the digital learning platform or environment, and including with the supports, the social and emotional supports that come along with that. And so we want to make sure we provide those for those students. And then, as we stated earlier as well, just the extenuating circumstance. We know that this, as in any learning environment, as educators, we have to monitor and adjust. And if there's a spike in numbers, we may have a spike of students or parents who want to choose the learning environment, the digital learning environment. And so we'll need to adjust that. I told the committees last week, this is a great opportunity this year while we have the ESSER funding to really make adjustments. We have some flexibility and to make this actually work and benefit our students and our staff members. And so we're looking to really have those discussions on what if this happens, then what would be the answer for that? And so we'll continue to have those discussions on if numbers are high and parents just do not want to send their students back to the physical classroom, what would that process be for those students? And hopefully they will still commit to those timelines because it's really more to their advantage for our students to have reasonable breaks in instruction versus the back and forth.
Okay, and my last question is this also will play into our School of West Innovation options, and then this is just for those that may not be aware listening. This is also that virtual academy that is a part of the West School of Innovation. And so right when we get later down into our agenda and we're talking about Hall High School and the West School of Innovation, and it says virtual academy, this is it. And so just so you guys understand how you guys love this program and love the direction that we're going to meet the needs of our current students and potentially grow our district beyond where it's at in different ways to possibly bring in those homeschoolers and those ones that have left out of our district. This is part of that plan. So with that, I saw that VP Wilson did unmute, but you went back. So are you good, or do you have something?
No, actually, I did have one comment.
Okay, go ahead.
One, I do second Jeff's comment about the synchronous, asynchronous. Those are big words, and a lot of people, I think, will find that very confusing. But also, I want to be sure the committee and the administration are thinking about how we're going to measure student success in the digital learning. I know we have seen in my job, and a coworker actually brought that up, is that we have some students who are really, really struggling academically and are not learning the concepts and things they need. And I don't want to say the parents, some have chosen it for safety, some have done it because it's easier. They don't have to get their kid up as early, they get to stay late, they get to wear their pajamas, the kid's happier, they get to eat breakfast in bed and watch their teacher on the computer. And that, of course, is not across the board, but how are we need to have a pathway and a way to handle those situations where kids are not getting what they need, and how we're going to address that, because I don't want kids falling through the cracks.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. And our committees have talked about that. We understand that completely, and we are prepared to have those tough conversations with parents. We've even seen it this year where teachers have and principals have asked parents to send their kids back, their students back to the building because the virtual learning was not working for them. And so we've talked about having those committees, that social and emotional committee ready for, and our counselors ready to have those conversations and monitoring how our students are doing academically, emotionally during that time. And which is another positive of having dedicated staff for our students in the Digital Learning Academy. But you're right, you're definitely spot on. It's heavily discussed within the committees on making sure that we make sure every student is successful and growing in either of the learning environments.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move our
President, do you mind if I ask a question, please?
Yes, please. I'm going to say this.
Thank you.
We're going to move our agenda along. We have 2 more directors that will speak. And so the next time you hear from me, I will be making a very last comment, and then we will wrap up the discussion on this great presentation that have been presented. So Director Johnson will be recognized first. Directly after Director Johnson, Director Mason, if you can just begin speaking, and then I will speak after you. Director Johnson?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It was great. Right now, we can also identify students that are already struggling, they're behind, and some may even be failing. How will you address that if they want to continue to be virtual? Will you say, hey, look, to the parents? Are you going to have a component in there where you tell the parents, look, if your kid wants to continue to be virtual, these are some things they have to do because they're already struggling. And I know we can already identify quite a few that are struggling and behind. So how will you get those caught up? And what will be your conversation with the parent if they want to continue into the digital academy?
Well, and I know Mrs. Franklin is about to say something. I will say this, Mrs. Johnson and our board of directors, our principals, our teachers, student support staff have already started to address building programs to address the learning loss. And so our students who have struggled academically and even emotionally, because a lot of our schools are providing that social and emotional support even this summer as well. But those learning loss programs, and most schools are even starting 4th quarter to get our students back up to grade level where they are supposed to be. But not just those interventions, they also are providing enrichment for our students who need that additional learning to be prepared for the next grade level in their classes. And so you will see those presentations of the learning loss. And they're called summer academies, enrichment academies. They're not called summer schools. So when you see those, that's what those will be focused on, is really making sure our students are prepared for the next grade level, and we're not having to retain our students because of the effects of the pandemic. And so we'll make sure that that happens. Mrs. Franklin, did you have something?
I wanted to share that one of the benefits of having a dedicated digital academy is that in the contract and the plan, you'll see at the elementary level and secondary level, you're going to front load your parents with a training and orientation on the platforms that are used and provide them guidance on how they can support their student, as well as a student orientation to what it means to be a digital student. So you're going to have consistent norms for video conferencing. You'll have opportunities to practice using the learning tools and the platforms prior to delivering content. And this year we had to learn to fly the plane while it was in the air. But now, having had this year experience and having the benefit of knowing who the what the student body is, or the numbers of students, and being able to have contact with them, you'll be able to provide a front-loaded opportunity for them to be more successful. And I'll add to that, when we make those staffing decisions, you also will level the playing field with the ability of the staff members that are selected to be at the virtual academy. So you will have some consistency in the strategies that are used, as well as ongoing professional development to build their skill set. I hope that helps as well answer your question. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Owa, just if you don't mind addressing the possible, I know we have a digital divide. Would you address the possible disparate impact that may have on this digital academy?
Well, one of the things that we wanted to make sure, Mr. Mason, and thank you for that question, is that there's not a digital disparity. And so we will continue to provide the technology devices, the hotspots that are needed, the meals for our students who are in the virtual learning, in the digital learning environment. And I apologize to keep saying virtual, because that's what we're calling it this year, but the digital learning environment. And so any issues that our students are having, parents are having when they are in the digital learning academy, our staff will be ready to address those. So if there's academic concerns, if there's social, emotional, mental concerns, we'll make sure those supports and resources are there. But this disparity, one of the reasons why we want to provide the digital learning option is to give our parents and students an option based on their needs at that for next year. And so, but because we know our commitment to instruction, our responsibility to providing a sound instruction, we'll make sure that they have working technology to access their assignments. Like I said, we will continue to utilize Schoology, so this will not be a new platform for our students and our teachers to learn for next year, and we'll continue to provide the hotspots for our students as well.
I have one question. Is tutoring automatically built into the digital academy? If a student needs some extra tutoring after hours, is that something that's built in already?
It is. Mrs. Johnson, it's also even included now. Right now, we have the academic hotline from 3 to 6 on Monday through Thursday, and then 4 to 7 for all of our students, both in person and virtually, for them to access to talk to licensed teachers, both Little Rock licensed teachers, and we also have teacher interns and City Year personnel members who assist with that academic hotline. And we started that at the beginning of the school year, and we'll continue it. That's one support. But each of the digital schools will also have their instructional support as well that's dedicated to all of our students in the Digital Learning Academy at the elementary level and the secondary level.
Up to this point, do you know how many phone calls have been received or how many have tapped into those services? A roundabout number?
I can get that report and share it out for you all. Okay. Dr. McKissick and her team keep that data and they gather that data. So I'll send that report out to you all as a board tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, you all. Again, thank you for this very detailed report that that the entire committee have put together, and for both of you all, Mrs. Franklin and Mrs. Heatherly, for presenting, and Dr. Owa, we'll throw you in there too for being able to answer all of our questions, because we ask a lot of questions on this board, and that's just part of what we do, and that's our makeup of who we are. I'm going to close out our discussions. However, Dr. Owa, I'm going to lead with this question. I noticed in the report that you provided, the funding impact, it will come out of our normal budget. But do you know what that impact would be with the platform that we will use to deliver the instruction, the overall the overall operation cost? Do we have a dollar amount on that?
Not an exact dollar amount right now, Mrs. Hatter, but we can work on getting that to you. I will say, as soon as we can move forward to have the students to register and have, we are working to streamline our staff members. That's another reason why we need that commitment for semester at the elementary level and a full year at the secondary level, so that we can maximize our staffing and not overstaff moving forward. That's going to be instrumental for us to stay within budget and to make sure that we're not exceeding costs and having a high ratio of cost students to teacher or students to staff members.
Can I add into that, Ms. Hatter, real fast? Because I think this is really a critical question. Remember that the staffing comes from the number of students that choose the option. And so it's just a normal course for us to staff. Principals being tied to an existing building also helps. So the home of an elementary virtual delivery will have also an in-person responsibility, and we'll just use a building that's a little underutilized. And you've already highlighted the fact that at West School of Innovation, that's where this digital school will go. So the final thing is on a budget piece is that the supports that you're talking about that have come up in numerous questions, that can also come out of our ESSER funds to support learners that are challenged or behind or need extra support. So that extra amount of money, and remember, we still have an ESSER 3 yet to come that is supposed to be even more significant than ESSER 2. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And my last question, Dr. Owa, this may be for you. I'm going to pack it together to make it one question. My last question is, I noticed in the plan there was a 72-hour grading and turnaround. And so will that be monitored closely? My follow-up to that is because our children will be our I call them children, our children, but our students, they are our community children. But anyway, because they will be taught out of the virtual academy, however, their grades and their assessments will be tied to their homeschool. I believe Director Woods and Director Adams touched on this. How will that accountability piece be done, or else the working relationship to ensure grades and credits are transferred correctly between the two to eliminate any and all confusion?
Just had a quick answer. One, our principals will monitor the expectations. That's the reason why we want those set expectations. So teachers will know that the 72-hour turnaround is the expectation, and they'll monitor to make sure that that's taking place. Second question, just speaking with Ms. Tracy Young, and this is an ongoing discussion that we'll have to have, but the teacher of record will be those teachers in the Digital Learning Academy. And so they will actually have their grade books with our students in there. So now the assessment, the summative assessment, state assessment, will be tied back to their home school, because that's where the LEA is. The Digital Learning Academy will not have an LEA number, which all schools currently have. And so those state assessments will be tied back there. But the teacher of record would be those Digital Learning Academy teachers.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys, thank you so much for those answers, and thank you guys for your presentation. I'm sure we will have, right as this roll out and it comes before us again, I hear most likely next month, so we can move forward. We might have more questions right as we continue to read and learn more about this. So I appreciate you all for being with us and sharing and all your work. Okay, so one thing I failed to do is look at the agenda when I came back on, so give me a second. It looks like we're going to talk about our preparatory school our K through 8, which is JA Fair. We do have the Little Rock School District. We now have a preparatory school within our fleet of schools. So I'm not sure who's presenting on this, so I'm going to give it over to our superintendent, Mike Poor. You are recognized.
Thank you. And just want to celebrate that we have, well, it's not the first employee, but the third employee ever to be hired for JA Fair Preparatory, and Ms. Stroud. You all made that possible by hiring her as the assistant principal in our meeting. So we want to welcome her and thank her. We also have Dr. Sadie Mitchell, who's been the project manager on tonight. And then, of course, our two principals, who is Melinda Monica and then Michael Anthony. And so we're going to turn it right over to the principals right now to give their update so that you can see exactly where they stand and where they're headed.
Dr. Sadie, oh, go ahead, you all. You guys are recognized, so begin speaking as you will.
Dr. Owa.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Board of Directors, today you will hear from our principals, Melinda Monica and Michael Anthony, as well as Dr. Sadie Mitchell, our project specialist, as they share with you the newest and the most recent developments of JA Fair K-8 Preparatory School. One of the things that I would like to share with you is that this is actually in line with our blueprint, community blueprint. As you will remember, in November of 2018, the Little Rock School District met with the community, obtained ideas, met with staff members, received recommendations and concerns about school learning environments, choices and improvements. And that served as the foundation to the facilities master plan. And from that, the LRSD community blueprint was developed. The three big goals in that blueprint is to improve learning environments, expand choice and amenities, and boost staff salaries. So last year, the first phase of this plan was implemented. Rockefeller K-5 moved to Washington, allowing space to expand the pre-K at Rockefeller. And then there was a 9th grade added at Pinnacle View. And then JA Fair and McClellan students moved to the new Southwest High School. And then Hall High School received program enhancements. And of course, you know, became the STEAM magnet. So included in this presentation, you will find a historical perspective of each school. That those documents was provided to you. And then also a map of JA Fair High School, which will become the JA Fair K-8 Preparatory School. And so now we will hear from Principals Melinda Monica and Michael Anthony.
Good evening. I'm so excited to introduce to you Fair co-principal and my thinking partner, Mr. Michael Anthony. Mr. Anthony is currently the proud principal at Henderson Middle School. He's originally from Louisville, Kentucky. Mr. Anthony, did I say that correctly?
That is correct, Miss Monica.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony attended the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff on a basketball scholarship where he obtained a bachelor's as well as a master's degree in social science education. He later obtained an educational specialist degree from the University of Arkansas at Fayetteville. Mr. Anthony has been in education for 25 years, and 18 of those years he's been an administrator. Prior to being an administrator, he was a social studies teacher as well as a school improvement specialist. He enjoys playing and watching basketball, as well as playing tennis, reading, and spending time with his family. Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, my illustrious co-principal and colleague, Ms. Melinda Monica, for the warm introduction. Now I would like to share the many accomplishments of Ms. Monica. Mrs. Monica is currently the proud principal of Dodd Elementary School. She grew up in the small town of Smackover, Arkansas. After graduation, she went to Henderson State University, where she earned a Bachelor of Science in Education. She has worked tirelessly for the Little Rock School District for the last 17 years, with 5 of those in administration. She has been a reading teacher, school improvement specialist, literacy instructional facilitator, as well as an assistant principal. Mrs. Monica furthered her education at Harding University, where she obtained a Master of Science in Educational Leadership. And I am so honored to be a co-thinking partner with Mrs. Melinda Monica.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. We have 2 students who would like to share how excited they are to attend Fair Prep next year. Miss Talia Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Talia Shaw, and I'm a 5th grader at Dye Elementary. I would like to thank you, as well as my principal, Mrs. Monica, for allowing me to speak today to tell you how excited I am to attend JA Fair K through 8th Preparatory School. The 3 main things I am looking forward to next year are trying new activities, which are volleyball, basketball, drill, and cheer. I would like to thank all board members, superintendents, board, executive directors, Mr. Anthony, and my principal, Mrs. Monica, for creating a space where students like me can prepare for the future.
You go, Miss Shaw.
And we have a student from Henderson who is just as excited to share with you.
So I'm not able to hear on my end. I'm not sure if anyone else is having that same issue.
Should be Isabella Porsche.
Yes.
Is Miss Perez, her mom, Miss Janine Perez, able to?
Yes, Mrs. Jean Latrice Perez is on. I see her.
Are you able to hear us now?
We can hear you, Miss Perez. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Good.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Porch, and I am very happy to attend new school, JA Fair K-8 Preparatory. I don't know what my day will be like on the daily, but I'm sure it will be great. And me and my mom feel very supported by the staff and administrations. By the staff and administrations. By the staff and administrations during this transition and next chapter into my life.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. That was well said.
Very good. Very good.
Next, you will hear from a parent from David O. Dodd Elementary.
Perhaps you may need to say her name, or is it a video?
It's a video.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Demetrius Parker. I am a parent of students at David O. Dodd. I am very excited for them to be going over to the Fair Preparatory. I think it will be lots of opportunity for them to grow, both socially and academically. I'm glad that they're going to continue with the leader in me and continue to build and mold leaders for our next generation. I'm also excited that they will be STEM oriented. I think that will be great for my nephew so he can have the hands-on opportunities to learn. I am very excited and look forward to working with the school next year and continuing years.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, for your support.
And our last parent, Ms. Perez.
Hello, everyone. I'm Janine Latrice Perez, proud parent of Isabella Porch, and definitely a proud parent going to JA Fair K-8. Hey, we're going to do this. I just want you to know Bella is exhausted, and she's been on here since 5 o'clock, so she's been ready, and she was just a little bit sleepy, so y'all just give her a pass on that. But the staff over at Henderson right now, because that's where we're coming from and going to JA Fair, have been phenomenal. And very supportive of my daughter. on a virtual platform as well as in the classroom. And so I know that all of the amazing things that J.A. Fair K-8 is going to bring to her life is, you know, whether that's music because she's in choir, whether that's being a part of the East Lab, whether that's being a part of sports in some capacity, whatever it is, I know because of the level of care and concern that her principal and the staff at Henderson has for her, she's going to do phenomenal things. And plus, I'm a proud parent of the Little Rock School District. You can't tell me nothing. That part. So go forward, go forth. I am super excited. I'm a Henderson Hawk, but guess what? I'm getting ready to be a what? J.A.
Thank you, Ms. Perez, and please inspire other parents. Thank you for your support.
Will do.
Yes, Mrs. Perez is just point of privilege, but Mrs. Perez is a long time LRSD parent. She also served when her oldest daughter was at Henderson a long time ago, and then when my son was there as president of the PTA, as well as a very main thread of the school. So it's always great to have longtime parents involved within transitions. So thank you to all of you guys. Okay, back to you guys. Sorry for jumping in.
Oh, no problem. If we go. Mr. Anthony and I have learned a lot from each other as being co-principal. We don't always agree on everything, but we make sure that students are at the center of every conversation that we have. So you may be wondering, what has Mr. Anthony and Ms. Monica been up to? Well, Mr. Anthony and I, along with our transition team, went through every nook and cranny at Fair and made notes of all the upgrades and repairs the building would need to transform it into a K-8 school. We also went through and tagged items that needed to be removed or discarded. As a team, we wrote job descriptions, posted positions so candidates could apply, and also started the interview process. We are extremely proud to welcome Ms. Denisha Stroud to the Fair Prep team. She has a strong instructional background and is an exemplary leadership skills that will help to move Fair Prep forward. The Fair Prep team has also spent countless hours promoting our school along with the help of Dr. Mitchell and the communications department. Now, Mr. Anthony doesn't know about this little tidbit, but the most important part was that we felt was important was that we go and interact with our students, our future students. So I want to show you a little video of what I like to call kindergarten versus Mr. Anthony.
Wow. Oh my
Surprise.
She did not.
Yes, she did.
Oh, what fun we have had working together and making sure that we get to know all of our students.
I owe you, Miss Monica.
I know you're going to get me. I can't wait.
Transforming J.A. Fair. School level transition teams were involved in decisions about the school's name and mascot, with community input being solicited through surveys and feedback from the various schools' websites and official social media pages. Our mascot proudly is the War Eagles. maintaining the proud and war eager as we continue to soar to infinite heights. Let me share with you why we support the K-8 concept. True vertical alignment will allow for a valuable curriculum building from kindergarten to 8th grade, becoming a family-oriented culture with students as we watch students develop and learn emotionally, socially, and academically. Our unique culture allows us to provide and support a strong holistic and academic foundation for up to 9 years. The K-8 concept allows all stakeholders to collaborate in a mentoring and nurturing environment. Student-teacher leadership capacity is fostered through sustainable learning development across the K-8 curriculum. The K-8 concept allows parents to stay actively involved and engaged longer as a result from student transitioning from one grade level to another. Parents like Ms. Perez, Building and sustaining collaborative relationships with all community stakeholders is something we value. Shared accountability and ownership in teaching and learning among all. And as embodied in our name, there was really never a thought about changing the name of J.A. Fair because of the many contributions that Mr. James Augustus Fair provided to the communities of Pulaski County and the city of Little Rock. The distinct pride that the former faculty and alumni carry with this name will always be cherished. However, preparatory was chosen to illustrate the commitment to excellence as we strive to prepare students for entering high school and post-secondary learning. I want to talk a little bit about our student population. As of March 9th, please note the current number of our students enrolled from the elementary feeder schools for the 21-22 school year. The enrollment shown after the enrollment of transfer students outside the district attendance zones and the parents who opted for school choice. As of today, enrollment projections fluctuate around 1,000 students. However, we are optimistic that our marketing and promotional efforts throughout the district and city will attract and appeal to more families beyond the I-30-630 corridor. Next, Ms. Monica will share how we have been busy seeking and selecting the best educators and support staff for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Superintendent Poore and his administrative team met with teachers from Roman, Henderson, and Dodd to outline the hiring process and to provide time for staff to answer questions about the process. We would like to thank Superintendent Poore and Dr. Owa for allowing us to hire what we call our dream team. We were approved to hire in 2 phases. We have hired the assistant principal, and we are in the process of interviewing the Project Lead the Way teachers, counselors, parent coordinators, special ed team, and technology specialists. Phase 2 will begin in April, and that's when we will interview core teachers as well as classroom teachers and support staff. Now we're going to move to programming and curriculum. All students at J.A. Fair K-8 Preparatory School will follow the Little Rock School District approved curriculum that has been created for kindergarten through 8th grade students. In addition to following the district's rigorous curriculum, students will also engage in a transformative learning experience called Project Lead the Way. Project Lead the Way Launch for elementary students and Project Lead the Way Gateway for middle school students. Project Lead the Way creates an engaging, hands-on classroom environment and empowers students to develop in-demand knowledge and skills they need to thrive. The learning experience at J.A. Fair will equip and prepare students as they transition to Southwest High School and engage in Project Lead the Way Engineering and Project Lead the Way Biomedical and Robotics course. This past Friday, we took students on a tour to Southwest High School, and it was so cute. One student offered Mr. Burton $2,000 to let him come to Southwest High School right then and there. But we told him he had to attend J.A. Fair Preparatory School so that we could prepare him for the wonderful education that he would receive at Southwest High School. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Project Lead the Way Launch. Project Lead the Way launch is designed for kindergarten students through 5th grade students. Students use a structured approach like the engineering design process. They will apply STEM knowledge, skills, and habits of the mind, and discover that trying different approaches and solutions is an essential part of the learning process. As teachers and students learn to discover together, education becomes more engaging and meaningful for everyone. Mr. Anthony?
Thank you, Ms. Monica. As we promote a seamless transition, I want to talk a little bit about the Project Lead the Way Gateway, grades 6 through 8. Through topics like robotics, aerospace, and forensic and crime scene analysis, middle school students are able to engage their natural curiosity and imagination through creative problem solving. The Gateway program is a strong foundation for further STEM learning in high school and beyond. The research indicates that a hands-on approach to relevant learning and solving real-world problems is a highly effective way of learning. And I also want to just take note that we are one of a few elementary and middle schools to be afforded the opportunity to be piloting a Jobs for Arkansas graduate course in the state. This will allow our students to explore the current demands of career and industry and those soft skills required by employers.
We will also engage in a whole school transformative model and process developed in partnership with educators and empower students with leadership and life skills that they need to thrive in the 21st century. And that program is the Leader in Me. Now, teachers at Romine, Henderson, and Dodd have already started engaging in the Leader in Me process, those foundational trainings of the Leader in Me. The Leader in Me will be implemented in grades kindergarten through 8th grade at J.A. Fair Preparatory School. Mr. Anthony?
The extended time allocated for faculty and staff will be much needed for professional development and the cultural collaboration as we transition into one large community. Tentative dates have been scheduled for professional development, Leader in Me, June 1st through June 4th, and Project Lead the Way training, June 7th through June 10th. Ongoing professional development for adult and student learning practices is key. If we want to provide and sustain a safe, supportive, and collaborative culture, it is imperative that we continuously make sure that all of our staff have the training necessary to support our students. Next, I want to talk a little bit about parent and community involvement and the many, many activities that we have planned and will continue to plan to seek input from our parents. Community and parent involvement started in 2018 and continued with phase 1 of the blueprint plan last year. During that school year, advisory transition teams were created and meetings were held until the plan was temporarily placed on hold. The excitement of the blueprint plan involving J.A. Fair going forward has allowed Henderson, Dodd, and Romine to create school-level advisory committees which parents and community members currently serve on. Previously, we held several parent and community Zoom meetings. We look forward to engaging our community stakeholders and families more as we now have identified the population we serve. We are ecstatic to learn from Dr. McKissick of the federal programs that funding has been made available to hire a full-time parent coordinator. This person will serve as a liaison between the school and community. Our partners, we are presently working on partnerships for Project Lead the Way, and we will continue to seek additional partners. Each school has received a continuous commitment of support for J.A. Fair students from its existing partners. Now, Ms. Monica will share facility upgrades.
It was a monumental task to walk through the building at Fair and make recommendations to transform Fair into a K-8 appropriate environment. We created a spreadsheet of what updates needed to be completed by the district, and the district has committed to some of those recommendations. They're in the process of removing old furniture, materials, and equipment that's not needed for K-8 for the K school. The district is also removing lockers from the hallways, as well as portables, And once the portables are removed, they will construct a playground for kindergarten through 5th grade students. Landscaping will be added to the campus grounds, as well as paint colors to reflect our new school colors: lime green, blue, and white.
We want FAIR to be a place where students excel academically. However, a learning community should be a place of enjoyment. Please note the following sports and extracurricular activities that will be offered at JA Fair Preparatory as either district-supported or AAA sanctioned sport. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about the benefits of students who participate in athletics and extracurricular activities. Students are more likely to be successful in their classes, attend school on a daily and regular basis, have more active, engaged, and involved parents, less likely to have major discipline infractions, and have the ability and opportunity to work as a team in building self-confidence and leadership skills. The counseling department will continue to inventory our students to seek what other interests they may have for the 21-22 school year. Leadership recognizes that athletics and extracurricular activities is one of the cultural fabrics of a learning community. So we attempt to have as many as our sponsors and coaches housed in the building. We are looking forward for our teacher, coaches, and sponsors to be fully invested in our students throughout the day. Now, you may wonder, how will younger students stay actively involved? Well, Ms. Monica is going to share exactly what they can look forward to.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. We also want students to enjoy their new school and be able to think creatively as they have fun, learn, and grow from grades kindergarten through 8th grade. Some of the extracurricular activities we will offer at Fair Prep is listed on the slide for you to view. Now we're going to move on to that school spirit. Dr. Mitchell and Ms. Pamela Smith have been working diligently with us to ensure that we communicate and introduce to and with parents and the community JA Fair KA Preparatory School. Stakeholders voted on the crest, and you will see the crest at the bottom of the PowerPoint slide that will best represent our school. Be on the lookout for banners as well as a billboard that will be placed at Colonel Glenn and Bowman, and it will give you information about Fair Prep. A web page has also been established, and go to our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages for more information about JA Fair KA Preparatory School. You can tell I love saying our name. As co-principals, we have been and will always continue to promote our school in the community. Dr. Mitchell?
Thank you, co-principals. Mr. Poore and board members, as you can see, a lot has occurred since that November board meeting when we did our presentation, and transforming the school into a JA Fair KA Preparatory School has been a monumental task, but we've had so much fun along the way. And you've just heard from two outstanding and dynamic co-principals. These leaders, I swear, have exemplified impeccable leadership skills. And as they've modeled and they've exchanged ideas with each other and they've argued with each other, and, they have just done an excellent job, and it's been easy for me to work with them. And they have, built a sustainable and seamless program from kindergarten through 8th grade that I think is going to be very strong and one that the district can be so proud of. They have two distinctive leadership styles, but one vision that will promote academic excellence for all students. And I want to take a few times just to talk about the K-8 schools that you see on the screen in front of you. I'm so very proud of both of these schools. K-8 schools will have and have qualified teachers who will be committed to the program and the school. And they both have some pieces of Project Lead the Way STEM, but not both of them have the same modules and the same units. They have excellent administrators who have a passion for the K-8 concept. And I do want to say to you that Forest Heights STEM Academy is one of the schools. 8 years ago, the district asked that I create a K-8 school at Forest Heights STEM Academy. And I'll tell you, I am so very proud of Amy Cooper, the principal at that school, who has taken that school by leaps and bounds and is now, it's an award-winning school for the Little Rock School District. We have the opportunity to go to Hartford, Connecticut, to look at the Anna Fisher Montessori Magnet School there. And that's the school that Forest Heights is modeled after. But the one difference that, you know, between Forest Heights and JA, Forest Heights is a school of choice where students can apply from all over the district and attend there. And JA Fair is a community school, and Mr. Anthony just talked about the schools who will be attending there. So it's a community zone school for those parents who live in that area. And I know those parents are going to be very, very proud. JA Fair will be the only school in the district to combine two powerful models, the Leader in Me and Project Lead the Way. And by providing both, students will receive a solid foundation in problem solving, the discipline of goal setting, and the engaging STEM curriculum that they will be involved in from kindergarten through 8th grade. The students in the upper grades will engage in the early engineering and the biomedical Project Lead the Way courses that will introduce them and prepare them for the Project Lead the Way at Hall and also at the Southwest High School if they choose to go into those career academies. And so FAIR is a preparatory school, so you can easily see how the name and the designation kind of falls together in getting the students prepped to go to our high schools. JA Fair will be the only K-8 school in the state with an athletic complex. And the smaller kids are going to really be excited about that. I know I am. And Fair will be the only school modeling the co-principal concept. This was an ideal of Mr. Poor's, and it has been very, very successful. They have less administrators, but 2 principals there and 1 assistant, and I think they have a pretty dream team that's going to be pushing that school forward. So the 2018 blueprint plan really outfitted an outcry from parents wanting more K-8 schools, and we're trying to respond to that outcry. Now the district will have 2 very successful K-8 schools that our parents can have a choice that they can go to, and we are so excited about that. Dr. Owa charged me with the responsibility of creating quarterly reports. I've done 2 of those, and those are available for you if you need additional information to know what we've been up to. But I just wanted to say congratulations to the Little Rock School District. I am enjoying both K-8 schools, and I wish you had more. Parents are really asking about an opportunity to leave their children in one school for 9 years, and that's exciting. Dr. Owa.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell, Mr. Anthony, and Mrs. Monica. President Hatter, now the team is available for questions if the board of directors have any.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation in its entirety. Okay, board members, board directors, do anyone have any questions? I'm seeing that. If you could please unmute yourself, because I have half of a screen and begin talking, and I will direct the traffic. So whoever I hear first.
I have a president.
I would like to ask, are you going to have any type of family consumer science classes for your upper grades? Will that be integrated into anything that you all have planned for that school?
We have not attempted to put in place family consuming science classes. Although our children went over to Southwest High School and we got to see the wonderful program that they have over there. But we are excited about the opportunity of implementing a very robust Little Rock School District curriculum. Unfortunately, that was not one of the classes that we are implementing on the middle school level.
Prior to Dr. Mitchell, every middle school and or junior high school had family and consumer science. And I know that Fair had, well, I guess you're getting rid of all of that equipment. And so it was not even considered. At some point, when we did have the greenhouse, we used fruit and the vegetables that were grown there in our classroom from one to the next. So I just really kind of find it hard to believe that you all didn't even think about adding that to your curriculum. I mean, because it really fits in with everything. But you've answered my question. No.
Director Wilson, VP.
Yes. Thank you guys so much for that presentation. Your enthusiasm is infectious, even on the Zoom. So I can only imagine in person. It seems like you guys are really going to work great together. Really, my question's simple. Is the J.A. Fair Preparatory School going to have uniforms? And what are they if they are?
Thank you. That is a wonderful question because a lot of families probably would like to know the answer to that question. At this time, we will not have uniforms, but we will have a dress code policy. Yes, ma'am. And that will be outlined and in our handbook. And we will also put that on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter once we get close to the opening of school so that parents will know the expectation for J.A. Fair KA Preparatory School.
I have a question.
Director Johnson?
Yes. Hey, that was really, really spiritual led. I mean, I was in here, my feet were going, I couldn't stop my feet from patting. I have a question. How many students can you accommodate and how many classes will you have per grade?
That is a very good question, and thank you for asking, Ms. Johnson. On the elementary level, we will have, and we will send that, it was probably in the board packet. We'll send that to you, the breakdown of each grade level. If I can remember off the top of my head, it will be for kindergarten, we'll have 3 classes, second, third, and fourth grades we'll have 3 classes, and we'll have 1 class of 5th grade. But those classes can fluctuate with the numbers. As the numbers go up and down. But we will send you the breakdown as soon as possible. Thank you for asking that question.
Ms. Monica, may I add to Director Johnson? We're currently housing a projected enrollment around 600. Our largest grade level at the middle school is the 6th grade level, which is around 250 students. Projected enrollment around 160, 180. 7th graders, 170, 180 8th graders. But our largest grade level tends to be the 6th grade level.
And currently, Director Johnson, currently we have 1,003 students enrolled, and the capacity of the building is 1,075.
Okay. Thank you. Keep spirit alive.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Nolan?
I have one comment and one question. So the comment I'll just say, and this is kind of aimed to the people who are watching our meeting, is that going back, when we started talking about this, what was that, a year, 2 years or more ago, I was pretty resistant to the idea of a K-8 model. Over time, hearing from parents and teachers, I've really heard some very positive feedback about this model, and I'm, kind of slowly and maybe resistantly becoming a believer in what y'all are talking about here. But I know that there are other people in the community that do also have some of the concerns that I had. And so I just want to encourage, clearly we have people here who are involved and care about this. So if there are people watching that have those concerns, can they reach out to y'all and talk, through some of those issues with you before next school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I do want to say that the elementary school will be on the south side and the middle school will be on the north side, and those students will be separated. There's an office space as well as the cafeteria that divides those two spaces. We have a wonderful admin staff as well as security, Little Rock School District security, who is always there to help us so that we can be visible in our building. That is what we, Mr. Anthony and I always talk about, is being visible in our school to make sure that our students are safe. So on our web pages, on the Little Rock School District webpage, it has been created and established. So you will see the numbers, the temporary numbers, if parents would like to reach out to us. It's a number for Mr. Anthony if they have a middle school child, and there's a number there to call me if it's an elementary student. Thank you for asking that question.
And may I add that now that we have identified our parents, that we will continue to have more parent-focused talks and community meetings for our parents to have the opportunity to really, really have input and express their concerns and really seek clarity on what the JA Fair KA concept is really about.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing, so I don't want to derail this meeting because we do have people that have waited to talk about the plans for Hall. We have, people on here that are waiting for us to get to other topics. So I was going to suggest maybe for a future meeting, if we could ask Mr. Poore and the administration to give us an update on the plans and the status for the buildings that the children will be coming from and what our district plans are for those buildings and where we stand in those plans. So, but we need to probably move on tonight and not dwell on that at this point.
Right. Yes. And those are actually topics, a different topic, but on the topic. And Superintendent, do you want to share at least about Romine, as that is that still on track for an early childhood center?
It is. And so we will have pre-K students going towards Romine. And we do have plans for Henderson and do not have any defined plan for Dodd, but we will come back on a future presentation and also just some written things that we can provide you.
Thank you. You guys, thank you. So let me clear the board really. Okay, Director Wood, you are recognized, and I will follow behind you and move our agenda forward.
Great. Two quick questions. And I'm not sure exactly who this is directed to. Can you tell the community a little bit about the retention of students from all of the student bodies that are being combined into JA Fair? Does it show, obviously we see the grand total number, but how does that compare to the total number of all the students in all the schools that are combining into JA Fair?
Director Wood, you stole my question, but I'm going to reframe mine.
I'm not hearing an answer. I really
there wasn't one. I just felt
as far as community embrace of the K-8 concept in that corner of town, and so how does the next year's enrollment compare to the total enrollments of the schools this year?
Well, it's I'll start out, and I hope somebody will jump in to add on. This year has been kind of different for us because we were in the middle of a pandemic, and also when we looked at when we started talking and looking at all of our students and we got a spreadsheet of all of our students, there was a great spread of students that came from Romine, Dodd, and Henderson, as well as the other fifth graders coming from McDermott, Bell, and Brady. I see Dr. Fields is there, and he can jump in, but I know that if we probably could send you a breakdown of those numbers and have that ready for you and put it in your board packet.
Ms. Monica, may I share with Director Wood? I can definitely tell you, Director Wood, that the enrollment has increased over the past year at Henderson as we're leveling around 520, 530 students, which was up from 450. And we're projected at just the middle school level just to have 600. So we're very hopeful that our enrollment trends continue to be upwards. But definitely, Dr. Fields, which is over student registration office, can definitely tell you what those numbers look like in comparison to our other schools.
Currently, Mr. Wood, we have 907 students total in those three schools, 514 at Henderson, 196 at Dodd, and 197 at Romine, minus pre-K. And of course, pre-K will stay at Romine's campus. So this year compared to last year is close to almost 100 additional students. And that 907 total comes from a March 1st pull from our current system. And then, of course, the 1,003 comes from the students who have enrolled during open registration that we've just had.
Okay, well, that makes it sound as though the neighborhoods right there around Fair are supporting this and are coming to it. If next year's enrollment is larger than this year's enrollment, I suppose this year's enrollment could have been affected by COVID or something, but nonetheless, it's encouraging that next year's numbers are going up. Mr. Porter, this would be a question maybe for you. Could you describe a little bit, and this is, by no means any offense to either principal. Y'all both have a lot of energy, and I love both of y'all, but could you describe the thought process on a co-principal situation in a school that seems pretty unique and one that I don't even know of at any other school in Little Rock, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
It is unique to Little Rock and probably not a model that you see in very many places in the country, but in this situation, one of the things that became apparent as we started to talk about it clear back in the blueprint was just these two had personalities that actually were fed off each other, and they both brought different things to the table, and especially in terms of developmental stages of kids, it really worked. And if you look at it, Ms. Cooper, who's at Forest Heights, actually had both of those types of backgrounds of being in middle school and elementary prior to being moved into the Forest Heights situation. So with having these two, we get that whole thing about age appropriate. We also get male, female. We also get strengths and weaknesses as in terms of what they bring as instructional leaders, and they offset each other. To me, it just made so much sense. And I think it also gave a sense of security to the families, and that might be one of the most important things, that the families could see two leaders that they really trusted, and maybe that's a part of why our numbers are so good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for the hard work you're doing to get ready for next year. It's obvious y'all are headed in the right direction with this.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. So I will close out our discussion with our preparatory JFAIR preparatory. I do have my question. Director Wood did lead in with it around the enrollment numbers. I did hear Ms. Monica speak about schools that are even outside of the zones that are making up our numbers at the preparatory. However, it seems like from Mr. Anthony's answer that the bulk of our students are being made up at the 6th to 12th grade level. did I hear you correctly, Mr. Anthony? And so a lot of Henderson families, they are following you over to the preparatory school. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, ma'am. We currently have 514 students that is at Henderson, which was up from 450, 470. And a lot of parents have shared they love the opportunity of having the middle school students being able to, mentor and look after their younger siblings. We've also had faculty in the district who has really expressed an interest in having their students attend JA Fair.
Awesome. Thank you. You answered my second question as far as siblings, so I appreciate the way you answer. Dr. Owa.
No, I was just going to say that to put some numbers to what Mr. Anthony just said, he currently has 514 for this current year, and he's projected to have 609 for the middle school age students next year. Okay,
great. With that, at this point, I don't have any thing else outside of at some point the board or a suggestion for us to take a tour of JA Fair. And then if you haven't been in the building, it's a very large building. It doesn't look that big on the outside, but it's really a large building that separates and stands out and do all this other stuff. But I appreciate you all for your presentation, and it's good seeing you, Mr. Anthony. It's good meeting you, Miss Monica, and Dr. Sadie. It's always a pleasure. So with that, we are moving our agenda forward, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
President Hatter.
Okay, so are you board directors? I have a question for you. Are you guys good on time? Do you guys need to get a sip of water or do anything? Do you need a break? Okay, you guys are ready. All right. So moving forward with our agenda, we will speak about the charter expansion. Myself and Superintendent Poor will take on this topic. So the district have shared with you guys an article pertaining to the intent of new charters coming within the state. It's pretty much what the article talked about. We have a couple that are coming into Little Rock that have filed intent letters to come into the Southwest area, as well as just Little Rock in general. The two that I'm going to highlight really quick is the military type school as well. It's called Little Rock Military Academy. They are looking to serve as many as 600 of our LRSD family or Little Rock students, as well as and then I want you to, I'm going to pause because I want you guys to pay attention to this charter name, as well as the Southwest Innovation Leadership Academy, which obviously will come in the Southwest area. They are looking to serve 300 of Little Rock students there in Southwest Little Rock. It is a 6th through 8th grade charter, and the Little Rock Military Academy is a 9th through 12th grade academy. What I do want to say, it's not to bash or belabor or get on a charter kick, because they are only utilizing avenues that the state law have allowed them to use. However, I do want, for those that may not know, in other places, the traditional school district will have a say on whether or not charters are able to come within the district boundaries. In the state of Arkansas, that protection or that approval was removed long time ago, several years ago, in the early 2000s. And so now it falls on to the State Board of Education to approve incoming charters. So the point of bringing up this article is to talk about a little bit about the impact that particularly our mom and pop charters, that those are the ones who just kind of pop up, will have right on our student population. And I also wanted to highlight one of the charter operators' comment when they said that charters in return will be held to a stricter level of accountability for student learning. So I just thought that was something to highlight. Right in our board meeting, the district and I, particularly the superintendent, have been talking about the effects of charter schools within our area, and then on a broader base, how looking at innovative ways to market our entire district. So tonight we've heard about the many the new options that we are presenting to our families, to where they will have a different type of fleet of schools to to choose from. And so I'm going to pause there because I definitely want our superintendent to weigh in on this and see if you guys have any thoughts about it. But I do, agree that we need to make sure that we are, and right in Director Wood's words, is competing with our incoming competitors in the space of student learning. Superintendent Woods, I'm sorry, forgive me. Superintendent Michael Poor.
Big pay raise.
Hey.
Thank you. Just a couple things that I want to share with all of you that's in the article, but also for the public who may have missed it. There is currently a cap of 34 charter schools that can be made available to the families in the state of Arkansas. The process that charters have to go through is that they have to share a letter of intent initially. Typically, I always do receive any charter that's coming into Pulaski County. I'm made aware of that. That's a part of their legal responsibility, is to make the surrounding school districts that we have to be made aware that they're applying. All their formal applications have to be in by this summer. And then at that point, they get kind of a technical review, and then they would come in front of what's called the Charter Authorizing Board. The Charter Authorizing Board can send it back and say, we don't approve. They can approve it. If they approve it, then it goes to the State Board of Education. State Board of Education, in their review, can either accept it or send it back. This set of schools that are looking to come in, out of the 8 charter schools that would impact our region, 6 of them would impact the Little Rock School District potentially. And the other thing that I'll leave you with is that we did a little bit of a study using my school information, and Dr. Owa helped me look at this. So you can go on to my school, and then you look at the charter enrollments. Interestingly enough, many of the charters, other than the virtual charter for the state, lost students just like the Little Rock School District. So it's kind of an interesting time period to be thinking about it, because everyone has a loss of enrollment, and we're all kind of in a precarious place. Obviously, some of that will play itself out over this summer and this fall. But it is something to be aware of because it's not just Little Rock School District that's lost students. So it's Pulaski County. So has North Little Rock School District. So have the charter schools other than the virtual school. So just wanted to kind of point that out, the impact of the pandemic. Thank you, Ms. Hatter.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting other portions of the article as well as sharing the process that they will have to go through. That the purpose of us bringing it to the board is just so we can one, be aware, and two, right when we're talking about direct student services and our student and family experiences within our district, for us to be aware that other, charters are coming in and providing a level of competition to pull from our already student base. Director Nolan.
I'm going to make a suggestion here. I looked at that article and it said that the charter applications for these were intent to file an application. The applications are due in July. I would suggest that between now and July, so maybe pretty soon, we put something on our agenda that we would actually vote on that would be potentially either an authorization for Mr. Poore or Ms. Hatter to speak for the board to oppose these charters when and if they go before the state board, or potentially another resolution or something like that we could actually speak with one voice, because often we go and say, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm just speaking in my own personal capacity. This would be a way that we could speak together. But if we're going to do something like that, I would suggest we go ahead and put it on the agenda for a future meeting so that we can devote the time to it and vote on it.
Correct, and that is part of the reason on why it's being brought to the board for a bigger icebreaker for a larger discussion. Also looking at a moratorium on charters and visiting with the city because they also did a moratorium a couple years ago, and so this is a way to bring it right to the board, to put it on the board's radar for further discussions for a larger action, if voted on by the board. I saw Director Adams. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. And I'd like to offer maybe a little different feedback on this. This really concerns me and disturbs me that the state's policies allow this to continue, and it was especially apparent, shortly after the state took over the district and took responsibility for the district, saying that the district was not performing well enough, and then on the one hand, and on the other hand, then continued to approve new schools and expansion of schools, which increased the burden and the challenge for the district. And I can recall being at the state board when one of those discussions was had late into the night. And not once was there any statement from the state board which expressed any concern or acknowledgement that the decisions that we made could have create any challenge for the district or for students who remain in the district. And there was a time when the district was asked to weigh in to whether or not we approved of a charter school or whether we disapproved. That didn't win the day, but we had a chance at least to say it. So I wouldn't be opposed to saying something, but I don't think, but I would not want to use very much time and energy, because I have no faith that the state board takes anything we say and the concern for the school district and how it may impact us and our ability to serve the students, that it makes any difference at all. And so at a principle, I would not object if we wanted to say something, but I really think that I would want to spend 99.9% of our time on what we can control and what we can do. And that is maximizing, the quality of the schools we have, maximizing the community, communication to the community about what we have to offer. And because we can control that and we have some influence there. And I think it's sadly to me, it's been proved that our concerns, no matter how worthy, make very little, if any, difference at the state level.
Thank you, Director Adams. Thank you for your words, and I echo that. And I just wanted our board to, one, recognize that and recognize the state that we're in, and make sure that right when, moving forward, that we're highlighting our entire district and everything that our district has to offer. I think the virtual academy is going to be a great benefit to our district, as well as some of the other school focuses that we have moving forward. So I'm going to leave it right there, but I appreciate both comments. Is there any, Director Wilson, or were you just breathing? Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, Director Nolan.
I think Director Calloway had something.
Director, okay, sorry, my screen. Director Calloway.
Thank you.
And then after Director Calloway finished, Director Nolan, if you could just go ahead and move right on in, and then I'll come back and close it out and move our agenda forward. Director Calloway.
In that, the State Department has stated that we don't have a voice in whether or not any of these school districts, any of these charter schools come in. Why are we talking about this? Because we don't have a choice. What they're going to do is take what they want. And what's going to happen is we're going to end up with, like, if there's an empty school, let's say David O'Dodd, and they want to put a particular type of, or any building that's going to be empty in the very near future. And we don't have a voice in that. And I did not know that was the case. I've got to admit, I didn't know. I thought we had a voice. And until Director Adams and Director Woods, really talked about that. And I did see that you added that to the agenda. And in you adding that, I thought we had a choice, but we don't. So what's going to happen, I feel, is the eventual destruction of the entire district if this trend continues. My opinion.
So, Director Adams, I just wanted, you said you were offering kind of a different point. I completely agree with you on that point. And I'm actually suggesting something that I think would allow us to, keep going and not expend a ton of time and energy on this topic, but acknowledge that when and if there is a hearing on these applications, we want to be able to empower either Mr. Poore or Ms. Hatter or someone to go and speak against them on behalf of the board and on behalf of the district. So what I'll suggest is that we go ahead and move on. I am happy to go ahead and draft some sort of language. I'll send it to Ms. Hatter, and she and Mr. Poore can decide if that's something appropriate to present at a future meeting. But it would just be about making sure that they were fully empowered to address these issues, not necessarily giving much hope that that will change the outcome, but we should do what we can.
Okay. So again, I'm glad the conversation played out the way that it has moved along. Again, this was to bring awareness to the board as well as those that may not have known. The process is not to say that we believe that the SBE, the State Board of Education, will change course or that laws will be changed to give districts across the state a say. It is to just put it on the radar and get some feedback from the board. So I'm glad to hear the conversation went the way that it did. So moving forward, we are moving into the meat or a larger part of our board meeting, which is the recommendation for Hall and West School of Innovation. It is an action item. The district will will do a presentation. We will have public hearing, and of course, we will have our board a discussion and action after we hear from the public. So before this session starts, is everybody okay? Do you need a break for any reason? Okay, well let's get it.
I'd like to have a break.
Yes, ma'am. We have a motion. Director Callaway, is that proper to call your request a motion? Can you make a motion for a break?
Well, I move that we take a break because this has been a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a lot to go.
Yes, ma'am, we do. Do we have a second? Okay, Director Woods have just seconded. All in favor? Okay, everyone's in favor. So we will take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 10:52.
Hey, Callaway.
Director Callaway?
Yes.
You're
I'm
sorry. Unmuted. I just wanted you to know that. All right, you guys. Welcome back, everyone. We're just holding on a few more people.
I'm here.
Okay, amen. Okay. There she is. Okay. Wow. Thank you, Little Rock, for and families and students, for everybody for staying with us through our break. Now we will move into the next part of our agenda, which is item number 7 on our agenda, the recommendation for Hall and West School of Innovation. This is a action item, and again, it will cover a presentation by the district as well as public hearing and a board discussion for action. So with that, superintendent, okay, I don't see our superintendent. Superintendent, are you here? Can you just speak?
Yes, ma'am, I am here and I see you. And I'm all
Yes,
set
I
to go.
see you. Okay, Superintendent, you are recognized to present the district's presentation.
Thank you so much. And Madam President, I'm going to have to take another moment of privilege, I guess. I just became aware that Coach Eddie Boone has passed. Coach Eddie Boone is a legend within our community. Michael Mason, as one of our board members, played for him. Mrs. Calloway is someone that taught with this gentleman. We, not more than less than 2 years ago, we recognized Coach Boone and renamed the field house in part of it, a way to honor him. This is a man that won multiple state titles. This is a man that was a rock within our community and one that loved to come to games even after he retired. He still was there as a part of the Little Rock school system and therefore he loved being around his ex-players. I mean, it was such a kick to get to know him, even though I'm new to this community in the sense of 5 years. This was a gentleman that it was so easy to say, yes, we want to pay tribute to Coach Boone by naming the field house after him. And I know Michael Mason took great pleasure at the Community Advisory Board meeting to be the person that got to make the motion to say that we were going to honor him. And so this is new news that just came out this evening, but this is a legend. This is a man that has been huge in our community. We currently do not know of the arrangements, although we do know that the family is already working with Ms. Rousseau and Mr. Daniels, our athletic director, to potentially have a part of the service or some form of recognition through our facilities. And so we'll share more as we learn more. But Mr. Mason, do you want to say anything? And Ms. Calloway, do you want to say anything? And then maybe we take a moment.
Eddie Boone was my neighbor, and I thought something was wrong, and he just lost his sister last week. I don't know. She was 81 years old in Pine Bluff, and this is so disheartening to me because, like, we have been friends for well over 40 years, and I've taught his kids. Excellent coach. Central won everything they went after when I was there. And it would be nice if something were done to recognize this guy, because I tell you what, he put Central on the map as far as basketball was concerned. And it's kind of hard, but yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, Director Calloway is right. He was a good guy. I was on the first team the championship team in 1975 that won the state championship with him. His sister was my mother's sister's best friend. They used to play cards together. She was 89, Director Calloway. Maddie B. Collins.
Yeah.
Both very good people. And I'm getting a bunch of texts from all his players. All our team are texting me all the way from California. So, yeah, it's a very sad day for the community.
I had a text from his son.
Thank you both for adding to my words. And as a community, if you didn't get to know Coach Boone, you really missed an opportunity to meet a wonderful gentleman. And let's just take a moment to hold him and his family in our prayer and our thoughts. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. It's tough to have two that we've had to do that for tonight. Our community is going to be hurting a little bit right now, and all of us, in terms of our own leadership, will need to show itself in different ways. So thank you for that. As we go into the presentation, Ms. Hatter really laid it out well, that it's kind of a three-parter. This is the first time we've done something like that with you, to do a three-parter, but it does seem to work because it really allows the people that would like to give comment directly to you or present questions for you to think about as you get ready to take action on this item, to have a public hearing. We actually have 4 people that have asked to speak tonight. I'm sorry that I missed one and didn't see that. So we have 4 people that will speak. That will come after the presentation. And one of the things that I do want to share with our public more than just the board is that our board has actually been involved in, giving thought to this in multiple ways, not just in presentations, but also in tours of the campus. And then, of course, with individual conversations with us as board members to our central office. Tonight, Dr. Owa and Mr. Rutherford are going to do the presentation. We're going to try to, we've given you these presentations in advance, but we are going to try to highlight some of the things on those individual slides that we think are really impactful. And finally, we'll share that when we do get into the question and answer segment of this, we also have Ms. Heatherly and Dr. Roberts available to help us address any questions, as well as other staff within our group, our team. So Dr. Owa and Mr. Rutherford, I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, Superintendent Poore. Again, good evening, everyone. As stated earlier, we wanted to make sure that we provide instructional options, a variety of instructional environments for our students within Little Rock School District, because we know our students have different learning styles and they excel in different instructional environments. And so this presentation will cover what our educational teams at the school level and district level have done so far, where we currently are, and where we would like to take both campuses, Little Rock STEAM as well as Little Rock West School of Innovation. So as stated, these will be our recommended instructional options. We want to highlight that since 2017, all of our community members, students, parents, staff members have been collaborating and developing the next phases of Little Rock School of Innovation. But we don't want to stop there. We want to make sure we continue to have input, feedback as we move this School of Innovation forward. Also, for almost 3 years, the staff that Little Rock calls STEAM Magnet has been collaborating and working together on the High Reliability Schools Framework. And there has also been ongoing work on re-imaging and rebranding the Little Rock Hall STEAM Magnet High School. And so we want to build on that and continue to provide instructional environments that are conducive for for all of our students. And so briefly, I will cover some of the great work that our Little Rock Hall STEAM team has done this year and even prior to this year, so that you'll have that as foundation for your thoughts. Of course, new staff, academics and academies, they have 2 new academic academies, engineering and healthcare. And based on that, that's part of the STEAM, STEAM magnet area. And then, of course, they selected staff to ensure the highest level of rigor is applied in those courses. And so we wanted to make sure we match up skill set with the actual course requirements as well. They've done an excellent job in providing esports for our students there. Our students are excelling in that area. And then, of course, new programs that they would like to offer is archery, bowling, and sign language. The A, of course, starts with arts. And so I definitely want to share what great arts that are available. You will see art, woodwind band, visual art, brass band, AP art design, jazz band, digital imaging, marching band, graphic design, choir, the full band, madrigals, percussion band, music theory, and theater. And so not only do we want to build up on the science, technology, engineering, and math, but also art, because we know students excel when they are part of these fine arts programs. And it also provides them options and opportunities beyond their 12th grade year. Safety update, we continue to rebrand along with the staff. The staff has been really working hard to make sure that our community, our students, our families, and communities at large understand that we have made and turned the corner with the safety, with discipline, with behavior at Hall STEAM Magnet. There's a decrease in the number of behavior referrals as well as behavior incidents compared to last year. As stated, we know that community engagement and feedback is important. And so the staff members have met with community members, staff members in July, September, and November to get their input. In fact, they just had a parent and family night, which was a huge success as well. And so we want to continue to make sure community members have input as we develop the next phase of Hall STEAM Magnet. Of course, continue to make sure we have the parent and student outreach. They started that with sending letters and communications home to incoming 8th graders, as well as developing postcard mailers to send out as well. And they've had a strong social media push as well. Tours, they have scheduled tours. In fact, they have developed an email designed for the community members and future families to email them so that they can obtain tours. And so they've been actually providing those tours throughout the school year and have some planned now. And so we want to continue to make sure that those are provided so our community, our families, potential families, and current families will see the great things that are happening on that campus. We're moving toward the facility upgrades, definitely with technology, making sure that we have the latest technology since that's part of the magnet program. And so we want to make sure our students are being creative and innovative and being provided the state-of-the-art technology that will prepare them for either the workforce when they leave 12th grade or a 2-year or 4-year institution. And so the technology has been upgraded. Painting, the aesthetics, because we know the aesthetics definitely influence how our students and staff members feel about their instructional environment. And so those things have been working. Our maintenance and facilities teams have worked with the hall staff to make sure those things are taken care of. And as mentioned before, there's a strong PR campaign with the assistance of Mrs. Pamela Smith and we'll continue to do that. Hopefully you've seen the billboards, heard the radio spots, I've seen the yard signs. Of course, there were some yard signs in front of our building here at the district office, but they're going to continue to do that to attract more families to that campus. And so that leads to the Hall STEM proposal moving forward. So in the spring of 2021, we want to establish a steering committee and advisory board to get more input from our staff members, from our families, current families and future families, and community members, as well as alum, on what this would look like. And so ongoing communication is going to be important for us to move forward. And of course, you will see the makeup, the suggested or recommended makeup of the steering committee if we are able to move this proposal forward. And so you can see there's a variety of stakeholders who will be involved in that communication or that steering committee, as well as the advisory committee that would extend past the school year, who would continue to review the landscape of the campus, the instructional landscape, opportunities of engagement for our students, for our families, and you will see the partnerships that they would have. Of course, Ford NGL, which is the parent or the umbrella of the academies of Central Arkansas, as well as parent communication and input partnership with ExxonMobil, UALR, and then UAPTC STEM department. And of course, since we know to be an effective instructional environment, we would like to look at the restructuring of the staff, not reconstituting like the staff went through a couple of years ago, but restructuring based on the job roles and expectations that must be in place to ensure complete implementation of the STEAM or STEM magnet area. And of course, providing professional development opportunities, and then looking at streamlining the staff so that we're not overly staffed with excess staff members. So looking at all of those aspects as we move forward. And then, of course, as I stated earlier, curriculum and alignment so that it's aligned with the STEAM focus and the academies that will be involved in that school setting, as well as marketing, continue to do that, making sure we showcase our students and the work that they're doing, the opportunities, the internships and externships that they would have. And then, of course, continue to provide several ways of allowing our community, our family, our students to provide, and staff members to provide feedback as we move forward. And of course, registration, we'll have a registration timeline. We'll continue to do that. And lastly, for Little Rock Hall STEAM, we want to recommend adopting the K-12 instructional model for Little Rock STEAM so that it is in conjunction with Forest Heights STEM Academy, and then have a 3-year commitment to the instructional implementation to ensure that we have efficiently and effectively implemented that instructional program and provide an opportunity, unlike any other school district our size, of providing an opportunity for our students to be in the same thematic instructional program from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. And so that's an option, that's an instruction option that's innovative and creative. And we know that we cannot make that decision alone without the input of our community. Mr. Poore, do you want me to pause there before I go into Little Rock West or move to Little Rock West?
The only thing that I would add is, and Dr. Owe, you may want to follow my words, but some of the questions that we have received from the community and the public is that students at Forest Heights, it's not that they're mandated to go to Hall. The students that graduate from Forest Heights as an 8th grader literally have the option to go to any of our high school options in the district. They could go to West School of Innovation. They could go to Southwest. They could go to Parkview, Central, and of course, they could go to Hall. But what we're hoping is that the combination of the interaction of planning in a more thoughtful way between these two campuses it will lend itself to staffing efficiencies and also program opportunities for kids. And I think that's really a key thing that we've heard from some of you as board members, as well as from some of our community. Dr. Owen, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, sir.
And board members, what probably would work best is for us to go ahead, because of the setting on this, is to save your questions and allow the next presentation to occur. And then we go to public hearing. The public hearing could even generate more questions for you, and you can just kind of keep adding on, and then we'll dive into everything that you want to bring up. So let's go ahead and move on to the West School of Innovation.
Okay. Little Rock West High School of Innovation, where we've started. Of course, in the fall of 2019, we had 70 ninth graders and 11 teachers. Of course, taking a chance on a new idea in an innovative way of educating our young people. And so where are we currently? In the spring of 2021, we've had exceptional growth and excitement. Currently, we have 140 9th and 10th graders with 134 incoming freshmen for the 2021-22 school year. So innovative scheduling is what Little Rock West provides, personalized learning opportunities for all, both with in-person, hybrid, or digital options tailored to meet individual student needs. And that's the true essence of personalized learning, is making sure we factor in individual student needs and create a learning opportunity that's ideal for him or her moving forward. And of course, the AB schedule with an advisory period each day, so that students will be able to check in and get and receive support throughout their instructional experience at Little Rock West. The vision moving forward is to continue to grow in size, preferably by 22-23, having grades 9 through 12, and having approximately 400 in-person students. Now, if we're able to include the Digital Learning Academy option, that would increase the number of available students who would be able to attend, be assigned to Little Rock West. And those additional students would be unlimited based on the fact that they are in the digital platform. So we continue to look at full day. Students and families have options, which is great. And that's what our parents, that's what our students would like, to have options for their instructional environment, for their education. And that allows them to take ownership or have ownership of their learning. So they have the option of the full day in-person learning environment, Monday through Friday, or they could be a hybrid learner where students could potentially attend 2 to 3 days, full days in person with the remainder of the week digitally. Students attend half days, AM or PM, to allow students to have jobs or help at home if needed. And then they could be a digital learner where students attend all of their classes digitally. But I do want to explain this part. Even if the students become digital learners, digital students, there are still resources and supports at the school site that students could take advantage of by coming on site to receive those supports. Or they can, depending on what supports are needed, they could receive that virtually as well. And we did explain the AB schedule, which allows flexible Fridays for our young people. Continuing on with innovative learning, of course, project-based learning supports hands-on, real-life application of content and standards. And then, of course, our freshman seminar prepares students for high school and provides exploration of career pathways, which prepares our students to learn their interests, engage in their instruction, and chart next steps as they matriculate through their high school experience, so they have a more informed pathway during their upper grade levels of their high school career, as well as life after 12th grade. And then college and career courses for 10th and 11th and 12th graders, which will prepare them for that next step. Internship opportunities for our seniors based on their career pathways. And of course, the opportunity for students to receive community service hours, which not only benefit our students because they're providing that service and getting that experience, but it also helps the school and the district as it pertains to the ESSER school index, rating index score. Then, of course, multiple AP courses offerings with more added each year. So we continue to expand the AP program there. And then innovative choices for English for 11th and 12th graders. And you can see film as literature, mass communications will be offered there. These are the three pathways, plant and animal systems. And I would like to make sure that we point out that Little Rock West School of Innovation is the only high school in Central Arkansas to offer plant and animal systems. We also offer digital marketing and entrepreneurship, photography, and graphic design. This is more information about the career pathways on campus that we just covered. As stated, daily advisory is available to support interventions and to support student personal growth. And so you can see weekly grade checks and portfolio creation. And so even though our students will be in a digital platform, they will still have that support from their Little Rock School District teachers on an ongoing basis. So in order to, as stated, to prepare our students to be college ready, career ready, and ready for life beyond 12th grade. So our recommendation for you, Board of Directors, to continue with the Little Rock School of Innovation Instructional Design and add the Digital Academy instructional option. And then, of course, have a 3-year commitment to the instructional implementation so that we can ensure that it's a solid, effective, efficient program in that instructional environment. And at this time,
thank you, Dr. Owa. And so what we'll do now is that we actually move to the public hearing part of our meeting to allow the patrons who have signed up. We did put this out, members of the board, just like we do with any time for open comments. Folks do have a responsibility to reply by 1 o'clock on the day of the meeting. And we have 4 patrons who would like to speak tonight. I'm going to share all 4 names. The names that I'm sharing, this will be the order, and these are the way that they came in terms of the sequence of timing. So Dr. Anika Whitfield will be the first individual that will speak. The second person will be Miss Elizabeth Deere. The third individual will be Mr. Malik Marshall. And the fourth and final person that's a part of the public hearing is Mr. Greg Moore. As we do on all of our public comments, patrons have 3 minutes, and I know Ms. Hatter is the one, at least previously, has been keeping track of that. Or it could be our secretary, the one probably of monitoring the time. And so at this point, I am going to have Dr. Anika Whitfield introduce herself and share her comments.
Thank you, Mr. Poore. Again, my name is Dr. Anika Whitfield. I am a graduate, a very proud graduate of Hall High School, 1991. I'm coming before the board today primarily to remind you that the Little Rock School District is a public school district that is comprised of people like myself who have been paying into the district, not just with my tax dollars, but with my sweat equity. And that we deserve to be heard. The community, the taxpayers, the people that volunteer in the public schools deserve to help to make the decisions. And when we look at a private school, and I want to only compare private school, not to say that it is something that is better, because we know that private schools were created to get away from African American students, to separate, to segregate schools. And so we recognize that the formation of a private school in and of itself is morally wrong. However, we know that in private schools, parents have the options, parents have the decisions, or are able to make decisions, because why? They directly pay into their child going to that school. And I just want to offer to the board that our parents in the Little Rock School District, they might not have the type of wealth and income that a lot of private school parents have, but they're certainly paying a high cost and a high price for their children to go to public schools. And they expect the school administration, they expect the school board to include them in decision-making processes. And that has not been happening. When we look at Hall High School, for example, Hall High School, if we roll back the clock, Mr. Poor, when you first came into our district, Hall High School had almost probably, I can't remember what the population is now, but let's just say close to 7 times what it is now, right? We had a significant number of students in that building. And so I'm asking you as the superintendent, what did you do to our school that we have so few students in that school building now? And I would submit that there has been a lot of mismanagement, a lot of administrative hiccups and disappointments. And a lot of them have been caused because the people, the community in the Little Rock School District have been not allowed to participate in decision-making processes. And that is why, to me, it is so important when we look at who's a part of this advisory committee. I cannot imagine what ExxonMobil has in mind for my high school, my alma mater. I don't understand why they're even on the consideration board. But I do know that there are parents who attended and students who attended and teachers who supported Hall High School for years. And those persons understand what that school has been and what that school could be. And if we were, again, to invite the people in the community to help make decisions for Hall High School, I think we could go forward with not only a progressive school, but we could go forward with a sustainable school. When you invest money in the junior high school down the street or the middle school down the street from us and create a stadium that has our signage, our school colors, you are already telling our community that you're thinking about some type of merger with the junior high school, with the middle school. That was insulting, especially when you did not consult the community within the school and ask, where did we want a new stadium built? How would we like to use some of the land space in and around our area? How can we become more integrated with the community with which the school resides? None of those questions were asked.
Dr. Okay,
can I just wrap in the sentence by saying we need some real community involvement that involves us making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. Good seeing you. Next up is Miss Liz Dree. Is Elizabeth on the line?
Miss Deer is.
Oh, Miss Deer. I'm sorry, I wrote down a different name. Is Miss Deer on the line? Okay. We will move to Mr. Malik Marshall.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Deer is on. She unmuted her mic and her, I think her video is showing now. I'm trying, oh yeah, she's she's in the middle of my screen.
Okay, she's, okay, well, if she's able to unmute and start talking, I will oh, I see her, there she is. Okay, she's on my second screen. Miss Deer, you are recognized for 3 minutes. Miss Deer, you are recognized. Okay, well then we will go to Mr. Malik and we'll come back to Ms. Deer, if that's okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malik Marshall. I'm an alum of Little Rock Central High School and a member of Central Arkansas DSA. Thank you to the board for all the work you do and for letting me speak. I typed out my comments, so I'm just going to be reading them, and they're about the West School. The Where We Began, Where We Are Now section in the agenda mentions countless times that the West School plan was built with input from parents, teachers, and students. It's not a reach to say that this is probably the main focus of the document. It even goes so far as to explicitly claim that this plan began not as an initiative spearheaded by the administration, but as one that arose directly from community asks and continued as such every step of the way. This is a pretty bold claim, and yet it's described in very vague terms. And it's curious to me that this plan was implemented, was only implemented after the community asked for it, yet it's also exactly in line with the Chamber of Commerce Arkansas Learns endorsed Forward NGL program that the district recently adopted. If we're to believe this was a community-led initiative, I believe personally that we need more information about these meetings with parents, students, and teachers. Thank you, Mr. Owa, so much for your presentation. Seriously, but I just like a comment about it. You described a few Zoom meetings with 15 to 20 parents at Hall, but there were 0 meetings at all related to the West School. And again, if you look at the accompanying documents to this presentation, you're describing a plan as if it was like invented by the community. And so my question is just like, when did these meetings happen? What was attendance like? How were the people selected? How was information about them disseminated? What steps did you take to ensure that the voices of underrepresented groups were represented? I just, with all due respect, it feels like there is a lot of rhetoric around community and teacher input, but a lot of the times it feels like the plans don't go quite as far as some of the rhetoric might suggest. It just feels like a lot of these fancy, innovative plans never have input from the educators who dedicate their lives to and their time to raising our students. And I'm really, I appreciate the work y'all do, and I hope that we part as friends. But I ask these questions because I really care about democracy, and I really believe that every person deserves to have a say in decisions that affect their lives. So thank you all so much. And I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Marshall, have you concluded your time?
I have concluded my time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Great use of time. Thank you. Good seeing you. Next. Sorry, I went mute. Next up, we have Mr. Greg Moore. Ms. Deer is going to call in, so we will circle back to Ms. Deer. Mr. Greg Moore, are you on? There you are.
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Hi. I want to thank the board for allowing me to ask a question. I've prepared a short question. My name is Greg Moore. I'm a community member, also a member of Central Arkansas DSA. I am planning on having a family, so I'm very interested in the condition of the schools. I'll just, read my questions. Okay, given Mr. Key's recent statements, having a balanced budget will be the single determining factor when determining whether the school board will be released from the state's guardrails. In such an environment, I believe it is unreasonable for the plans to be introduced to the board for voting when the public still hasn't been given access to the budget. When will the public be able to see a detailed budget for each of these plans? Has the board received such a budget? And if so, when is the information going to be shared with the public? And that's all my questions. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Moore. A great use of time. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Ms. Deer.
All right, can you hear me?
Deer, are you able? Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, you are recognized.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Liz Deer, and I'm a parent of an LRSD student, and I'm also a member of the Central Arkansas DSA. I just have a quick comment. The plan for these schools has clearly been shaped by this countywide implementation of the Ford Next Generation Learning Initiative. This program has been adopted at a time when one of the biggest concerns by teachers is about how little input they have in the plans made by the district. We need an educational program built by educators. Many teachers have already voiced concerns about their lack of input on Hall's transformation. The Ford NGL plans describe multiple large meetings with dozens, sometimes hundreds of parents, students, and teachers giving feedback. This is listed as a central tenet of the plan. It was released in 2019 when we had no democratically elected school board. So did these meetings actually occur? If so, does the board have access to whether or not it was as well attended as was claimed? I saw a couple town halls with some teachers, but not community. How were members of the meetings chosen? And more generally, how does the board plan to show the community that teachers will have a real say in how their educational programs are implemented? According to their website, the consulting and expertise of the Ford NGL program is paid for by the district. So how much did this cost? If our tax dollars are going to this program, we deserve to have a larger say in how it is implemented. Other major parts of the Ford NGL program are funded by grants given by the Entergy, Arvest, Regions, Union Pacific, and AT&T. Past superintendents have wondered about the efficacy of relying on programs funded by grants. So what can we do to ensure that these programs are sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deer, bye for your comments. Good seeing you. So let me make sure that I covered everybody. We had Dr. Anika Whitfield, Ms. Deer, Mr. Marshall, and Mr. Moore. So we are now closing out our public comment for this part of the agenda. And now we will go into board discussion, and then after that we'll move into a action. So the board, the discussion is open. So please unmute your mics. What I will do this this time around is I will direct the traffic. If people are speaking over each other, I'll let you guys know, and we will move forward from there. So far, the first folks that have unmuted is Director Wilson, Director Adams. Yeah, okay, Director Wilson, go ahead. You're recognized, and following you will be Director Adams, and I'll come behind Director Adams.
Okay. So again, I know I'm biased. I'm a Forest Heights parent, but what does the K-12 mean? You're talking about a K-12. What does that mean? What is going to be different at both Hall and Forest Heights? I got lots of questions about that, and I don't know the answer, and I still don't know the answer.
Dr. Ower or Superintendent
Yeah,
Poore?
I'll start and then allow Dr. Ower to join in. Really, when you look at the K-12 model, one of the things that we have in both these groups of staffs and communities have come together to create their plan. But the plan doesn't overlap or have the right progression so that they have the continuity that should be in place, so that as an 8th grader leaves to go to 9th grade, that has that appropriate kind of ladder effect of being able to elevate what is next for the student. That's a piece that is missing right now. In addition, we also feel that there can be an opportunity of developing a school culture. It's interesting, Dr. Whitfield may not like that I take a part of what she said, but she brought up a private school model, and you think many of the private school models do have a K-12 type system, and it does create that continuity and the culture effect of having a delivery that parents can rely on. I want to reiterate, because I know, Ms. Wilson, you were one of them that brought forward the concern that Forest Heights parents are, well, do we have to go to Hall? No. As people that are leaving middle school, within any of our middle schools, they have the opportunity to go to any of the 5 high schools. The final thing that I'll share, and then I'll let Dr. Owa or Mr. Rutherford add to my comment, is that we also know that the talents of those 2 staffs can also create some efficiency as well. So it can create positive programming for kids, and it also can create a little bit of an efficiency for us in terms of support towards those students. Dr. Owa or Mr. Rutherford, do you want to follow? Looks like Mr. Rutherford is going to go.
Good evening, Board. Ms. Wilson, I think the best way to put it, because you are a Forest Heights. I've got Pulaski Heights on the mind because of the move that may be coming down the road. Forest Heights parent, as you know, one of the foundational things at Forest Heights is Project Lead the Way. And what Mr. Poor is referring to is we want to make sure that that curriculum alignment is the way it should be for those kids that want to keep going using Project Lead the Way. In other words, a 7th or 8th grade student that takes a Project Lead the Way class at Forest Heights does not need to turn around and take the same class again when they get to Hall, if that's part of their pathway. And so really it is taking a deep, hard look at where are we at Forest Heights curriculum-wise, and you know this probably better than anybody else on the board. Even those core teachers teach through the lens of that Project Lead the Way. Well, the same thing needs to happen at Hall to make that connection, if that makes sense. So I think you will probably understand that better than everybody else will, but even with that, and I know we heard a lot about Ford NGL, but that really, just to remind the board, as we talked about Ford NGL, all teachers, core teachers, try and teach as much as they can through the lens of those pathways for the kids. Well, it truly happens at Forest Heights, and I know you know that as a parent. And so that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about really true curriculum alignment and making sure that those pathways are not courses taught again and again and again, but new meaningful things. And obviously the rigor bumps up each level that they go. And I think Mr. Poor said it right. And that's not just in Project Lead the Way. I want to be clear. That's really all facets of it, ramps it up to where it aligns very well. And again, it doesn't mean that a student coming out of Forest Heights has to go to Hall, but I think it does, and I think the board, I think people will get it, that it does line up well curriculum-wise when they understand that pathway is going to mean something for their kids.
And I'll add just a few things, or a couple of things after that. It's also just the same benefit that we've had with the K-8 model of the relationship building, the rapport that the teachers have built with the students and the parents, and vice versa. And then the continuity of the instructional model would be enhanced by moving it to a K-12 model with 9 through 12, because the students, if they choose to move on to the high school, they will still be with their core group of students. They will have, and it's less transition because they won't have to start all over at a different high school if they choose to stay in the K-12 model. And then we'll have the same leadership, which will ensure that continuity of instructional themes, the STEAM and STEM projects and instruction will continue K-12. And it provides another learning option for our parents and our students who want an additional learning option within the district.
So will there be any changes to the administration?
I'll tackle that one. And we will create some efficiencies on that in terms of, creating a situation where we have administrators that we think can best deliver this model. And so, yes, there will be some changes. And we want to even use some of our executive session tonight to share that with you all so that you can hear that plan, which we believe will end up being a win-win-win for both communities and for leaders.
Okay, thank you.
Director Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I'd like to, since it's open for discussion, I'd like to make some comments. I don't have really questions at this point because Ms. Wilson asked a question that applied to me too. And frankly, because I'm really appreciative of the time that the administration and the leadership at both the West Little Rock School of Innovation and the Hall have provided to answer a bunch of questions. And we've had a chance to tour both of those schools and talk to the people there. We've had a chance to discuss this in several meetings and had a chance to talk with administration about our specific questions. So that has really been very helpful to me. And I really do appreciate the public interest. People have heard from a lot of people. I appreciate the folks who spoke tonight and who are concerned and are engaged in that. But I do want to respond to a couple particular things. One is that, I heard the desire to hear more from the teachers, and I can't speak for everybody, but I know that the teachers that I heard from Hall were saying, give us a chance, make this happen, keep us going, don't pull the plug on Hall. We've invested so much. We want to keep on going. And we think that we're primed for something special. And that's what I have heard. I also heard the concern about budget, and I think that it's a fair concern for us all. But when I think about budget, I think about those numbers that we were presented recently about cost per pupil with low numbers at both West and at Hall. And one of the ways that we improve the budget is to attract and maintain healthy numbers of students at both of those schools, because it's not sustainable to have the cost per student that it is this year. But I think that there is good reason to hope that we could have a sustainable budget situation and at both of those schools. And certainly I'm encouraged by the increase at West and encouraged too by some of the increase they've had at Hall. And I think there's much more potential there. I also think that we have heard, some of us have heard, maybe a lot, but we've heard from folks at Parkview who are concerned, what's the side effects of putting all the emphasis, on Hall? And I would want to say, just for myself, but my guess is that this would be true for most, if not all, the board. Parkview, we hear that, and we are not going to forget that. And but we also respect that there's great strengths at Parkview, and that we can build on that, and we can listen to and see what is needed for Parkview to keep it a thriving and healthy choice for students and for places to go. And I think we really have an opportunity in the district now that I've never seen before, to where we could have a whole menu, an array of positive, in reality and in perception, positive high school choices all across the district, each of them offering something different. And the risk that we're being asked to take, for instance, go to the K-12 model, which is different and it could feel a little risky, is certainly not as big of a risk as we did when we approved the K-8 model there at Forest Heights. That was a much bigger step. And I've been so pleased that it's gone so well, and it has been an inspiration for doing something like what we heard about tonight at JA Fair. And so I'm really encouraged by this, and I think it's worth the step to make the commitment, and that I think that in a few years that we could look back and say that that this commitment and this investment of time and energy will really pay off and will change the narrative and the story of high school in the Little Rock School District.
Thank you, Director Adams and Wilson. Seeing that no one okay, Director Nolan, you unmuted. Go ahead.
So I've been contacted by many Forest Heights STEM Academy parents, just as I'm sure many of you have been, to reach out about their concerns and thoughts about this plan. And I'm going to use the language that they used with me, which is fairly blunt, which is, this is essentially a quote. They said, we feel like you are using our school to rehabilitate Hall, and what's in it for us? What's in it for Forest Heights STEM Academy parents? And so I've really thought about that question a lot, and I want to kind of respond to it, but then also throw it either to Mr. Poore or Dr. Owa in case you have other thoughts to add. But for me, I want to say, first of all, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. One, it benefits everybody for Hall to succeed. It benefits the entire city, including Forest Heights STEM Academy families, for Hall to succeed. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, that we are, looking at a very successful school to help us with Hall. So then the second thing I would say is, you mentioned continuity. I think that's really valuable. One point that was mentioned in here that I think maybe needs to be touched on a little bit more is, this really provides Forest Heights STEM Academy families a seat at the table to shape a high school to fit the needs of their kids. And I would love it if y'all would talk a little bit more about that process and what that input is going to be, to make sure that that's a real, meaningful process, so that they really do get that opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you,
Director.
Thank you, Ms. Oops.
Sorry, the lag on my end. Superintendent Poore.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter, and thank you, Ms. Noland. And I think probably Mr. Rutherford and Dr. Owen and I all wanted to unmute immediately. We appreciate your comments. And one of the things that I think is the ultimate form of flattery is to say, we do want to replicate the success of Forest Heights. We do want to extend it, and we want to do it with you, as you just shared, Ms. Noland, of having them help shape how we align and how we set up kind of that progression of skills and levels of confidence for those learners as they matriculate up the ladder through their high school years. So I think there's a whole lot in it for the Forest Heights family. And one of the things that was a part of the slide, and we may have went too fast, but we know that this 3-year commitment then really means that we've got to engage the staff in a different way with that advisory team. We've got to engage our parents in a different way, and we've got to engage the kids in a different way too. One of the things that really helped in particular at West School of Innovation is that their students and families came into rooms to work and map and plan and think. That happened as they developed Pinnacle View, and it happened again when they did West School of Innovation. And Ms. Heatherly has taken that to another level of creating even greater ownership when she came on board last year in the late spring. Unfortunately for Hall, they did not have a freshman class this year. So, some of that whole thing of shaping what the STEAM looks like with kid input, it was a much more difficult task. But now we have approximately 60 students that are coming in. We actually think that there'll be more that will join that group over the next month. And we think we can really create a dynamic that not only the Forest Heights families will choose from, but others in the district and out of the district. Mr. Rutherford, do you want to add?
I do, Ms. Nolan, and it's a great question, and I understand it from the Forest Heights parents. I mean, they want to know what's in it for them. Well, first of all, part of it is we do want to ask those parents, why did you send your kids to Forest Heights STEM? What do you love about Forest Heights STEM? We need their input, and really that's the only way that you're going to have the opportunity, because of choice when they go to high school, is to shape that. And I still go back to what I told Ms. Wilson, which comes back to even the course selection part of it and making sure we're not teaching the same thing over and over again. But again, I think, we need to know those parents, we need their feedback. That's the best way I can put it, is because we want to know what was the drive, what keeps you at Forest Heights, because they have options every year. They could leave Forest Heights, they could go to another middle school, But obviously, we want to use their knowledge of what's gone well for them at Forest Heights. And I think Mr. Poore said it perfectly. We want to try and replicate that. But again, I just want to be clear, and I know I've said it twice already. Nothing's forcing a Forest Heights student to go to Hall High School. But we would like their input, the parents of that, and not only that, the staff. We would like all of that, and both staffs working together on it overall to figure out how do we replicate that to carry it on into high school. So the parents will have a large voice as we move forward in the transition. Hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you. I'm so
Director,
sorry.
Excuse me, Director Nolan, did you have a follow-up, or were you finished? Or
I did. It is on this topic. It is not a follow-up to that question, but it was just simply there were some there was a slide and it had some dates, or actually just years in there, and I was a little bit confused because it had like ribbon cutting, and I think that was 2022 or 2023, and maybe I'm way off, but since we do have students that are enrolling for next year, I mean, we're not talking about not moving forward immediately, are we? What's that timeline look like?
Well, Mrs. Nolan, those dates in there were just designed to have a framework of how we can move forward. Those are actually flexible, and we can, based on the steering committee feedback of all of those stakeholders that were listed in the advisory committee, we will continue to move forward with that. But we plan to continue to have the students in the schools.
Yes.
Create the K-12 model with them there.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Callaway, I saw you unmuted. You started to speak.
The only thing I wanted to make a statement is that I agreed with the parents that spoke, and having come late to this dance, they should have been allowed to have a voice. The ones who were talking about, they felt like they needed to have a voice in that, and I agree with that. But I just had to voice my support on that. I'm not saying I disagree with anything else that's going on, but they needed to have a voice. Everybody else had a voice. And that's really all I have to say.
Director Wood.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to respond to the point that Director Nolan brought up from a parent. Probably the way that, as I think of this endeavor on our part, is that this is, I think a better truth might be that this is not using Forest Heights to improve Hall. I really see this as us building a high school for Forest Heights in a lot of respects, and then trying to use it to attract other students from around the city to that campus. So I think it's an opportunity for Forest Heights to own the fact that the next generation for their kids, the next part of the educational process is theirs, and there's going to be a lot of ownership in this. I would say that I hope, Mr. Poore, I hope you hear tonight that there's a lot of discussion about having more of the community involved in the process. This was talked about a lot last winter whenever the original decision on Hall was being made. I'm going back to, I think, December 2019. Melanie Fox talked about this a lot, and she described the committee that made up the Forest Heights Transition Committee, and that, the committee that met probably September through January, or even September to August prior to Forest Heights opening. And I think, and I believe that there was probably some good intentions on the administration's part to move to that, but then we had a global pandemic hit that I think put a lot of brakes on things and just disrupted a lot of plans for what Hall would have been. I think this is a chance to kind of hit the reset button on that. And I see your advisory board, and even though there were some criticisms of that in the public comments, I don't think that it's a criticism when you're going to have a STEAM high school that you would have Fortune 500 STEM companies contributing to what that would look like. I think that's a good thing. But I think that there might also need to be either a separate committee or more inclusion of regular folk on that advisory committee. Parents from Forest Heights, just regular taxpayers that are concerned about the value of their investment, teachers, administrators on that to build a transition, to create the comfort level that clearly is missing a little bit over on the Forest Heights side of the street. And we need to bridge that with as much involvement as we can. Also understanding that this isn't just about Forest Heights, but that they have an opportunity here to really own something special. And the last point I'll make, because I think this is important, especially as I think about West Little Rock a little bit, but that we have a few schools in town that they get to 8th grade, and then when they go to 9th grade, they split and splinter a bunch of different ways. And Forest Heights falls into that trap, I'll call it, that they don't have a natural cap of their feeder pattern for them to maintain those friendships and relationships through high school. And I think there is something special that can be built when kids can recall, that their senior class buddies and their junior class buddies were also their 3rd grade buddies. And I think that creates roots in a community and some depth to community that I think this gives us an opportunity to help build those long-term relationships for those kids as they're leaving 8th grade, that they have a great chance to stay with many of those kids, should many of them choose. And I think that when you look around the city, the opportunities that we can provide for those kids to have those relationships, I think that's better enrichment of those kids' lives and their futures. So I'm in favor of this. I hope for a little tweaking on the involvement of the community. I kind of agree with Ms. Wilson that I don't fully understand the full impact of what K-12 means, but I also understand the administration trying to create a culture of bridging 8th grade to 9th grade and making something great. So I think it's certainly worth the effort that we're putting in here, and I appreciate all the work that everybody has done and all of the things we've heard about it.
Thank you, Director Wood. Everyone is muted. I did see Director Johnson unmute.
I did. I had a comment. Ms. Johnson is all about learning and teaching. And to me, it really doesn't matter where a student gets that. And I know in the past, we're going to make mistakes. We're all going to do it. But we have to sometimes just kind of bury that, and we have to just push forward. We have to do whatever it takes to make it work. I understand you're absolutely right. Parent involvement, community involvement. Now, I don't know the whole story behind why they did what they did. But what I'm saying to everybody, we still have to push forward. We have to put students in those seats so they can learn. We got 1,400 students that are not on reading level. And so we don't have time to slow it down. We got to keep pushing. And wherever those students are, then that's what we push for learning. We have got to do it. Now, Mr. Poor, I'm not really sure. Can you just give me a brief summary of why the change was made at Hall, or was there some disturbing data, or what was the process? Just a brief scenario of what happened and why you guys made the change.
Oh, that's a little more loaded question than you think, I think, but I will do my best.
Just something brief.
And all of us probably lived it in our own lens. So I will share that I'm probably sharing it from my lens. And, Hall kind of came under a microscope really for more than just during my tenure. There were concerns because enrollment had dropped even prior to my arrival, and it has dropped over the past several years. It dropped the most significant amount this year when we decided to take away the attendance zone, that was a decision initially made by the state board to say that they wanted to reconstitute the school. So when it came to being reconstituted, everyone at that hall staff lost their position and had to reapply to become a part of the new hall steam magnet. When that occurred, and I know I'm missing some gaps, I apologize to anyone, but I'm trying to give a good overview. But when the decision was made to go to a steam magnet, we did start to work with a group of educators and community leaders, and then took that out even further with Dr. Roberts and his team of meeting with more teachers and families to try to understand how to create the documents that you have that show here's what happens at Hall from a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year. That was a lot of work to put all that together. And we had then tried to go sell it in the fall. And, the good thing is that right now we have just under 60 students that are ready to come in as incoming freshmen. We've got another 10 or 11 that are wanting to come in as sophomores that we didn't have. So we actually are a little bit ahead of enrollment of where we were with West School of Innovation at the same time when West School of Innovation started their first freshman group. So there's some positive there. The thing that happened with Hall is that it was a dramatic shift right about this time where employees had to understand what the new steam magnet concept was. There was a reconstitution, and the reconstitution also impacted Fair and McClellan as we opened up Southwest High. So there really were kind of multiple things going on that really modified and changed the school cultures and changed the student population. One other thing that I will say about enrollment is that our enrollment actually at the secondary level has now gone up 2 years in a row. So that's a positive for the overall district. But again, Hall had a significant enrollment decrease at the start of this year when they did the reconstitution, and the new STEAM concept didn't take hold with the freshman class, and we delayed it, and that meant that there just weren't any freshmen. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Director Adams.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I just wanted to say something because I wanted to be in all respect to people who have worked at Hall for a long time, because Hall High School has been a concern for a lot of people, particularly for the people who work there for many, many years. And we have tried lots of different things, I think, as a district there. I don't know how many principals they've had in the last 20 years, how many different, approaches and models we have tried. And some folks have been there and they've been doing faithful, excellent work with those students, whoever was there, whoever their leader was, whoever the students were. And I really I think we owe them a debt of gratitude for their faithfulness, to continue to work in some pretty trying and sometimes unstable circumstances. But we owe it to those people who've held me, who have held that light going, keep that light on, to keep on trying for those many years. We owe it to those students who are in the building now, and the students who would like to have another choice out there. We owe it. We just have to keep on trying. We can't turn around and say no. But I think while we do that, I don't want to say to those people who worked with Hall before that we are that this is any kind of implicit condemnation of what they have done. There have just been incredible folks who have been there and kept on working and trying, and some of them are still there. And so thank you to all the folks who keep on trying, and we're going to try to honor that by doing something that's special and really that will work in ways that everybody hopefully will be able to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other directors who would want to speak? I'm going to speak last, so we could, that will be a signal moving into the next. Director Nolan.
I'm going to be very short, but this has been on my heart for a little while, even previous meetings, and I just feel like it's important to say it. I think we can and should probably hold a little bit of space for the fact that disparaging comments about what Hall has been can be hurtful for people that were part of Hall, you know, whose families and children attended Hall at that time, while also recognizing where we are now and what we need to do to move forward for the best of our district. So, you know, I just think it's important to recognize that there has been for a while now, you know, some level of tension whenever we talk about the reputation of Hall and, you know, all of those things. Like those were real people and kids and families that were at Hall at that time. And so we just need to recognize that kind of conversation can be hard. But we also need to move forward now and focus on what we need to do to, you know, to address what happens next. So I wanted to take a moment and say that.
Madam President, may I have a comment, please?
My apologies. I was muted. Director Johnson, yes, please go ahead. You're recognized.
Excuse me. You're absolutely right, Director Nolan. And you know, that same hurt goes for when they close schools. So you're absolutely right. It's very, very hurtful. So it's I don't know if it's what it is, but you're absolutely right. We do need to move forward.
Are there any other directors that would like to weigh in on the discussion piece? Questions, comments, concerns? Okay. I will start. This is not how I was going to start, but I will start by saying I'm glad to hear that directors are taking into consideration either past comments or comments now about not only the staff that was at Hall, but also the students that was at Hall. So it is, our words mean something, and our words have lasting impacts on people, particularly students, because a great deal of students that went to Hall live within my zone, and a lot of them are, and just like Southwest makes up my zone, Southwest High School. And so I've heard from past teachers and students that are families that felt hurt by having their children called low achievers, or talk about the violence, and then, or else to say that things are different now when the enrollment is extremely low compared to what it was before. And so just moving forward, regardless of what school body we're talking about, we have to be mindful that, like, students do not fail themselves. They come, families bring their children into an educational system to educate their children. So if we have failing students, we have a failing system, because we are in an educational crisis. So nationally, not just locally or statewide. So what I do want moving forward to be mindful of that. I know it's great ways to, you know, attract people and all that greatness, but at the same time, we're dealing with humans, and we're charged with providing our students with, if we call them pathways now, to go into the lane after high school, whether it's college, VOTEC, career, workforce, wherever they decide to go. We are charged with equipping them with that. So with that, I will, but I am appreciative to hear fellow directors highlight that and speak on it. And for past comments that was hurtful to those students and families and teachers and community members, I will take the liberty as the board president to apologize for that, and hopefully each one of us will govern ourselves accordingly, you know, when we're talking about our students and families and teachers. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, or not talk about because I'm not going to talk, but I do have a question about West School of Innovation, the virtual students that will be at West School, and how will they do the virtual academy and be at their home school and take part in that? How will that work, since it seemed like there will be some overlap?
Mr. Rutherford. Okay.
I was going to say, I get either one, Dr. O. We both have. Ms. Hatter, good evening, and thanks for the question. But again, one of the main reasons they're tied back to their home school, the brick and mortar, as it was referred to early on, is for extracurricular activities. And when we say that, I want to be clear with the board, that is not just athletics. That's drama, that's debate, that's band, that's choir. All those things we consider extracurricular activities. And so there will be some master scheduling, to be quite honest with you, with those kids that are involved in those because of the virtual component. And again, I heard you very clearly that we need to come up with new terminology regarding our digital learning, and we're going to do that for you. But with those kids in the virtual world, how about if I just say it that way? There'll be some unique things because kids may still have to go to the brick and mortar school to get those extracurricular activities and be able to participate. It is very hard right now. If you've got a band student that is in the virtual world, how really do they tie in with band? And so I hope that helps to answer a little bit. Now, there may come to a future date, Ms. Hatter, that we come back to the board. We're looking at virtual school and the virtual things as we grow this. It may look completely different than it does during COVID, which means maybe kids truly choose a pure virtual or digital world, and the school evolves itself a little bit to offer that as well, where then they would be West students that you saw that were on there that are purely digital students that are assigned to West and use that LEA. But in order for extracurricular, you have to tie them back. And I think it was said earlier, but for AAA reasons, they have to be tied back to an athletic program or something along that. And I will include band, choir, as y'all know, drama, debate, all that's covered under the Arkansas Activities Association as well. So they have to be tied back to their home school. So that's where we are right now. Future may look a little different. And we're going to grow that and see what the public wants, and obviously get community input on what that may look like. I hope that helped a little bit.
Yes, it has. And West School of Innovation, they're in their third year, correct? If I remember correctly, or second year?
We're in our second year.
Second year, okay. Got it. Dr. O, I see you have unmuted. Do you have something to add?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. My next thing and last thing, Forest Heights is being talked about more publicly about making up the new, if you will, STEAM Hall High School. However, a lot of Forest Heights students would typically go to Parkview or Central, but mainly Parkview for STEAM. For STEAM. Not only because of the fine arts that we offer, and I'm a parent of Parkview, but also because of the high rigorous science program, particularly engineering. And without Parkview having a piece of Parkview, and if you know Parkview, you know everything is so intertwined. Arts works with science, science works with art, art is science, science is art. We wouldn't be able to attract a Forest Heights STEM because the engineering was taken from Parkview and put at STEAM, at Hall. So I do have a request and a motion. Because and due to Parkview being it's It's not a new school. It's a legacy school. It's a high-performing school. It's a school that people come to. I would like to ask the district if you all would be willing to add a 3-year commitment to Parkview Fine Arts and Science. That way, we will be able to stabilize Parkview and give Parkview the needed recognition and branding and support as far as instructional, right as Parkview 2 is under, we have to revamp how things are done now. So that would be pretty much my motion, is to add Parkview to the 3-year commitment, because Parkview is taking a direct hit.
Ms. Hatter, I heard you ask the administration's point of view, and we, I think we would wholeheartedly agree with this, and I think that the Parkview staff would be appreciative and the Parkview community, and I think it can make us stronger, and I think it's an excellent suggestion. I know it's kind of coming on the fly. I don't think it has to be something that freaks out Parkview parents. It actually ends up showing that a commitment to them as well to have resources and support, whether it's in the Ford NGL model or publicity and PR, like you said. So I think it's an excellent idea.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because Parkview parents, we have the same questions as Forest Heights parents. Like, we don't want to be sacrificed for one for the other, but that's me speaking as a parent, not as the board director or a board president. But at the same time, thank you for that. And I imagine since the district has now amended their 3-year commitment to Parkview, which is now a part of the Ford NGL model, as well as the Fine Arts and Science. So when we go into action board, that is part of that 3-year commitment is now School of West Innovation, Hall STEAM Academy, and Parkview Fine Arts and Science for a 3-year commitment.
Ms. Hatter, can I make
is that how it?
Ms. Hatter, can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
You made a really good suggestion, and that could end up meaning that you formalize it through a motion, or one of the other board members could take the motion that the administration had put forward and just add Parkview. So it could come from any of the 9 board members, and then a second would occur. But you would want to be intentional about adding Parkview if somebody wants to make that a part of their motion, and that really needs to come from the board.
Yes, okay. So do we have a motion, or Director Nolan?
Well, I am happy to make a motion. I just wanted to touch on this. I believe in a previous presentation, we heard about, and it may have been Forest Heights STEM Academy, when it was redeveloped, we did see a temporary impact on some of the other schools, and then that equalized, and it actually helped the district as a whole. And so I think with this proposal for Parkview, that makes perfect sense, because we would likely see a similar temporary impact and then some equalization. And so just having that commitment to make sure that, you know, we understand that it's going to take some time to level that out, would be very smart about it. But as far as a motion, if we are adding Parkview to a motion about Hall and West, I'm just going to go ahead and say that I would probably, you know, there was a mention earlier about getting more information, potentially through an executive session or something like that, about this Hall plan. And so if we're going to do that, I would rather do that before we make the motion, just so that we have all the information on the table.
Director Adams, and then Director Wilson, and then Director Adams.
Oh, okay. The thing I was going to ask is, are all these motions going to be tied together, or are we going to vote for a 3-year commitment to West, a 3-year commitment to Hall? Or are they going to all be together?
I understood it, and Superintendent may have to clarify, but from what I understood is it is just one motion for both. Superintendent, did I speak out of turn?
That's correct. That was our intent, and we're also saying as an administrative group or as a superintendent that I would have no problem adding the Parkview onto it.
Okay, because I just have a hard time voting for a K-12 when I don't know what that means for Forest Heights or Hall. Like, you guys gave an answer, but you're saying you're going to tell me more later.
No, we're saying that, Ms. Wilson, what we're trying to say is that the combination has to be done together with those entities. That it's work even if you delayed the motion, we would not have the work that you're asking for is going to take all the way up through the summer for that group to work together, and probably even into the fall. So, in some ways, you're in some ways making a little leap of faith, probably, that you believe in the concept and believe that the district will execute this work with the different constituents and patrons. Because if you want to wait for what you're saying for a map out, then we've got months. We basically say Hall's not going to have any plan other than where we're at right now with 57 kids, and there is no connection to Forest Heights.
And for the record, I do really like the curriculum at Hall. Just FYI.
And we do need to get the enrollment up, yeah.
That's why we've got to work together, because there is a good template for both schools, but now we've got to mesh that. And that will take some time.
Director Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I'm prepared to make a motion, and I would move that we approve the administration's recommendation for a 3-year commitment to Hall, including a K-12 model, that we would approve the recommendation for the West Little Rock School of Innovation for a 3-year commitment, including the virtual academy, and that we would approve a 3-year commitment to Parkview to make it the healthiest and best school that it can be over the next 3 years.
I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table with a second. Is all in favor? Or okay.
I'm so sorry.
We need to open it. Okay, so we have a motion on the table with a second. So we need to
Board discussion.
board discussion.
Yeah.
We can go into this. It's open for board discussion.
I fully support the concept of the K-8. I share Director Wilson's concerns about specifics. I will say, though, that I have probably had most, if not all, of the specifics that I've asked answered, except for potentially staffing and leadership. And so I just want to say that those are probably things that we have to address before we can approve it or vote on it. And I don't know.
I wonder, actually, staffing and leadership falls under operations. And at least to my thought, because then we don't get into the operations of buildings, because we kind of look at it from a district level. Now, granted, I could be mistaken on this. So, Superintendent Poor, will you please weigh in on Director Nolan and answer that question of thought?
I can actually clarify it to help. I'm actually talking about structure, not individual staffing decisions, but what does the structure of a K-12 look like in terms of what are the actual positions that are going to be there, those sorts of things. And I really hope that we can, make sure that we all have all the answers we need before we vote on it.
Well, Ms. Nolan, if I can.
1 second, Director Callaway.
Ms. Nolan, if I can reply to you, this is a little bit similar to Ms. Wilson's question or concern, because a little bit of what you're asking for, we're not going to know what some of those things are, the connectors and the staff efficiencies and the programming, until our students' schedules all come in. Mr. Rutherford is receiving all those actually over spring break and working on that. He has no spring break, okay? So you may see a tear come out of him, but he is working on schedules all spring break for all high schools, all middle schools, because we just now have all the course registrations in place. And that's going to dictate a lot of some of this structure and some of the things that we may be able to do to help create unity. So some of those pieces will be coming. And then, of course, we would like to share in executive session a little bit of a roadmap that will help get that kick started on how we would do at least the administrative functions.
And may I do a follow-up to Director Nolan? It's a conversation, or not a conversation, but a comment. And then when we was at Forest Heights, it's coming back where the district was saying that they just need for us to give them the okay on the model to where they could start building out the plan to move forward. And I guess this is part of it. And two, we all have these same questions, and it's faith. It's like we are doing a vote of faith to make sure, right, to give them a directive to move forward for them to come back to us. But nevertheless, we are trying to save a school too, and right in the same breath. Director Wood, but I'm sorry, pause for Director Wood. Director Nolan, I see your wheels turning. Do you want me to come back to you?
Go on to someone else right now.
Okay. Director Wood, and then it's Director Callaway.
Never mind.
That's how it was in the queue. But Director Wood, will you defer to Director Callaway?
Thank you. All I would want to say is that whether we approve, the blessing of a K-12 label, my hope would be that tomorrow, when both administrations go to work at their school buildings, or Monday or whenever, or the next Monday, that they would implement the same plan. I see no reason, whether we call it a K-12 or a K-8 in a high school, that those two high schools don't work together better than it. Those two schools don't work together better than any two schools in Little Rock. They absolutely should. And so I don't, I don't know whether I'm speaking to Mr. Poor here or whether I'm speaking to Ms. Wilson, but I suppose that if we give it the K-12 name, I think they're going to go do the same thing in preparation for next year and the year after that at Hall that they would do if we didn't give them the K-12 name, in blending experiences for students to have interactions with high school staff, and to have the opportunities to compete in competitions on the Hall campus. And we're trying to create a STEAM school, and we got this fantastic STEM elementary school across the street. They've got to work together, and so I don't know what that's worth to either one of you, but I hope that regardless of the name that ends up after tonight, I hope that the vision for cooperation and synergy carries forward either way.
Thank you, Director Woods. Director Callaway.
I wanted to ask Director Nolan, what you asking for is to table it, maybe? You're not asking for that.
Well, no, and I'll be even, more direct or blunt. Some of the parents that reached out to me from Forest Heights were concerned that if we create a K-12 leadership structure that hampers their school's ability to do what they've already been doing, that it would put more red tape, more bureaucracy over Forest Heights STEM Academy. And, as long as we can address that concern directly and just say that, that they will continue to be able to do what they're doing, and we're not going to, impose multiple levels of additional control over a school that is already succeeding and doing very well, I can move on. I just want to address that because it really was a concern that was brought up multiple times, and it really hasn't been addressed yet. So that was it.
Yeah. Well, you guys, this topic is as we are as a board, we ask very deep, thoughtful, forward-thinking type questions, and we all, most of us that have shared, we share the same exact concerns. But I also heard, as all of us have, the district presented 5 options to us. It was, and I will recap them just so we know what we're dealing with. We was presented with do nothing and let it stay the same. We was presented with a 9th grade academy, and it's not in this order, it's just as it comes to my brain. So leave it as is, a 9th grade academy, 11th and 12th grade, go ahead and finish out, close the school, or a K-12 option. That's what was presented to us a few months ago, or whenever it was. And just as a whole, before many of us even sat here, we in the community, when we were community members or advocates, still advocates, then we were saying, what's going on at Weir Hall? That's a closing school. Look at the way it's going. I mean, we was all saying those things. And this is right where, this is a tough one. And we're just going to have to trust our district leaders to continue to build out. And it goes back to the beginning when I said this school is being built while operating. And that's why they pulled from Parkview and Forest to get the buy-in, because those are great schools. You got fine arts, which is a STEAM. Parkview is a STEAM, and so is Forest Heights. So to come into another STEAM. And so I think that at this point, and this is tough because we're dealing with our children, not only from Forest Heights and the families from Forest Heights. We are creating a school not for the entire city. What is best for the city to come that will entice them to come to Hall the same way they go to Forest Heights and Parkview. They're from everywhere. I'm just expressing how I feel just personally. My questions, I have them, but I already know the answers to them. They won't be able to answer them until they start moving forward, and we're going to get the same answers. So I'm going to pause, and if we need to sit for a moment and then go into the motion to vote on this, but we are going to have to we're going to have to vote on it. So if we need 60 seconds, we can get it, but if not, we are ready to do something. Director Adams?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hatter. Before we call the question and vote, and I just wanted to speak to the concern that's out there and speak in favor of the motion. And part of it is, frankly, I think a matter of trust. I think that the folks who managed and set up and have maintained a successful school at Forest Heights, the folks who have started a successful, what appears to be a successful start of an innovative school at West Little Rock High School. The folks who have helped coordinate the impressive presentation we heard tonight about the J.A. Fair K-8 school. I trust that they're not going to come in there and mess up a good thing at Forest Heights, that they're going to build on strength and make it better for the whole district. Now, do I know that for certain? Of course, we don't know it for certain, but there's no reason for me not to trust it, based on what I have seen so far and based on the answer that I've got. It makes sense to me that there's some details about what have to be worked out that are just going to have to be worked out.
Thank you, Director Adams. You summarized it very well. We're going to have to trust our leadership, and we need to move forward on this to where our families are able to, if they choose to, because some families are holding on what the boards decide because they're looking to us for leadership. So we've asked all of our questions, and you know us, we will monitor it and continue to be in the inboxes on phones with our leadership team, and they know it and we know it. I'm going to pause right there, you guys. And when you're ready to make a motion on this, let's make a motion. Director Nolan, you're recognized.
We have a motion.
We do, but we need to make a vote. We need to make the vote on it.
So I'm just going to say this for the record and for the people who are watching. I'm going to vote for this motion. And I'm going to do it because I trust us to continue to do what we are doing, and I trust the people who have worked so hard in these schools. And so I agree that there is work to be done to develop this model. But I think K-12 is a logical and smart approach, and that as long as we continue to be involved in addressing, the rest of the development as it comes up, that we are on the right track. So I understand the frustration with not having every answer right now. That's how I am, so I get it because I want all those answers. But so I'm just putting it out there that I am voting for this, and that is why.
Does anyone else have any comments? And two, we have 4 parents on the board. I mean, we have investors on this board into our community. So we take this very seriously, y'all.
Grandparent.
Oh, and we have grandparents. Amen. We have grandparents, and excuse the amen for anybody that might take offense to that. But and so we take that very seriously. Do we have anybody else that wants?
I just want to say, President Hatter, I agree with Director Adams. That's why I second the motion. And like I just said, I'm a grandparent of 4, so I see the future. And one of the major reasons I chose to run for the school board is because of my 4 grandchildren, and I see the future. I want the Little Rock School District to win. We have outside agitators coming at us, but I believe in the district. I believe in the administration. I believe in us as a board to keep them on their toes to make sure that they do what they say they're going to do. So that's why I second the motion, and that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Director Mason, and thank you for the second. Director Wood, and I don't see anyone else that have unmuted outside of him, and after him, we should go into the vote. Director Wood, please.
Just briefly, for some historical context, and I think Director Adams might could speak to this, and maybe Director Johnson as well. The last elected school board almost did the same thing when Forest Heights was reborn, and it was a heavy discussion immediately after Forest Heights, and I think there might be some who wish that they had just gone ahead and made that change at then, ripped the Band-Aid off, and we'd be 7 years into a Hall STEM high school, and this wouldn't even be a thing. But this is not a revolutionary idea. This has been around a while and talked about in the community for a long time, and it made a lot of sense then and was almost done. I think this is our chance to pull this across the finish line, and 7 years from now, be excited about what we did.
I agree.
Make a comment, please.
Director Johnson, yes.
You're absolutely right, Director Woods. It was high priority on the list, and of course it didn't make it to where we wanted to go, but Hall was a big issue, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes looking back, you're like, well, what if we'd done that, or what if we'd done this, where will Hall be? But we'll never know. But what I can say now, we know where we can take Hall now, so we have to just go ahead and bite the bullet and believe that we can make it work, and just go ahead and get it done. I'm just one of those individuals that just go get it done. If we screw up, let's straighten it out, let's restore, let's repair, let's fix it, but we just got to move on. We can't keep beating a dead horse. I understand how parents feel, and I promise you I understand how teachers feel, but you know what, we got to stick together. We just have to be together on it, whether you like it or not. We just have to make it work for the kids. We're talking about the children, and sometimes we have to make personal sacrifices, and sometimes we have to make professional sacrifices. We just got to get it done for the students, because if we don't, then we're putting their education on hold. And so to them, that's a life sentence. If they're not educated, if they can't read, that's a life sentence. What can they do? They can't even do what we're doing. They might want to be the next elected board members, but what? They can't read. So we have to just continue to just keep pushing forward. It's okay if somebody screwed up. It's okay if you think they screwed up. It's okay if you don't feel like it worked. We can make it work. We just have to believe, and we have to push forward. And sometimes we just have to bury the hatchet and just keep pushing. And that's just where I am. Yeah, I sit here and I listen, and I'm saying to myself, you know what, we can make this work. Let's just do it. And that's me. That's me. And sometimes I'm not real gentle in my presentation, because being in the military, when you're training young men and women to go off to war, you can't be gentle with that. You have to tell them, look, this is what we need to do. Let's do it and get it done. And so if my presentation seemed a little rude or whatever, I do apologize, but that's just coming from my background. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Let's take the vote. Let the administration do what they need to do. Let them come back to us. Let's tweak it, and let's move forward.
All right. Thank you, Director Johnson. We're about to move forward. Green and gold, and our beautiful blue and orange. Did I miss a color? We have a motion. Director Nolan, I see you've leaned in. Go ahead. Do you have something? Unmute. No? Okay. She is just ready. Yes. So we have a motion on the table. We have a second. We have a motion by Director Adams for the record, and this is all for the record to make sure that we capture this. So that was for our note taker. So we have a motion on the table from Director Adams to move forward, to direct the district to move forward with the K-12 motion option for STEAM. I'm sorry, y'all. For Little Rock Hall STEAM High School. It was seconded by Director Mason. We had discussion, and now we're ready to vote. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time, and if everybody could raise your hand, because we have two people that I didn't see say or raise hands. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I have 6. I'm counting 6 of us. Okay.
I think you're not counting. I'd like to abstain for this vote.
Okay, well, for school boards, we are not able to abstain. It's either a yes or a no. So
what we will do, we will take a roll call, and each of our votes will be cleared that way to where we know whether or not this passes or fails. Just for our record and our notes, please be prepared to jot down our votes. We're going by zone. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2.
Yes.
Zone 3. Zone 3.
Come back to me.
Zone 4.
No.
Zone 5.
Yes.
Zone 6. That's me. Yes. Zone 7.
Yes.
Zone 8.
Yes.
Zone 9.
Yes.
Zone 3.
No.
Okay, the motion passes.
Yeah, 7 yeses and 2 noes.
Yes. Do we need so the motion passed, and you guys again, I appreciate us working through this, and this is just part of being on the board. We're not going to always have unanimous decisions, but
We're all still on the same team.
But we're all in the same team,
and the opinions,
and we're all going to make sure that things are being held accountable, and this is what the board had decided to do. Okay, moving forward on our agenda. Superintendent Poor, do you have anything to add before we move forward?
No, appreciate the support. It allows us to move forward, and I know that I believe the staffs will be excited to hear the outcome. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving into the eighth item on our agenda, which is the finance and support services. With that is just our monthly financial report, and our CFO, Mr. Kelsey Bailey, will present again, and he'll highlight this as well. This budget, just for those that have questions or maybe don't know, the budget report that Mr. Bailey is presenting on, it is a approved budget already. The board will not approve the 21-22 budget until the fall. So when he's presenting on what have already been approved, and I'm going to pause there and turn it over to our CFO, Mr. Kelsey Bailey.
Good evening. Again, my name is Kelsey Bailey. I'm the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operation Officer for the Little Rock School District. I'm going to share my screen here real quick with you. I know y'all been waiting for this exciting portion of the agenda. So
Yes.
We'll jump into it. So we got a brief little PowerPoint to show you here as well. Won't take too long here. Are y'all able to see it okay? But pretty much what we're doing, we're going to do a board financial update. So like President Hatter said, this is pretty much just a financial update. Our budget was actually approved. It has to be approved by September every year. So the monthly is just to keep the board apprised and the public apprised of where we are as far as our financial reporting. So, but pretty much on the financial report, it has 3 different parts on here, and I'm going to add a 4th tonight. But you have what's called a summary of revenue status report, which is typically pages 1 through 3. Summary of expenditure status report, which is pages 4 through 7, and we'll go over that as well. And a detailed statement of changes in fund balances is pages 8 through 13 on the attachment. We also have some additional financial summaries. So everything that we typically show you all is summaries. There are quite a bit of pages. So if we didn't do the summaries, you'd be looking at probably close to 1,300 pages out there. But going back to, we've talked about budget quite a bit. We know we have to sit down and we have to do a 3-year non-deficit spending budget. And some of the things, and basically just in layman's term, a budget is basically is how you determine how much money you have coming in, which is your revenue, and how much money you have going out. It's just as simple as that. If you know how many, if you work a job, you know how much money you have coming in. If you have to pay bills, you know how much money you're going out. So that's pretty much in a simplistic fashion. That's all a budget is. But in calculating a budget, must be have realistic expectation and estimates out there. And we'll show you some of those as well. So we typically try to be as conservative as possible. We don't want to oversell you all or the public on the budget at any time. And this is one of the conservative years here, especially with COVID hitting us. So another aspect of the budget we wanted to, it ensures financial sovereignty, basically your financial ability to cover obligations. And that's what really the state is looking for in our 3-year plan, is our ability to actually cover any financial obligations we have out there, short term and long term. In that, we have to look at right sizing, and in the right sizing, that's driven by a data-driven decision. So what does the data point us to? We can look at those past enrollments. We can look at past, different financial aspects of it, and making decisions based on that data out there. And I actually stole this from President Hatter, I believe it was in the January board meeting. We have to look at the reality of what is. So we look at the past, we can plan for the future, but we actually have to take action on what we currently are experiencing right now. It's a little bit different with, in the pandemic, so numbers are down somewhat, but we also have to take stock in what the reality is where we are right now. It also assists us in setting financial goals, becoming sustainable, and it leads to what's called fiscal governance. So fiscal governance impacts the whole aspect of operations, just not the financial reports out there, it's the whole operations there. So, and when we're looking at fiscal governance, we're looking at program additions, salary enhancement, facilities, reserves. So all those things are goal setting that's really the board's standards that are actually, looking at the program, what additions or programs would you want to see out there? If we're going to be doing any salary enhancements or improvements, and looking at facilities and reserves are basically our fund balance that we keep out there for a rainy day. So looking at right size in the budget, these are typically revenues are generally fixed. We talk about revenues. It's really nothing we can do to improve our revenues after that the given data has come in, because it's based on your previous year assessed value, which is not going to change for the last year, and it's based on your previous year 3-quarter average out there. So those things are set. So you see people talking about a fixed income. We pretty much have a fixed income when it comes to that. Now, there are some additional categorical identification that may come about based on ESL testing and different other things that may improve your budget a little bit, but it's not the major portions there. So our concentration primarily has to be on expenditures. So, that's the part that we have the autonomy to change. So, of course, the biggest part of our spenders are personnel. So we have to look at those personnel, look at benefits as well. But also we have to look at our programs we're offering, our course offerings, our scheduling, the way we're scheduling. Have to look at the number of facilities. And like I said, data-driven decisions, it needs to be based off enrollment projections. If we do that, we can, look at some economies of scales and reduce the redundant support services. And I'm just using support services. These are my support services that report to me. So I take this, I put it in layman's term for the public. So if you have, just say you have 10 kids of yourself, your own, each one of those kids has 1,000 square foot home that you have to maintain. Is it easier to maintain a 10,000 square foot home, or 10 1,000 square foot homes? So in all those, if you're the person have to maintain that, you have additional transportation costs transporting between all 10 of those units. You have additional, in our situation, we have food service costs because of redundant services, custodial security, in the same way with the school district. So if you have too many buildings out there, you have redundant or support services that you really could combine if those populations were combined there. So this is pretty much has been my focus statement since I've been here. I've been here 12 years and 2 more weeks. So, and when we're looking at budget, it's more than just the financial aspects. We're looking at human capital. We're looking at the way we use our facilities and anything else that we have as far as our resources. But we have the fiduciary responsibility to be great stewards, not good stewards, but great stewards of the resources we have available. In doing so, we provide our children with the greatest educational opportunities to ensure they achieve their maximum potential. And educational opportunities include in the classroom, athletic venues, and everything. So all those are actually our resources out there. So any questions so far? We'll try to run through this fairly quick here. exit out of that one. Pull another one up real quick. So I know we had a mention about budget. So all our budgets are actually online. So you can go out there and look at several years, but this is our budget we actually went over. We got approved in September. So, I mean, it has typically 2 years of actual out there and what we budgeted for the previous year. And I just want to bring your attention to the 1920 year. If we combine.
Chelsea, we still are on your PowerPoint right now. Just
Oh,
as
sorry.
an FYI.
I thought I was sharing. I guess I was just sharing my actual PowerPoint there. Let's see.
Thank you.
Let me just share my screen. Let's see. Sorry about that. Go. All right. Are y'all able to see it now? Okay, good deal. So this is the budget we actually had approved in September of 2020. And based on this, like I said, we typically take a pretty conservative approach. So when we went into this budget cycle, and these are our major revenue sources up here, our current taxes, which we break them up by half of a fiscal year. So from July 1st through December 31st of a given year, that's one half. And from January 1st through to June 30th for the second half. This was broken up because in the past we could only recognize a portion of that revenue, but due to accounting standards and changes, we can recognize 100% of that second half. So based on this, if we were to combine these two together, that would come up to roughly about, I think, $153 million there for our 1920 budget. What actually came in on those two sections about $149 million. And I'll go back and show you another thing. We were experiencing about 3% growth, so we should have been able to make that. But of course, COVID hit and payments declined in that second half. So you can tell here we did not make that projection by $4 million. So we had 2 consecutive years of 3% growth. So in actuality, we should have grown this by 3% it should have been actually coming in as what we had budgeted and grow at another 3% over here. But in reality, we actually came in at a little bit less. So instead of budgeting say 160 million, we're currently at 152 million, which is about probably $7 million under what we would typically budget in this given time frame. But we wanted to make sure we're conservative. We're not putting numbers out there just to keep to keep questions down. I mean, when you put a deficit budget out there, raise eyebrows out there. So, but it's looking pretty good so far. So hopefully we won't be in a deficit state as far as our local revenue, but we still have, some expenses to look at as well. So if you scroll down, I mean, this is all online as well. You all have seen this in the past, but it gives you some summaries as far as the different categories here. And when I go to the regular monthly report here, you all see all these salaries rolled up. It rolls up into these categories right here, but you all get to see them individually. So I think I was talking to President Hatter. You may see where the overtime is over by a little bit, but on this report, you wouldn't see it because it's all rolled up into, this category that includes salaries, and then you have benefits. And I'm going to stop this share real quick and jump to that. We good so far? Let's see. I'm going to jump down to the second portion of this, and that's the actual revenue up here. So like I was saying, that report I just showed you summarized everything in salary. So all these accounts that you see over here that start with a 6-1 rolls up into salaries all the way down to this one right here. So if you look over here, you can see there's available balances in most of them. So that's positive when you have on your expenditure salary, on your expenditure status report, when you actually have available balance over, that means you're under budget at this time. If you see a negative here, that means you over budget on that given category. But when you combine all these together, I mean, you're still under budget. So I wanted you all always to see the most detail that we could actually display out there. And I guess to kind of back up, I don't think anyone expects you all to be accountants or budget managers, but just have a good overview of what, the revenues and expenses going out there. So don't feel pressured to have to know all these different accounts and all these different function codes and everything else. You can always lean on us and ask questions. So it's our hope that I don't really use trust in financial terms because trust is usually based on a belief that of something, but I hope that I will one day gain your trust, but have confidence, and confidence comes in by looking at those past reports, looking at what we spend our money on financially, looking at the audit reports out there. So hopefully you can at least have confidence in the reports that we present are accurate to you. So I'm gonna stop that share one second. I'm gonna cover quite a bit here. I'm gonna share one more thing. I think that will be it. And going back, minimize this. This is one of my spreadsheets we kind of use here for the upcoming year. So like I said, our income is fixed. So our income that we're actually getting in for the 2021 school year was based on the 2019 assessment. So for the upcoming year, it looks like we're going to have about a 2.5% increase for our assessed value. So like I said, the preceding 2 years, we were looking at about a 3% growth here. Only thing we did on this upcoming, this year we're currently in, we did about a 1.5% factor rate. So we took about half of that growth and put it out there. So we wanted to be very conservative because we weren't sure how taxpayers actually going to be submitting their taxes. So their payments out there. So I think we're going to be in good shape. Hopefully we'll continue to grow. As far as assessment, the economy is still looking fairly good as far as in the different real estate and personal property and utility public service pieces out there. Now I told you a story. I do want to share one more thing with you. I'm covering quite a bit. Let's find this other one. I do have one more document. I can't seem to find it right now. I have to go back and find another document. It was actually a summary sheet I had for you all, but I can't seem to locate it right now. Any questions so far?
Yes, we have one from Director Adams. You are recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. Mr. Bailey, I in the past have always, and I continue to appreciate you and how you answer all the questions and explain things and are very patient and are thorough, and that the financial reports now are many pages less than they were in the past. However, a request, it would be really helpful to me, and perhaps to the other board members, if along with the documents that we get every month, if we could get a one-page executive summary of, from your perspective, tell me what's the most important things. Tell me about this month, about whether it's a revenue trend or an expense trend or something like that. But and I know that you may have to tell us more later, but if you could, on a one page, give me the most important things from your perspective, that would really be helpful.
Yeah, most of my reports are fairly boring except the months of November, maybe December and May, and that's when our large tax collections come in. So, of course, October 15th is the deadline for you to pay your taxes without having a penalty. So we get a lot of payments in that month, along with when mortgage companies actually pay their escrow payments in April and May. So we'll get a large amount. But I do have that. That's one thing I want to share with you real quick. I did find it here.
Well, it may be, Mr. Bailey, that on some months you only need half a page to tell me what's important because it may be routine. But I would really appreciate your take on the most important things.
Okay. And these are some of the reports we've been working on as well. So been working on it for the big part of this year to really try to normalize and make sure, are y'all able to see that okay? But this gives a roll up. I can't see your faces now. I've got it hidden, but this gives a roll up of our local revenues. I mean, it shows our prior year to date and actuals based on our current year to date as far as revenues. I mean, it's some different things. We're working on these, and hopefully I can have this finished before the end of this fiscal year. I mean, there's a lot of different reports that will give you all some summary, so you all don't have to look at each one of those actual account codes out there. But I'm still going to attach that because those are actual board reports that are generated through eFinance. But I mean, we have things like this that will be available very soon. I just want to make sure all the information is accurate as possible because there's a lot of different formulas that went into actually to create those different documents out there. But I understand what you're saying, Mr. Adams. So if I ever see any red flags out there, of course, I'll bring that to your attention. And those, when I cover like our revenue portion, I told you a negative, and I'll pull it up for the public to see as well.
Well, I really like that you have the graphs on there because that is helpful to me to have some things. There you can see some trends in ways that sometimes it's easier to understand and grasp.
So anytime on the summary revenue, if you see a negative number over here, it's always a good thing. So if you look here, we budgeted about $90 million. We've actually received $96 million. So that made a minus $6 million. So that's good. So that means we received more money than we actually budgeted in that category. So that's just FYI, because I know there were some questions about that, and I think we answered most of those. So any questions you have, that pretty much concludes my presentation at this moment.
Mr. Bailey, I have a question. So, and this one may be a hard question to ask, but I'm just going to kind of get in the habit of asking it pretty, frequently or periodically. At an early meeting, we talked about fund balances and we looked at several of the preceding years, and there were some dips in the fund balance, and we talked about some of those were big planned developments. But I really do want to keep an eye on that. And so what is your analysis of where we are? What is the likelihood right now that we will end this year at a fund balance that is lower than what we started the year with? Or I don't even know if that's the right way to ask the question, but I think you understand.
That's correct. So we budgeted to come in $6 million less than this year. So that's called a deficit spend. So based on this second half of how revenue comes in, it's all going to kind of be based on that, because the first half we was up $6 million, so we can say we're back at par. If we can come in at par based on what we budgeted right now, we'd be pretty close. Hopefully we'll come a little bit above. We had plans to actually spend a portion of our fund balance this year anyway because of the Southwest High School. We had to buy the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So that was a dip we'd already planned. So we planned on, after the building was finished, anywhere between $7 and $10 million to actually, furnish the school. So, but really, I mean, from this point, our fund balance, I think it's maybe 7%. I need to do the math on it, but we had scheduled to have a dip. It was budgeted as a dip. So hopefully we can get out of that mode. So that's something we really have to address.
Well, let me follow up with that. So we talked about this at an early meeting because our exit criteria say a balanced budget with no deficit spending. And so we flagged this, I think it was about $6,000 or something that was deficit spending in this year's budget.
About $6 million.
I'm sorry?
$6 million.
$6 million. I'm so sorry. It's late. It's very late. 6,000, we may not need to be talking about it as much. But so when we talked about that earlier at a previous meeting, I believe an explanation was given that was about, well, we have budgeted it this way, but we actually expect to collect more, that we would be able to not really dip into that.
That's still the hope. Like I said, we budgeted conservative about $5 to $7 million over where we typically would have budgeted based on, but we had to look at based on last year collection rates. So we couldn't go for 100% collection rates out there when we came in $4 million under the collection on the last quarter last year. But looking at the first half of this year, we were up $6 million. So hopefully the taxpayers will, come out and actually make their payments as scheduled or as budgeted, and we will be in much better shape. So, but we still have to address a lot of personnel and different other portions I talked about as far as the goals out there. And I pulled some. I don't know if I shared this or not, but I pulled enrollment from when I started here in 2009. We had enrollment of approximately about 25,900, and last year we're down, 21,600, I believe. So we've lost about 4,300 students over the 12 years I've been here. So, but we hadn't made those significant reductions in overall. We made some good reductions, but 4,300 students, it's a lot of students to lose.
I guess I want to flag it for the board or for Mr. Poor. You know, we really are facing this need to have the balanced budget for the exit criteria, and the deficit spending that we have right now would be a problem for that. So I don't know. I don't have an additional question about it right now, but I think it's something that we need to really be focused on.
Ms. Nolan, I want to add in to Mr. Bailey's comments. Remember what he said about us being up at semester on collections. Our next collection that will be a place where you should see it, and Mr. Bailey can correct me if I'm wrong, is May and June, our key months to finally show where we're at on collections. Next, the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and now ESSER 3 funds are going to help offset some of our costs. So a great example is we spent I think I'm saying this right, $900,000 on instructional materials out of our operating fund this year to deal with the pandemic. And that $900,000 is on the books right now, but eventually it's going to be wiped out by ESSER 2 funds. So there's $1 million back towards the positive. In addition, you've heard us talk about how we've been very deliberate about modifying our staffing approach during the year and moving pre-K teachers, elementary teachers, not hiring back employees when we could reduce staffing. So we're doing a lot of things that is in the mix right now that should lend itself to I think a positive outcome. And so I'm actually the only thing I'm not sure of is what does the tax collection look like in May, but every other thing on collections that the state does has been above, I think, in the quarters that they've reporting.
Mm-hmm. And that is correct. So we do have the opportunity, like Mr. Poor said, to offset some of our operating expenses this year, some sub costs, the additional textbook costs, and maybe some of our transportation costs out there. We're still waiting on some additional guidelines to come out as far as any additional flexibility that may be given on ESSER 2. We don't really know all the ins and outs of ESSER 3 right now. So that's going to help in the short term, but long term, we still have to look at sustainability and make sure we're right side. So.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Bailey? Okay, seeing that there are none, thank you, Mr. Bailey, for the budget report. Appreciate it. Moving forward on our agenda is the board policies and regulations. So we are going to hear the first read of our policies, and I will turn it over to Mr. Walker. Let me make sure that's who I'm turning it over to. Yes, and just so you guys will know, the first thing is section 1 of our board governance. What I do want to say about our board governance is that this is a first read of it, so we can hear it, and then of course there are comments and changes that probably most likely will be made, but we'll hear from that. And then the other thing we'll get into is the staffing preference, which is section 4.5, which will be a second read. And then there's a personnel policy manual for teachers, which is the first read. And that's where it's at. Okay, I just wanted to give you guys an index of what that included.
Hey, Ms. Hatter, can I jump in, and I'm going to tag team with Mr. Walker a little bit, and on the board 1, the section 1 board governance. Obviously, this has kind of been a model there as you've got your training, and this is where your board norms would come in. But we do appreciate the review, and I think, Mr. Walker, I hope you're ready to share the screen a little bit. We know that there are several things that have been brought up that we think we want to make sure you're aware of. one of the first one is on section 1.14. If Mr. Walker will go to that. In your board packet, that might be around page 128. Appreciate Mr. Adams bringing this up. And this actually became kind of a topic of discussion for us on, setting the agenda. One of the key things for all board members to remember is that you can set your agenda when we have our pre-agenda meeting to bring in topics that you think need to be discussed, and then the entire board gets to weigh in on that. That's the easiest and best time, but we also realize that there's a place and time where, something may come in late that you want to bring up. And in that, and I don't know if Mr. Walker, you can highlight this, but there's a section in the first paragraph where it says that a date has to be set by policy. We actually need to talk about that as a group so that we can have a better feel for when a board member might be able to bring in a topic kind of after the fact. So this is a placeholder and one that the staff will round back to you on so that we can better understand it of how to approach that. And as you can see, we had a very full agenda tonight in terms of what we had to accomplish. And so there's always that kind of balancing act of maybe something that's really important, but that needs to be added in. Please know that we're listening to what people are saying in terms of you as board members. And Ms. Hatter and I take that very, we're very aware and want to do our best to represent what you're wanting to talk about, as well as moving forward on the business of the district. But this section of policy that Mr. Adams brought up is definitely one that we need to come back to. And so we just want you to earmark that in your book and think about it, and it will help us as we discuss this at the pre-agenda meeting. Mr. Adams also brought up section 1.6. This one won't take very long to cover, but 1.6 is really just the language that's used in this policy on page 116 in your packet, I guess. There's some gender language, partial gender inclusive language related to abstaining. This also would cover what even happened today about abstaining, of making sure that you understand when you can abstain from a vote, or if you just choose not to vote, it's counted as a no, okay? So this covers that in the policy, so it's kind of appropriate that we had Mr. Adams called out for some language change that needs to happen, but it also fit into our reality today as board members. When you choose to abstain, it's really abstaining because of you have a conflict of interest. That's the key thing. So with that, I'm going to stop because Mr. Walker, correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the only things that we've heard on section 1. And we do know that we need to come back to it in conjunction with some of the training we've done with Horace Smith and Steve Percival.
That is correct. I did not get any other additional changes for section 1 at this point.
I'm sorry. I'll hold. I'm sorry.
Can I make just a comment, Ms. Hatter?
Do we want to wait until he's finished with this presenting, or do we?
Sure.
Okay.
I thought that maybe in the time, but I'll be glad to wait.
Okay.
If it's on section 1, now would be the time to talk about it. Otherwise, we should move on to the next item.
Okay. Is it on? I thought we had more on section 1.
No, we're done with section 1 in terms of.
Okay. Director Adams, you are recognized, and then I'll follow behind you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. And I'm not making this as a suggestion, but I thought it might be helpful for the board just to have it as something to think about as we think about these issues. In the past, the board policy was that if we got to a meeting and there was a desire to add something to the agenda, that you voted to suspend the rules. And then if you voted to suspend the rules, then you could add something you could have a vote to add to whether or not to add something to the agenda. But first you had to vote to suspend the rules. And that vote had to be a unanimous vote. So it was a high bar in order to change the agenda that had been agreed upon. I'm not suggesting that that's what we necessarily want to do, but I thought that was at least something that maybe something for us to think about as we think about the whole issue of the agenda, is if we come to a time of a meeting where I may want to, or somebody may say, let's change the agenda, do we keep that? Do we make that a high bar, or do we keep it the same bar? And I think it's just something for us to think about for later as we're thinking about the whole issue of the agenda.
Thank you, Director Adams. Yeah, that is another thing about our current policy now compared to the policy manual when you were sitting on the board. And so we will, at least I will, because I'm going to look to see how we could bring back in some other things that are not in there, particularly around equity and the powers and stuff like that. But I do agree with that. That's the Director Nolan.
I think Miss Calloway she had something before me.
Director Calloway. Actually, you was unmuted first, but Director Calloway.
I've been unmuted the whole time, but that's neither here nor there. But on the section about agenda items, is that where we are? Or am I just that tired?
No, we're on section 1, and
okay, this is section 1.4.
Yes.
Okay, where agenda items must be okayed by you and the administrator in order to be placed on the agenda. And but how does something get placed on the agenda the day of the meeting? I mean, how does that happen?
Is that a question for myself or for Mr. Poor?
Either one.
Well, and Mr. Poor could follow up. The president and the superintendent is able to place items on the agenda if it's extremely pressing. The way the current policy is written is that the superintendent set the agenda in concert with the president. So, superintendent, I just decided to condense it all the way down. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, and I think we've been pretty true in terms of putting out the agenda at the pre-agenda meeting so everyone can see what the topics are. But we also realize that there can be a new item come up, and that's where this section that Mr. Adams brought up, which is 1.14, is one that you really need to look at, Ms. Calloway, to determine how you feel that might need to be amended.
Well, let's just be fair. It makes it seem as if some people can and some people can't. Okay, and that doesn't seem fair in that policy, the way it reads. If I can't add anything, or anybody else can't add anything after agenda meeting, and I made a mistake because I was thinking that I know I should have done it before the amendment meeting, but I've had a lot going on, and I just didn't see before the agenda meeting when I suggested those items be added. But I was really surprised when I found out that something else had been added to the agenda the day of. And if that's what this means, I think that the wording needs to be changed, or it needs to be applied to everybody. It doesn't make sense to y'all?
Ms. Coway, I will just respond that I don't believe anything got added to the agenda when we posted it last Friday with all of our information. The only thing that got added was the executive session. So that may be what you're talking about. And that executive session ties in really directly to the thing that you approved tonight related to Hall and West School of Innovation and Parkview. So you will be able to see that connection once we get to executive session.
I don't think that's what I meant, but go on. I'm tired. Okay, it's midnight, y'all.
I think we all are. I don't want to talk over you, Ms. Calorie. Are you?
No, but okay, it's time. I'm tired. We're all tired, but we have a lot to go through. This is a lot. I can't see us finishing because I have written a lot of questions in the next packet. How are we going to get through all this? Is there any way that we could extend this meeting or just keep pushing on to 3:00?
We are going to keep moving until the meeting is done.
Okay.
And honestly, Ms. Hatter and members of the board, I think we probably exhausted this category. We can move fairly quick. I think we have not heard anything on 4.5 staffing preference. Mr. Walker, I think I'm correct on that.
Yes, sir.
It is now a second reading. And so if you decide to move forward, you could make a motion to move it forward. Or that's next topic.
I am so sorry, and I will be so quick, but I had something on one point.
Yeah, I was letting him the superintendent finish their comment, and then I was coming back to you. And he wasn't saying that we was moving on. He was sharing what we could do. Director Nolan?
Okay, very quickly. I won't even go into who sets the agenda. I think we've covered that. I have thoughts on it, but we can address it later. But there's another part of 1.14 that at the bottom there it says, the superintendent shall be responsible for board members receiving copies of the agenda with all accompanying pertinent information at least 3 days prior to the meeting. And it is my understanding that in previous iterations of this policy, there were differences in the time period before the meeting and in what was actually provided. So I'm not making a motion tonight. I'm throwing this out there that maybe we can take it up next time, but potentially more than 3 days. And I would personally like to see not just the packet, but all the PowerPoints. If there's going to be a PowerPoint, put it, those sorts of things, the presentations that we're going to get so that we can have that information to dive into at an earlier date. So I'm going to put that out as a potential change to 1.14.
Agreed. Earlier on in our meetings, talking with the district, I have talked about having it out for us for a week. But again, this is what this is for us all to look at these policies, because they are very different from our last set of policies right when we had an elected school board. So definitely look at the policies, and so we can make the necessary changes that we need to make. Mr. Walker, do you want to go through? I know that there wasn't any feedback on the other ones, if I heard Mr. Poor correctly.
That's correct. I'll move on to 4.5A, the staffing preference we talked about last month, and there was some discussion and questions. And in the end, I don't believe there were any suggested changes during the discussion last month. And in the interim, between last month and this month, there haven't been any suggested changes. And I believe this is a second reading, and it is up as an action item tonight. If there are additional questions or discussion, we can do that, or someone can decide to take action on the item.
Okay. I closed my window. Can you refresh my memory? Is this the added year probation one?
No, this is the one where it enumerates the practice of the student assignment office, where how people are being assigned to schools, and it pretty much codified what the student assignment office does with a couple of additions, and the staffing, preference for area school staff members, and the preference for magnet specialty schools was added to the selection process after the initial lottery. And Dr. Fields spoke about some of this last week, and I think this was the one that ultimately was initially requested by Mr. Wood, and there was discussion about, a student being assigned to where a parent may work for a staff member.
Correct. Okay, yes. And so probably for others, people, memory as well, this was a practice that I guess the district is already doing, and you could jump in if I'm about to summarize this incorrectly, but a practice that like the district was already doing, and from what Dr. Freddie Fields said, this just makes it official, putting it in policy to where there's a process to how it's done.
Yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
Director Wood, do you have, I see you unmuted. Did you have anything to add to that?
I'm just ready to make a motion.
Oh, please. I welcome you to do that.
All right. I move that the LRSD school board approve the policy 4.5A staffing preference.
Okay.
I will happily second that motion.
Thank you. Director Wilson, for the record, seconded. Director Wood made the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
The last items are the personnel procedure manual for teachers. This is the items that were recommended by the PPC, and members of the administration met with and agreed on the language. There was some discussion kind of about the name. Human Resources kind of tweaked the initial name. Ms. Austin referred to that during some of her comments. So we'll continue to talk about that. However, the three items, employment of certified employees, certified employee responsibilities, and LRSD building procedures for certified employees, is up for a first reading tonight. I understand there were a couple items Mr. Poore brought to my attention that a board member raised in regard to some of the language for bereavement leave, I believe, that we're going to go back and look at and discuss with the committee and the PPC, and an item in regard to doctor statement when someone is ill. We're going to go back and look at that and look at language as well. But this is before you as a first reading, and would be happy to answer any questions that Mr. Rutherford and Mr. Walker.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Walker. Board directors, do you have any questions on the first read? This is the first read, and so you guys will be able to answer those, and of course have comments even after the meeting. Director, I don't know who unmuted first. I heard Ms. Calloway. Ms. Calloway, you are recognized.
Okay, on teaching assignments, procedures, are coaches hired in the same manner that is outlined in Section A of procedures?
Have to defer that answer to Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, are you on?
I do see his box that is muted at the moment.
Superintendent Poore?
Yes, thank you. We do use the same process for really all of our positions. One of the things about the Little Rock School District coming in was that found out that we do a really good job of everything from vetting the candidates and then having a process that is very inclusive of having multiple people on the committee, parents, staff, administrators, for coaches or for and then we do this similar process for administrators. We really have a good process, and I give credit to the entire district, and we do this extremely well.
Director Calloway, does that answer your questions? Do you have any other questions or comments?
Now we're going through all of this tonight, right? So, is there a okay? Let's go back. Let's go up to number 3. It's on the next page. The building administrator should consult with the continuous improvement committee in regards to tentative master scheduling for the following year. Is there a district continuous improvement committee for every school? Because we didn't have this back in the day, so this is new for me, and that's the reason why I'm asking that. Who should, and if that's not the case, who should they contact if there's no? You have to be there, okay? When and prior to, I have been in situations where we were asked to help with the master schedule according to our department, and I was just wondering about that. It doesn't say that. And then they're talking about that each secondary teachers can be required to teach 4 classes, 4 courses. Okay, 4 preps is what we used to call it, and that's extremely difficult. Is that what I'm reading here? I'm on 4 now.
Yes, ma'am. I'll start, and Mr. Rutherford may want to jump in. We have an obligation to share with teachers their assignment. We try to do that by May 31st. That's the way that this language is being proposed. We know that there could be some instructors, and this could be picked up even, let's say, in August, that we have to have a teacher pick up a 4th prep. If that happens, they're going to be compensated for it, and that's what's covered in this particular section.
5%?
No, it says 10%.
Okay, I got the wrong paper because this says 5% of their daily rate for each additional course.
On the copy I have, it shows 10%.
Oh. Well, mine says 5. Okay.
Superintendent, what's the title of your page that you have?
If Mr. Walker could go to this, it would be on the procedure for notification of assignments. It's number 4.
Ms. Calloway, Director Calloway, what's the title of your page? I just want to make sure.
The same thing. It's the procedure for notification of assignments. And if it's 10%, I'm glad that it's 10%, but mine said 5%. Teachers assigned to teach more than 1 course in a single class period be compensated at a rate for 5%. For instance, if I had 4, if I were teaching child development, parenting, foods, and clothing, that's 4 preps where you have to write all of the lesson plans and plan all of the lessons. That's extra duty. And what and Mr. Poore was saying that this was 5%, 10%, but mine said 5. And I guess I'm looking. I don't know where I got 5 from, but it says 5. And I think that's where I had pause. Is this 5%? The 5% is a mistake, Brandon? Coach Rutherford, Mr. Rutherford.
Sorry about that, Ms. Calloway. I was trying to unmute and couldn't get the unmute button going. But in the negotiations that we worked through with the PPC regarding this particular area, first of all, I want to start with the CIC. Ms. Calloway, it works on it would work just like it did when you and I were together again at FAIR. The department chairs really helped lead that as far on the high school level, as far as, again, determining the master schedule components. The thing that's in this document says the CIC will be notified as to the overall master schedule for the school, just to make sure that, once again, that it's not negatively impacting teachers in any way, shape, or form. They have an opportunity to give input beyond that. But I want to be clear, as you were the department chair, for example, of Family Consumer Science in your department, you would help determine who in your department taught what inside of the master schedule itself. So I hope that helps with part one of what your question was. And then I'm going to need Mr. Walker's help to pull up the section you're talking about now, because I don't have it on my end. As soon as I get to it, I think I'll be able to.
Okay, it's number 4, procedure of notification of assignments. See right there where it says 5% of their daily rate of pay for each additional course.
Looking at it, says 10%.
Oh, I know what that is now, Mr. Walker, and I can give you an example there, Ms. Calloway. A good example is like in foreign language for the board. Sometimes we have like a Spanish 4 that may have very few students in Spanish 4, but we also may have a Spanish 5 group that is very, very few students again. But in that case, to help those kids to be able to take what they want, that Spanish teacher may take on both Spanish 4 and Spanish 5 inside of one period on the block and teach both groups. Some of it blends naturally, but I hope the board understands it really gets to those real exclusive classes that numbers are just very small. But yet we also want the kids to be able to, and the students to be able to get what they want to take. And in a natural thing in a master schedule, to be honest with you with the board, that class wouldn't make normally. It was individual classes because there's so few students inside of one of those. So that's what they're referring to there, Ms. Calloway, is really it's those real upper level classes that may get very, very small that you may have to teach. And really it happens, and just to be honest with the board, it happens in foreign language more than anywhere. When you get to that upper level of foreign languages, you can combine the class, and teachers do it, just so the board knows it's not something new. That's where the 5% came into play.
Okay. And I see that, but still on the what I downloaded does not have the 10% on it. And then I'm gonna leave this alone, but on the next page on predictable absences, notifications of absences. Okay. In the case of any use of regular sick leave or extended leave, whatever, pregnancy, in writing, I have to have in writing at least 30 days prior to the expected commencement of such leave and anticipate day of return. Okay. There are exceptions here, right? To that.
Yes, ma'am. There are definitely exceptions to that. And again, I won't go through all of them, but the biggest thing is just notification again for an extended period of absence. And again, a lot of them are going to be medical related just so the board knows, but yes, ma'am, there are exceptions to that.
Because there were exceptions twice for me, because I had a preemie. And I guess that's the reason why I highlighted that. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't know. And that's unpredictable, right? Okay, but it has pregnancy up there, and that's what caught my eye because pregnancies are very unpredictable. Then it says, number 2, it says unpredictable absences. And employees are, except in case of emergency, when certified employees are physically or mentally incapable of meeting these criteria, you list 2 things. I don't mean you, but I mean there are 2 things listed that you must do. The LRSD designated substance must be notified of the use of sick leave at least 2 hours before the start of a certified employee's workday. And the building administrator or designee must be notified of the use of sick leave days by phone call, email, or text at the certified employee's school at least 2 hours before the start of the certified employee's workday. I think that's redundant.
Director Callaway, for the good of the board and to move our meeting along, those questions I think could be answered and clarified working directly with Mr. Walker and particularly Mr. Rutherford, since that's who the conversation is with, right, to get those things understood better, and then to write when we come back, because this is an action item, and then we're able to make those have those questions answered, and we could do that in either an email or they could do it in an email or a phone call.
Okay, so this is what reading is this? The first
reading.
What the personnel, Mr. Walker?
Yes, ma'am. It's the first reading.
It's the first reading. So, in theory, I could email you my questions.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm gonna leave y'all alone because I do have quite a few questions after reading this, because I think that who made this up? Did you have any teachers or employees help you with it?
Well, it was now sorry, Mr. Walker, but just as a reminder to the entire board, this is the Personnel Policies Committee, which is 42 teachers, myself, Ms. Ruffins from Cloverdale as an administrator, and Mr. Robinson. So there are 42 teachers that represent each one of our schools, and then the 3 of us that are classified as administrators. And so I do think, Ms. Callaway, if you want to send those to myself and Mr. Walker, and to be honest with you, we will engage the PPC with any questions y'all have as well, because they are part of, it was us working together on this document, and so we'll be happy to do that, Ms. Hatter and Ms. Callaway, if that's okay.
Well, that's absolutely fine, but those were questions that I had after I read it, and since this is a procedure that I need to go through, is to write my questions and direct them to the 2 of you, and that's fine. But I guess I just needed to know, how do you do that?
Yeah, typically that is the right when the district supply us with the packet for the business of the district. Then we go through it, and most board members will set up a time, or really just call or email the district with our questions, and they'll answer a lot of our questions prior to reaching the meeting, because really the meeting should be to be for any new information we may hear, to where we can ask those questions. But some of the more in-depth, nitty-gritty questions, most of us ask through calls or meetings with them.
Okay, I've never seen this before, and prior to when there was a union, that was something that I think that was done during negotiations. And all I'm saying, and since we don't have a union, I was asking who did that. This is the first reading. I do have questions, but and concerns. So I will do that, Coach and Mr. Walker, no problem. But I needed to know the procedure because I don't want to waste my time asking questions that cannot be answered, you know, in this big package. So I did read it. and having done this before, you know, I haven't had a lot of these policies because I did teach. I would probably have more questions than anybody here. And so I know everybody's tired, and let's not get irritated here. But I'm only trying to be fair to my to the people who followed in my profession. And what I saw here was some things that just were not, but I questioned, let's say. I'm not trying to prolong it, but then maybe I am because I just wanted, no, it's not personal, okay? I just want to know, how do you do that? Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Director Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a very brief comment about my concern about on page 152, when it talked about that the board had a role in requesting or requiring an employee to get a physician statement or a physician's exam. It concerned me about that didn't seem like an appropriate role for the board to do. That seemed like an administrative role. And if we had an employee come up to us in a hearing and we were already involved in determining what they had to do or not to do, that felt like that was out of our area. So anyway, I appreciate, Mr. Walker, that you're going to go back and look at that, but I just wanted the rest of the board to know that was my concern in case it came back again for some reason.
Okay. I'm doing a quick scan. I have 2 pages. 1 second. 3 pages, 2 pages.
Ms. Hatter, if you don't mind, if it's all right, I'll share with Mr. Adams and the rest of the board on that. Anything that you're highlighting in this or any questions that we get, I just want to be clear what we'll do. We're going to go back to the PPC with any of your concerns or suggestions, just like Mr. Adams had. Because again, Mr. Robinson and I work with them because we do want to work with our teachers group and that PPC representation. And so we'll take it back to them and we'll try and clean it up for you and bring it back, if that makes sense.
Director Wood, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
Yeah,
we're on the PPC policy.
Yeah, very briefly, I would just like to ask that is it possible that this could be blasted out to every every employee that this applies to and invite comment now that the PPC has done the work of compiling it, just like to give everyone the I understand there's a democratic process to electing representatives to the PPC and all that, but just to know that everybody was notified of it and given the opportunity to read it and make a comment if they want to would make me feel good about making a decision on it next month.
And too, for everyone, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a public document. Everybody's able to view it. Every single school has a PPC rep, and it's made up mainly of, our union members. So, I would definitely encourage everybody to look at the policy. But is your question just so I could understand it and for you to repeat it and direct it towards the person that you're looking to push it out, for the person to push it out to? And I could have missed it, seriously.
I don't know that I'm sending it to a specific person, just whoever. So if we could be told next month, hey, we sent it to every employee that this applies to and invited comment, and whatever, it would just, to me, that would be an important check in the checkbox that everybody had a very easy opportunity to review it. But I mean, if I'm told no, we can't do that, then I'll just sit back here.
I understand, Director. Superintendent Poor, can we have a follow-up, or Director? Anyone?
I think that Mr. Rutherford covered it well, that, when we receive comments like from Ms. Callaway over the next really week or two, comments that came in from Mr. Adams, all those comments will be taken back to the PPC, and then they'll make a decision whether they want to adjust or not. If they want to adjust it, it'll become a new red line version so that everyone can see the tweaks that have been made, and then it would come back in for a second reading. So we will work with the PPC, and we will bring up what Mr. Woods shared, and just they'll be able to comment of how they've executed, get that out to their staff.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, I see you just raised your hand, and no other directors at this moment have any comments.
Okay, no, I don't have anything else. I think that's all.
All right. Well, you all.
Ms. Hatter, we're now into, if you would mind, I'm just going to remind you, we're trying to go to executive session, which would require an action by the board to move to go into executive session to discuss personnel, if you still want to do that. Yeah. I think I can do it fairly quickly, depending upon all of you.
Yeah. And then we will move the board comments to the end, because board comments is before the executive session. Do you guys have any comments that you just want to say that's been on your heart and mind? Director Mason, you have unmuted.
Yeah, I do have something I wanted to say. The first quarter of the year, we've the city of Little Rock has experienced a couple of violent acts. We've lost life. Some of those persons, those individuals that participated in those violent acts were formerly our LRSD students. And I think, I think we have some great talented students in Little Rock School District, but some are falling through the cracks. Those were black males. Now they are not. Some of them didn't graduate from high school. Some of them didn't graduate, but now they're potentially headed toward another brick building for life, So I think, and I've had some discussions with Director Callaway and the superintendent about Metropolitan Vocational Career Center. So look forward for me to push forward something for students that can't do STEM, that can't do STEAM, but maybe can do something with their hands. Because some of these students are falling through the cracks. And like my dad used to say, falling by the wayside. So
absolutely.
I think the Little Rock School District needs to do something. Maybe the city, all the entities involved need to help change some of these violent acts that's happened and it's just now getting a little warmer, so it may get a little worse. But that's all I had to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there are talks and collaborations that are forming now between different local government agencies, particularly the city is really working on
the conflict resolutions and how do you deal with conflict, and then also looking at youth and providing options for them, because we already know it's going to be another hot summer like it was several years ago. So totally in agreement with you on that, and hopefully we will be able to come up with something and then partner with our existing partners to come up with some incentives and some opportunities for our youth to put their minds to work and their hands to work, giving them a skill. So definitely understand, because the zone I live in is affected by that. So duly noted. Director Wood, you have unmuted. You're our last comment before we go into executive session.
And I don't even have a comment to make. I was just prepared to make a motion to go into executive session.
Great. All right.
So I move that we go into executive session.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it. Director Johnson, second it.
Okay, so we have a second, and all in favor.
Can I just real quickly, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on.
We do need to make sure it says executive session to discuss matters of personnel, just as a point of clarification.
Director Wood.
All right. I move that we go into executive session to discuss personnel matters.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Someone grab some chocolate so we can pep up and go into executive session. We are now in executive session.
Hello, Little Rock, and welcome back, board directors and everyone listening under the sound of my voice. Just to give a couple seconds to make sure that people are coming back to their monitors if needed, and that we're back live. Superintendent, is there a way to tell then if we're back live?
Recording.
We are still
Yes.
going. We're still
Recording buttons on.
Okay. Got it. All right. So thank you guys for staying with us as the board went into executive session. We discussed the personnel matter, and no decisions were made in executive session. The board will meet again and have a special meeting on March 31st at 5:30 p.m. And you guys can log on and watch us via live right as we proceed with our special board meeting on March 31st at 5:30 p.m. So you all, this one is this meeting. This meeting is for. Yes, this meeting is definitely in the books. Happy Friday, Thursday, one day.
Yes, it's Friday.
Friday, happy Friday, y'all. Good morning. We have had a really good meeting, a long one that covered a lot of the business and a lot of information. This is 7 hours is where we're at. So with that, you guys, I'm not going to prolong it anymore or say anything else. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, we do. In a second.
We have some seconds, and then all in favor?
Aye.
We're all in favor. That's unanimous. Aye. And you guys have a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all later. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.